That one. Ooh, very good. Cool, 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 cool. It's just me. Maybe we should do a research one. Maybe I should just keep reading about One Nation. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, we got some options. We got some things. We got lots of news, new strikes on Ukraine. Yeah, let's see what's happening in Africa. Um, ground news. Hey, screen share. Huh. That's fun. I can't. Weird. No, these are different. Weird. Huh. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Not screen sharing yet. Let's log in. Alrighty. We're in business. Here we go. All right. Hey. I like that. Um. Mm. More page, less me. Beautiful. All right. Now, let's see what's going on in Africa. Oh, no, we want to keep this up. Right there, roughly. Yeah, we look good. All right, let's see what's going on in Africa. I think the Pope just went to Africa. Ah, Congolese deportations, Nigerian student gunmen, United States, Colombian fighters in Sudan. Okay, interesting. Genetic trouble detected in isolated elephant populations? While elephants historically maintain connectivity across vast distances, restricted space and human activity are increasingly isolating populations. Interesting. African elephants are losing connection with each other. The fuck? What? So, what is this? Might be an Estonian.
elevantide looduslik
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought. Now I wonder if I unmute site, unmute tab.
asualad Aafrikas on ohtlikult killustunud ja see paistab
That is not English. The natural sediments of Africa are fragmented from a dangerous life appears from genes of these nice animals. The International Research Group has ranked 232 full genomes of African elephants, with 17 of both savanna and forest elephants among these animals. The act is the first such extensive genetic study after it became clear African elephants are actually two species. Interesting. Uh, Patricia, that name, from Denmark to the University of Copenhagen, and colleagues received genetic data and samples taken more than 30 years ago, held in biobanks. Interesting. In the magazine Nature Communication, the published results show that many elephant populations are quite isolated from others due to the satent. Sure, that's a mistranslation. And living and taking actions on more and more areas. Uh, Genia analysis showed that until quite recently, elephants contacted each other over long distances with support of great freedom of movement. Elephant genetic material remained strong and durable, as different populations were often mixed. But today the picture is second. The researchers identified two particular isolated areas, both in Northeast Africa, Ethiopia, and Eritrea, where elephants are separated from other populations by at least 400 kilometers. In the meantime, people live and breathe on off farmland. Mistranslation is strange. In these areas, the genetic diversity of elephants has already been significantly weakened due to its kinship. Interesting. Isolated areas, but in somewhat lighter form, are also found in West Africa, where human settlements have also been dense and vandalism has historically been in honor. Fascinating. Where it is? Let's see what the word it says. Genetic trouble detected in isolated elephant population. The largest genomic study. Both savanna and forest elephants remain in generally good health despite long term numerical decline. Great. That's good news. Though some isolated populations are showing worrisome signs of inbreeding and deleterious mutations, researchers analyze the genetic health of African elephants by looking at the data of 181 savanna elephants, 51 forests, and 29 locations across 17 countries. Okay. Their genetic health is found to be positive overall because many populations, particularly in a broad swath of southern Africa, can still roam across large distances and extensive exchange genes. That means fuck. Signs of genetic trouble were detected in elephants cut off from the population due to factors such as growing human populations, agricultural expansion, and infrastructure projects. We mostly see the isolation in populations on the periphery at the edge of the elephant distribution, said the University of Copenhagen. Evolutionary geneticist lead author of the research published on Thursday in the journal Nature Communications. This includes Horace, yeah, we got that. About 100 elephants remain in Eritrea. Interesting. They live about 250 miles from any other elephant population. Roughly 300 elephants living in Babile Elephant Sanctuary in Ethiopia are not completely isolated, but inhabit a harsh environment in shrinking pockets of land amid poaching and expanding settlements. Very interesting. Elephants are found in 37 countries in sub Saharan Africa, with a majority of the southern part of the continent. They number roughly 500,000 continent wide, with savanna elephants representing 70% of the total. African elephants have experienced severe population declines due to the ivory trade and habitat loss. Um, Documented study in 2024, alarming population declines at numerous sites across Africa from 1964 to 2016. The savanna elephant population down by 70% and forest elephant populations down by 90%. Interesting. What else is going on in Africa? Libya recovers 17 bodies believed to be migrants on Tripoli coast. Hmm. At least 17 bodies believed to be those of migrants have been recovered in recent days from the shore near a coastal town west of the Libyan capital, Tripoli, based medics said. Tripoli based medics said this Saturday. The Emergency Medicine and Support Center, which operates under the Health Ministry, said the bodies were recovered from the shores of Zawara, some 117 kilometers to the west of Tripoli. A total of 14 bodies have been buried, according to protocols, and the center said one of the bodies of a Bangladeshi national was identified and received by his family in Tripoli. No further details were provided on the remaining two bodies. Images posted on the center's verified Facebook page showed medics placing the bodies in white plastic bags before loading them into ambulances. Libya has become transit route for migrants fleeing conflict and poverty to Europe via dangerous routes across the desert and over the Mediterranean since the toppling of Gaddafi in a NATO-backed uprising in 2011. NATO-backed? Sure. Let's learn about Libya. All right. Libya and Gaddafi. Let's do this one.
In 2011, revolution swept across Libya. Long ruled by the brutal dictator Muammar al-Gaddafi, the North African nation soon became a battleground of clashing ideologies and interests as its people rose up against their repressive government. However, as the world turned its gaze to Libya, one thing became clear. Under the scorching desert sun, the dreams of dictators and democracies alike can wither and burn. Libya is a land at the edge of human habitation. With over 90% of its territory covered by desert, civilization in Libya has long been concentrated on two narrow coastal belts. With its extreme geography, ethnic and tribal ties based on location and kinship have long played a prominent role in organizing society, especially outside of urban areas. However, shortly following the country's independence from Italy in 1951, Libya's harsh environment was discovered to be hiding a secret: one of the world's largest oil reserves.
Oil!
With the influx of massive oil revenue, the formerly destitute kingdom of Libya was transformed into an independently wealthy state. Nevertheless, discontent soon spread as many Libyans failed to see their quality of life rise, and Libya's pro-Western king was accused of favoring his home region and tribe over the rest of the country. Building off of these grievances, a group of army officers, led by Muammar al-Gaddafi, launched a coup d'etat in 1969 and seized control of the country, declaring a new Libyan Arab Republic. If you want to watch exclusive Armchair Historian videos, including a bonus episode about Gaddafi's all-female Amazonian bodyguard, check out our website, armchairhistory.tv, linked below with a discount. Under Gaddafi, Libya would undergo a series of dramatic reforms.
Okay.
Libya's oil production was nationalized,
Sure.
foreign property was seized, and rival political parties were banned. Gaddafi's personal ideology combined elements of socialism with his own concept of Jamahiriya, which promoted the ideal of direct democracy by the people. Gaddafi claimed that this eclectic ideology would promote unity and self-determination among Libya's tribes. But in practice, Gaddafi remained a brutal dictator who concentrated power in the hands of only those individuals and tribes who were loyal to him alone. Opposition to Libya's leader often meant death. Gaddafi did little to ingratiate himself with the international community either. Under his rule, Libya was infamous for sponsoring terror attacks around the world, including IRA attacks in the UK and a nightclub bombing in Germany. Declared a state sponsor of terrorism, Libya was subsequently the target of several American retaliatory airstrikes. By the early 2000s, however, falling oil prices encouraged Gaddafi to begin repairing his relationship with the West. While things may have been slightly improving for Libya on the international stage, the economic situation at home was rapidly deteriorating. On the surface, Libya compared favorably to many of its neighbors. Before its revolution, Libya's GDP per capita had reached over $16,000. Life expectancy had risen to 74 years, and illiteracy had almost been eliminated. For most ordinary Libyans, though, these figures meant nothing. With its finances almost entirely reliant on oil, little attention had been paid to other parts of the economy. Most Libyans worked in the country's bloated public sector for pitiful wages, often forcing them to take on a second job in Libya's shadow economy. That is, if they could find work at all. Libya's youth unemployment rate stubbornly hovered around 30%. Making matters worse, the country was in the midst of a severe housing crisis that had been left unaddressed by the Gaddafi regime. Buried under its impressive statistics, Libya was seething. In late 2010, massive protests began to rock the Arab world. Beginning in Tunisia, the so-called Arab Spring saw resentment against many of the region's authoritarian rulers bubble over into the streets. In Libya, protesters in the eastern region of Cyrenaica began to demand a solution to the country's housing crisis. Heated skirmishes with the police took place in several cities, and government offices were stormed, with protesters expressing rage at their corrupt government. Attempting to get the situation under control, Gaddafi promised to invest billions of dollars into public housing, but this was too little, too late. Soon after, a Libyan opposition group in London called on their countrymen to hold the mother of all protests on February 17, 2011. However, on February 15th, 2 days before the scheduled start of the protest, a human rights lawyer was arrested in Benghazi, setting off demonstrations across Cyrenaica. The protests turned deadly just a few days later when Libyan security forces opened fire on protesters, killing over 230 civilians.
Rookie numbers.
Thank you to the sponsor of today's video, Factor 75.
Hush.
Cooked, convenient, delicious out of what to or scan the brutal violence from their government. Protesters in eastern Libya began advocating for Gaddafi's complete removal from power. Driven by personal ambition, morals, or tribal loyalty, soldiers and administrators in Cyrenaica defected to the revolutionary cause, giving the protesters access to their store of small arms and heavy weaponry. In a catastrophic twist for Gaddafi, his own interior minister successfully convinced the Libyan dictator to hold off on sending additional troops to the east, before defecting himself and taking control of the growing rebellion's armed forces. With his military and administration quickly fracturing and revolts now breaking out in western Libya as well, Gaddafi found himself unable to respond. By February 27th, eastern Libya was effectively under rebel control, and a rival government known as the National Transitional Council, or NTC, was formed in Benghazi. This initial success proved short-lived, however, as Gaddafi immediately began plotting a counteroffensive to take back the country he had ruled for over 30 years. While much of Libya's regular army in the east had melted away, the core of Gaddafi's forces had always been a collection of individual military units commanded by Gaddafi's family members and tribal allies. After years of complicity in Gaddafi's authoritarian rule, many of these units saw their fate as inextricably bound to their leader and would fight loyally and brutally for him. Therefore, when Gaddafi struck back, he struck hard. After crushing dissent in the capital of Tripoli, Gaddafi's forces laid siege to the city of Misrata before advancing east along Libya's coast, rolling up rebel defenses and reaching Benghazi itself by March 19th. The situation for the National Transitional Council was growing critical. While Gaddafi advanced eastwards, the NTC scrambled to secure international support. One of its earliest acts was to write a statement that explicitly called for the international community to impose a no-fly zone over the skies of Libya. With the skilled diplomat Mahmoud Jibril at the helm, the NTC appealed directly to world leaders, convincing many of them that the NTC could provide Libya with a stable government in the event that Gaddafi was removed from power. On March 12th, the NTC would achieve a key diplomatic victory when the Arab League unanimously called for the imposition of a no-fly zone above Libya. Despite his late attempts at diplomacy, Gaddafi was still so disliked that even fellow dictators such as Syria's Bashar al-Assad ultimately agreed to encourage Western nations to intervene in Libya. On March 17th, as Gaddafi's forces closed in on the NTC's capital of Benghazi, the UN Security Council prepared to hold a vote on the imposition of a no-fly zone to protect civilians in Libya. Hours before this critical vote, Gaddafi went on Libyan television and threatened the inhabitants of Benghazi, notifying them that "we will find you in your closets" and that "we won't show mercy." With Gaddafi's ill-advised rhetoric seemingly confirming the need to protect Libyan civilians.
I wonder if that's the soundbite that John has about Gaddafi. I wonder. Yeah, I don't know what it's called. Maybe it is.
Civilians, the Security Council's vote on the imposition of a no-fly zone passed later that day, authorizing members to take all necessary measures to protect civilians and bring the fighting to an end. Libya's war was going global. Beginning on March 19th, a NATO-led coalition launched over 1,000 combat sorties against Gaddafi's forces in just 10 days, shattering Gaddafi's air defenses and smashing his armored columns advancing on Benghazi. While coalition aircraft owned the skies over Libya, the UN mandate did not allow foreign troops to directly intervene in the country's unfolding civil war. If the Libyans wanted Gaddafi gone, they would have to take matters into their own hands.
Interesting.
To support the Libyan rebels in their efforts, an eclectic mix of nations began to arm and train the armed forces of the NTC in preparation for their inevitable showdown with Gaddafi. One of the largest supporters of the NTC's war effort was the tiny nation of Qatar, who sent more than 20,000 tons of weapons, military advisors, and, if rumors are to be believed, actual combat troops to Libya. Another key supporter of the NTC was Sudan, who had long accused Gaddafi of arming rebel groups in their own country. Seeing an opportunity to remove a hated adversary from power, Sudan opened its airspace to foreign warplanes and quickly began sending large weapons shipments to the rebel forces congregating in eastern Libya, as well as the revolutionaries still besieged in Misrata. Misrata is the third biggest city in Libya and was an early hotbed of revolutionary activity. Cut off from the NTC's base of operations in the east, but just 150 miles from Libya's capital of Tripoli, Misrata was both strategic and vulnerable. For this reason, the rebels felt it was of paramount importance to hold the city. Gaddafi thought likewise. Misrata needed to be his, every day. Rocket and artillery fire would rain down from the sky, and government forces would attempt to advance into the city. Even as coalition aircraft relentlessly bombed Gaddafi's artillery, more guns would always arrive to take their place. At times, the artillery bombardment was severe enough to close the city's port, shutting off Misrata's lifeline and throwing the defenders into desperation. The fighting became so intense that some journalists took to calling Misrata Libya's Stalingrad. While Misrata burned, rebel forces in the east attempted to break through Gaddafi's lines in Cyrenaica, but government forces held firm and the fighting remained stalemated for several months. However, with the international community firmly against him and foreign warplanes prowling his skies, every day of the conflict saw Gaddafi's forces get weaker, while the rebels, with their constant influx of foreign training and
Transitional
weapons,
government of
were
the
only
2000
growing stronger.
Syrian war, okay.
The tides would begin to turn decisively against Gaddafi in the summer of 2011. First, after a 3-month siege, Gaddafi's forces were finally defeated in Misrata on May 15th, giving the rebels a permanent stronghold within striking distance of Libya's capital. Making matters worse for Gaddafi, rebel forces, who had long been amassing in the Nafusa mountains, began to go on the offensive, breaking out of their mountain strongholds and advancing on Tripoli from the west. Both sides began to prepare for the upcoming Battle of Tripoli. Rebel forces worked tirelessly to organize themselves and integrate foreign weapons and training into their ad hoc military units advancing toward the capital. Simultaneously, they began to smuggle weapons and supplies to clandestine rebel cells within Tripoli, who would rise up against Gaddafi when the time was right. In response, government forces inside the city launched a severe crackdown targeting anyone who they suspected of aiding the revolutionaries and distributed weapons to Gaddafi's supporters inside the city. Tripoli was quickly becoming a tinderbox, and many feared that the upcoming battle would be apocalyptic. However, very few could have predicted what came next. On August 20th, rebel troops stormed Tripoli. Instead of being met with a bloodbath, Gaddafi's forces seemingly melted away without offering any serious resistance. Unbeknownst to the Libyan dictator, there were traitors in his ranks, and his own cousin, who had been charged with guarding the approach to the city, had instead ordered his soldiers to lay down their arms before defecting to the rebel cause. The road to Tripoli lay wide open, and the city fell within just 2 days. Despite
Holy
this
shit.
devastating defeat, Gaddafi himself managed to escape and regrouped with his remaining forces in his hometown of Sirte. Hoping to avoid a pitched battle, the National Transitional Council attempted to negotiate with Gaddafi's tribe to hand over the city, but this effort failed, leading to a new offensive. Backed up by foreign airstrikes, rebel forces soon seized most of the city, reducing Gaddafi's supporters to just 2 holdouts within Sirte. Perhaps seeing the writing was on the wall, Gaddafi himself attempted to flee on October 20th. However, as his convoy left the city, it was hit by a coalition airstrike and attacked by rebel troops. Found wounded in a ditch, Gaddafi was tortured by his former subjects before being executed without trial. The exact instances of his death
NATO did
remain
it.
debated to this day. With the death of Gaddafi, the NTC soon assumed full control over Libya. In July of 2012, free and fair elections were held in Libya for the first time, electing a new permanent government to replace the National Transitional Council. Libyans all across the country enthusiastically participated in their new democracy, and it seemed as if Libya was on the cusp of a new golden age. Unfortunately, this was not to be. The Libyan elections
No,
of
it was not.
2012 resulted in a democratically elected government that agreed on very little. Under his rule, Gaddafi had ruthlessly crushed all rival political groups, meaning that there were few experienced leaders in the country once he was gone. Political and tribal antagonism quickly rose, and fault lines reappeared across Libyan society, a trend exacerbated by the large numbers of armed militias still roaming the country. The attack on the American consulate in Benghazi in September of 2012 signaled just how little control Libya's new government truly had over the country. As fractionalism worsened, more and more radical groups began to gain traction in the country. After years of mounting tensions, civil war returned to Libya in 2014. With their country still in crisis, some Libyans may look back on the 2011 revolution as a symbol of more optimistic days. Others, however, might just see it as the spark that set Libya on fire.
Both very valid.
Don't forget to check out our exclusive video on Gaddafi's Amazonian bodyguard on armchairhistory.tv. Your support is what makes all of this possible.
Intriguing. Okay.
To understand the story of Libya and the series of activities that led to its fall, we need to go back in time to the colonial era. For over a century, Libya was a loose collection of regions tightly controlled by the Ottoman Empire.
Around ETSU. What's ETSU? East Tennessee State University? East Tennessee State University. Look at me fucking go. Jews are our misfortune. What does that even mean? Really? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, if you're going to put stickers up, at least make them coherent. You know?
There was Tripolitania in the west, Cyrenaica in the east, and Fezzan in the south. This region was a crucial piece of the puzzle in North African trade routes, mostly because of its strategic location along the Mediterranean Sea. But the Ottomans weren't the last to rule over Libya. That title would soon belong to a European empire looking to expand its reach. Here comes Italy.
The King of Italy, on his visit to Libya, was received by Marshal Balbo, the young, bearded and popular governor.
In 1911, Italy invaded, claiming it was their destiny to now control Libya, branding it as their own piece of New Rome. It didn't matter that people were already living there. Over the next few decades, the Italians turned Libya into a settler colony, displacing the local population to make room for thousands of Italian migrants. The indigenous people, especially the Bedouins, resisted, and that's where a name enters our story: Omar Mokhtar. This guy, Omar Mokhtar, also known as the Lion of the Desert, led a resistance movement against the Italians. His forces waged guerrilla warfare in the deserts of Cyrenaica for nearly 2 decades. He became a symbol of Libyan resistance until he was captured and executed in 1931.
National Alliance.
But even in death, his legacy remained. After Mokhtar's death,
like the
Italian regime under
Australian Nazi
Mussolini
group
cracked down hard. Entire Libyan communities were forced into concentration camps where tens of thousands died from disease and starvation. The dream of independence seemed impossible. But as history would have it, Italy wasn't destined to hold on to Libya forever. Enters World War II.
The sands of Egypt, the British 8th Army prepares for what history will record as the 7th Battle of Libya.
Libya became a battleground between Axis and Allied forces. The Italian and German armies fought against the British and Free French, turning Libya into a war zone. Cities were bombed and entire communities were caught in the crossfire. But when the dust finally settled, Italy was gone. The Allies had won, but winning the war didn't mean Libya was free. Its future was merely up for grabs by yet another superpower. The question now was, who would control it? The British soon took control of Tripolitania and Cyrenaica. The French occupied Fezzan. Some wanted Libya to be split among these new rulers. Others simply wanted it to be an independent nation. So in 1949, something historic happened. The United Nations got involved, and after lots of backroom deals, a resolution was passed to make Libya the first African country to gain its independence. But the process wasn't immediate. On December 24, 1951, 2 years after the UN resolution, Libya officially became an independent kingdom led by King Idris, a man from the powerful Sanusi religious order in Cyrenaica. He was seen as a unifier, a monarch who would hold this divided land together. But there was just this one major problem. Libya, you see, was one of the poorest countries in the world. Its economy was weak and there were almost no real sources of income. The country needed something, anything, to survive. And then they found it.
Esso Standard Libya was the first company to find oil there
In 1959, 8 years after its freedom from colonial rule, everything changed. Libya discovered oil, and not just some oil, a lot of it. With that, Libya went from being a poor desert kingdom, dependent on international aid and rent from US and British air bases, to an oil-rich monarchy. Suddenly, the game had changed. Western companies started flooding in, eager to tap into this new wealth found in the desert. This oil wealth meant the government now had a truckload of money to spend. They embarked on massive construction projects, trying to improve the quality of life for Libyans. But as the economic standard improved, so did the cost of living. And there was also this small matter of corruption. The new King Idris struggled to maintain control, and not everyone was happy with how Libya's newfound wealth was being handled. The king's pro-Western positions in international affairs also was becoming a huge problem back at home. By the late 1960s, discontent was growing. King Idris continued to allow foreign companies to exploit Libya's oil. His fondness for the West was becoming more and more of an issue, especially when he failed to speak out against Israel during the June War of 1967. Meanwhile, a new wave of Arab nationalism was sweeping across the Middle East. Egypt had Nasser, Iraq had its own revolution, and in Libya, there was a young military officer watching all of this very closely and taking notes. His name, Muammar Gaddafi. In 1963, Gaddafi joined the Libyan military academy. Quietly and carefully, he assembled a loyal group of young officers who shared his radical views, plotting meticulously for years. From a young age, he admired revolutionaries, figures like Egypt's Gamal Abdel Nasser. His inspiration was Arab nationalism. He dreamed of throwing off foreign influence and making Libya truly independent and powerful. By September 1969, while King Idris was away in Turkey for a medical treatment, Gaddafi saw his chance and he took it. In one night, Libya went from monarchy to military rule. Immediately after taking power, Gaddafi rebranded Libya. It became the Libyan Arab Republic, a new revolutionary state. Soon after, he wrote this weird political manifesto called the Green Book, outlining a unique form of governance, blending socialism, pan-Arabism, and Islamic values. By 1977, the country's name changed yet again to the Great Socialist People's Libyan Arab Jamahirila. Such a long name, I know, but this simply meant government through the masses. One of Gaddafi's earliest and boldest moves was seizing control of Libya's vast oil resources. Before him, foreign corporations dominated Libyan oil. Gaddafi changed the game. He expelled Western military bases and boldly renegotiated contracts with foreign companies. When they resisted, he threatened nationalization, eventually forcing them into accepting Libyan terms. This move drastically increased Libya's oil revenue, and in a matter of years, Libya was transformed into one of Africa's richest countries per capita. The country had the highest living standards in Africa. There was free healthcare, free education, and government-funded housing. As the country prospered, he introduced policies that he thought would protect his people against the evils of capitalism. He banned renting houses for profit, declaring that every Libyan had the right to own their home and forbidding commercial property rentals. While these principles sounded noble, it caused chaos and housing shortages, stunting real estate development in the process. However, Gaddafi was not just focused on building Libya in his own image. He was busy on the international stage too. By the 1980s, Gaddafi wasn't satisfied with Libya alone. He envisioned himself as Africa's liberator and leader. He dreamed of a United States of
King
Africa,
of the black
a
people.
continent free from Western influence.
Mr.
He showered
Gaddafi,
money and
King of the
resources
Arabs,
onto
King
other
of the
African
blacks.
leaders, trying to win over their
Gotta love it.
loyalty. This extravagant generosity and charisma earned him influence across the continent. Throughout this period, Gaddafi sought to control the mineral-rich Alzo Strip along the disputed border with neighboring Chad. However, when he invaded, Chad, backed by France, resisted fiercely. After years of brutal desert warfare, Libya was eventually defeated and forced to withdraw. This was such an embarrassing defeat for Gaddafi's regional ambitions. By the late 70s and 80s, Gaddafi's reputation was darkening. His anti-Western rhetoric and flamboyant provocative lifestyle made him a much disliked figure in the West. Ronald Reagan, former US president, famously labeled him the mad dog of the Middle East. But this wasn't a mere rhetoric. Libya's relationship with the United States, which had been an important trading partner, deteriorated in the early 80s as the US government increasingly protested Gaddafi's alleged support of Palestinian Arab militants. Gaddafi was accused of actively funding and supporting terrorist organizations globally, from the IRA in Ireland to Abu Nida's Palestinian group. There were a series of retaliatory trade restrictions between both countries when tensions escalated in the mid-1980s. The tensions boiled over, culminating in US bombing raid of Tripoli and Benghazi in 1986, in which Gaddafi's adopted daughter was killed.
He died.
2 years later in
I don't think she was talking
1988,
about Gaddafi.
Pan AM Flight 103 exploded over Lockerbie, Scotland. Gaddafi was directly implicated. Sanctions and international isolation followed. Libya became an international pariah state. But the tensions didn't die down. Feeling increasingly threatened by the West and inspired by Pakistan's nuclear breakthrough, Gaddafi secretly pursued nuclear weapons throughout the late 1980s and 1990s. He bought nuclear technology from Abdul Qadir Khan, a Pakistani scientist, determined to strengthen Libya's military capabilities. But international intelligence intercepted these plans. After several years of intense pressure from the West, Gaddafi dramatically abandoned Libya's nuclear program, agreeing to dismantle his entire nuclear infrastructure. In the late 1990s, in an effort to win over the international community, Libya turned over the alleged perpetrators of the Pan AM Flight 103 bombing to international authorities. Gaddafi also accepted a ruling by the International Court in The Hague stating that the contested Al-Zuu territory along the border with Chad belonged to that country and not to Libya. After abandoning his nuclear programs, the United Kingdom restored diplomatic relations with Libya at the end of the decade, with UN sanctions also lifted in 2003. Suddenly, Gaddafi began collaborating with Western intelligence agencies against terrorism, once fierce enemies. Western leaders flocked to Tripoli. British Prime Minister Tony Blair famously shook hands with Gaddafi in a tent in the Libyan desert. International oil companies eagerly returned, signing lucrative new contracts. Gaddafi was back in the fold. As Gaddafi rebuilt his personal image abroad, he was also building his personal fortune. While publicly preaching socialism and simplicity, privately, Gaddafi and his family enjoyed lavish overseas lifestyles, amassed billions in hidden foreign accounts, owned extravagant villas, yachts, and expensive art collections. With political freedom far from being a reality, people started to grumble. Dissidents faced imprisonment or death. Public executions were common at the time. So, when the Arab Spring hit in 2011 and people started rising up against their governments, Egypt, Tunisia, Syria, Libya was next. Protests broke out, and Gaddafi, well, he responded in the worst possible way. At this point, the world starts paying attention. The UN steps in, and suddenly NATO gets involved. And this is where things get complicated. March 2011, the UN passes Resolution 1973. It gives NATO the green light to intervene in Libya, officially to stop a humanitarian crisis. Gaddafi's forces were closing in on Benghazi, and people feared a massacre. The world had already failed to stop genocides in Rwanda and Bosnia, so this time they acted fast.
The United States has worked with our...
That is an interesting thing to bring up. That maybe they overreacted on Libya because of Rwanda. Never thought about that. Interesting. Maybe that was also the reason they acted so quickly in Bosnia, their success in Libya. Interesting.
International partners to mobilize a broad coalition, secure an international mandate to protect civilians, stop an advancing army, prevent a massacre, and establish a no-fly zone with our allies and partners.
And just like that, NATO was at war, bombing Gaddafi's military, enforcing a no-fly zone, helping rebels take back cities. Within just a few months, the regime was collapsing. But something was not right here. The official rationale given by the US, NATO, and the United Nations was humanitarian, to stop Gaddafi from massacring his own people. UN Security Council Resolution 1973, adopted in March 2011, authorized all necessary measures to protect Libyan civilians. In fact, President Barack Obama emphasized that the goal was not regime change or long-term occupation, but to prevent a humanitarian disaster.
But broadening our military mission to include regime change would be a mistake.
NATO's mandate was to protect civilians and civilian populated areas under threat of attack, and this was plausible. Gaddafi is already known to have a notorious human rights record. So when he vowed to show no mercy to rebels in Benghazi, world leaders cited the responsibility to protect, known as R2P doctrine, to justify military action. Obama described how every moment mattered as Gaddafi's forces neared Benghazi, and said he did not want to see America stand by silently as a brutal dictator announced his intentions to kill and mass.
Yeah, post it on Discord. I don't give a shit. Is Discord gonna take it down because it's Nazi fucking propaganda? Not sure. I feel like that should be fine.
According to what NATO was telling the world, this intervention was a moral obligation, one they must abide by to save lives and support Libya's democratic aspirations. But there was more. Beneath the rhetoric, there were more cynical motives at play. Libya, you see, is an oil-rich country strategically located in North Africa, and Gaddafi had proven himself to be an unpredictable leader. There were in fact internal communications hinting at economic and political incentives behind NATO's decision to get involved. The 2011 memo to the US Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, suggested that France's President Nicolas Sarkozy was driven by, quote, a cocktail of less lofty incentives, including a desire for Libyan oil and a fear that Gaddafi's vast supply of gold could displace France's primacy in the region, end of quote. According to this intelligence briefing, France's motives for pushing the intervention included increasing its share of Libya's oil, bolstering French influence in Africa, and improving Sarkozy's domestic standing. Some observers also noted that NATO's intervention was influenced by a desire to reassert Western influence in the region during the Arab Spring, secure access to Libya's resources, and prevent Gaddafi from undermining Western allied African financial systems. So, while Barack Obama, David Cameron, and Nicolas Sarkozy continued to preach the moral obligation message, there was more going on behind the scenes. The Arab League's unusual request for...
See, this is what I don't get, right? Is, okay, let's say everything that's being said about NATO and the West here is true, right? Why? Like, what reason does the state have to actually enact this without making it so obvious that it's about suppressing an alternative worldview or funding thing or alternate leaders, shit like that? Like, why? Like, is it not, like, could it not be convergence of multiple people just being like, I don't like this guy. I've got a military. Part of NATO. Bomb this guy. What? Realistically, I don't know. Like, it really seems like the private interests of capital and the state align, but aren't necessarily doing it maliciously in cahoots. I feel like you would need a lot more evidence of this. However, the United States does have a lot of money in politics, and the rich have a lot of sway. So maybe in Libya this was the case. I don't know. I don't know much about Libya or the goings on or the background stuff that was happening, and whether this is actually a claim that is a legitimate thing, because I hear this all the time. That it's like, oh, they wanted to get rid of his gold. Well, it's for oil and gold. And like, I'm kind of inclined to believe that, because they clearly didn't give a fuck about the Libyan people. If they did, there wouldn't be slave markets. But yeah, the leftists don't really give a shit about the Libyan people either. They're still salty that Gaddafi got taken out by his own people.
A no-fly zone over Libya provided political cover. Since regional support implied the intervention was not simply a Western imposition, countries like Qatar and the UAE joined the NATO-led coalition, indicating Gulf Arab rivals also sought Gaddafi's removal. Yeah, he made a lot of enemies, and now that there was blood in the water, the sharks began circling.
It appeared to be the heaviest bombardment of Libya's capital since NATO air
Australia
attacks
just
began.
dumped
More than 20 strikes in and around Tripoli lit up the
$6.5 billion
sky,
into
and
Japanese
booms could be
warships.
heard across the city.
On March 19, 2011, a US-led coalition launched Operation Odyssey Down, initiating airstrikes against Libyan government forces. French fighter jets were the first in action, dramatically disabling a loyalist armored column outside Benghazi and effectively stopping Gaddafi's advance. The initial phase saw the United States, France, and Britain heavily involved in suppressing Libya's air defenses and armor. Shortly thereafter, NATO took over command of the operation. On March 31, 2011, Operation Unified Protector formally put NATO in charge of the air campaign and naval blockade, with command centers in Italy coordinating missions. The Libyan campaign was characterized by an unusual US approach. The Obama administration, wary of another Iraq-style entanglement, decided the US would support the mission but not take the forefront in a prolonged war. Washington provided critical assets in the opening days: cruise missile strikes, electronic jamming, intelligence, drones, and area refueling to disable Gaddafi's forces, then handed primary responsibility to NATO allies. President Obama described this strategy as aligning US power with an international coalition so that America was not bearing all the burden. In practical terms, the US role after the first week was mostly supportive. American drones patrolled Libyan skies, and US aircraft struck targets as needed. But European NATO members carried out the bulk of bombing runs after April 2011. France and Britain were the public faces, with NATO providing a unified command that included contributions from smaller nations. A total of 18 countries eventually participated militarily, including Canada, Italy, Belgium, Denmark, Norway, and even 3 Arab states. Those were Jordan, Qatar, and the UAE, which sent fighter jets or support aircraft. Over the 7-month operation, NATO flew more than 26,500 sorties, including around 9,700 strike missions hitting thousands of targets. Notably, no NATO ground troops were deployed in Libya. Special forces from some countries such as British and French advisors and Qatari units did reportedly assist Libyan rebel forces on the ground, but officially, NATO relied solely on air power and naval support. This air power only approach was effective in the short term. It grounded Gaddafi's air force and methodically destroyed his heavy weaponry, leveling the battlefield for the lightly armed rebels. By August 2011, rebels with NATO air cover advanced into Tripoli and Gaddafi's rule collapsed. The immediate military outcome seemed like a success for NATO. There were 0 combat casualties on the NATO side, and by October, the Libyan rebels had effectively won the civil war. And on October 20, 2011, Gaddafi, who had fled the capital and hid in his hometown of Sirte, was found by the rebel group. They dragged him through the streets and brutally murdered him, all while making videos. Finally, the mad dog is dead. The world celebrates.
Ding
Libya is
dong,
free.
the
Mission
witch is
accomplished. Right? Well, not exactly. Here is where everything falls apart. The moment Gaddafi is gone, Libya has no central government, no institutions, no army, just a bunch of militias with weapons.
Strong army.
And soon they start fighting for power, for land, for oil. In the weeks following Gaddafi's fall, Libya's interim authorities, the National Transitional Council, took power amid great optimism. Oil exports, which had halted during the war, resumed. NATO countries and the UN recognized the new leadership. However, beneath the hopeful surface, warning signs appeared almost immediately. The way NATO executed its intervention meant no peacekeeping force was deployed, and the rebels who fought Gaddafi did not disarm. Dozens of militias controlled different patches of territory, including the capital. Many arms depots had been looted. The new authorities had little control over the countless fighters energized by victory. In October 2011, as celebratory gunfire faded, reports emerged of score settling and human rights abuses. For example, reprisals against suspected pro-Gaddafi loyalists and sub-Saharan African migrant workers, many of whom were accused of being mercenaries. Over the next few years, Libya becomes a battlefield. Two rival governments emerge. Then ISIS shows up. Then foreign mercenaries. Russia, Turkey, the UAE, Egypt, everyone starts picking sides. And suddenly, Libya isn't just a failed state, it's a full-blown war zone. Now, here's the part no one talks about much. After the war that removed Gaddafi, Libya became the epicenter of human trafficking. Migrants from Africa trying to reach Europe get trapped in Libya. Many are sold into slavery. Yeah, actual modern-day slave markets. In 2017, CNN uncovered footage of people being auctioned off in Tripoli.
That's the key for the
In
mini.
the world, it just moved on. But humans are not the only commodities being trafficked in Libya. Smuggling networks have flourished amid the anarchy. Weapons looted from Gaddafi's armory spread across an entire region already plagued with instability. In early 2013, a UN report warned that arms were being smuggled from Libya at an alarming rate, fueling conflicts in Mali, Syria, and beyond. Militant groups capitalized on the thousands of Libyan weapons and everything from small arms to anti-aircraft missiles to strengthen their insurgencies. For example, in 2012, battle-hardened fighters, including Tuareg ethnic fighters who had served in Gaddafi's forces, returned to Mali with heavy weaponry, sparking a rebellion in Mali's north that led to an Islamist takeover of that region, before a French intervention
They're the
known
guys
as
that
Operation Serval in 2013
AES
drove
is
them back.
fighting, I believe.
The Sahel region as a whole saw a
Tuaregs
surge in
as well as
violence
the-
traceable to Libya's collapse. In Egypt's Sinai and in Gaza, militants also
JNIM?
reportedly received arms from Libyan stockpiles. Internally, Libya itself became a haven for extremist groups. By 2014, jihadist organizations like Ansar al-Sharia and the Islamic State, ISIS, had established a foothold amid the disorder. And there have been proxy warfare in the country of late. In the absence of a central authority, Libya became an arena for regional and global powers to settle scores and vie for influence. During the Second Civil War, which started in 2014 and continued until 2020, foreign nations backed different Libyan factions with money, weapons, and fighters. Egypt and the United Arab Emirates supported General Haftar's eastern forces, seeing him as a bulwark against Islamists and aligning with their broader opposition to the Muslim Brotherhood across the region. Turkey and Qatar, on the other hand, supported the Western factions in Tripoli, which included Islamist-leaning groups, in line with their foreign policy of backing political Islam movements. Russia also entered the fray, reportedly sending the Wagner Group mercenaries to assist Haftar from 2019 onward, seeking a foothold on NATO's southern flank and a share in Libya's oil. Also, perhaps, to project power in the Mediterranean. These foreign powers have turned Libya into a proxy battleground similar to Syria, albeit on a smaller scale. NATO's 2011 intervention ironically paved the way for Russia's later intervention. Moscow, aggrieved by NATO's actions, vetoed further UN involvement and instead chose to support its preferred client on the ground. The result was a protracted conflict that drew in foreign drones, missiles, and fighters. By 2020, The Turkish military's direct intervention to save Tripoli's government from Haftar's offensive and Russia's continued backing of Haftar demonstrated how Libya's war had become an international affair. This foreign meddling has made it even harder to resolve Libya's crisis as outside powers continue to arm their proxies despite UN embargoes. So, for the people of Libya who are forced to live through this horrible experience, the question becomes, is Libya better off without Gaddafi? Yes, he was a brutal dictator, one that threatened to kill his own people for rising up against him. But from what we can see now, NATO won the war to remove Gaddafi, but Libya has since lost its future. And if this is what liberation looks like, we really need to rethink what we mean by humanitarian intervention.
That's a good finish to the video. Interesting. Why is South Sudan collapsing? I don't know. Fucking can't pull its oil out? Hello.
Too many guns.
Many feedbacks. Wrong mic? Sounds like shit.
Oh, it's the fan that's in the background.
It's better. Libya is an interesting country.
Yeah, it's just a hot day.
Huh?
It's just a hot day.
Oh, fair. Libya is a very interesting country. A lot to learn. What this?
The high point of this video is to reiterate a joke that I wanted to include in the last video on this topic. Is semi-famous fat man Drew Pablou's investigation into fraud at Australia's National Disability Insurance Scheme, or NDIS if you will. If you recall, a few weeks ago I released a video into Drew's pretty poorly researched NDIS fraud. You can watch that video here, but to summarise Drew's valuable public work, it wasn't an investigation. It was just Drew and his mate getting simple facts wrong and inadvertently sabotaging pre-existing investigations by relevant authorities into the fraud that they supposedly care so much about. And the response, my response, has been quite terrible, frankly. Not really to the video, mainly just to the thumbnail and title. Here's a little look under the hood. YouTube allows you to submit 3 thumbnails and titles and then selects the one that the audience likes the most. The thumbnail and title that you guys liked the most apparently was exposing the scam of exposing scams. That beat out Food Detective. Unbelievable. That was possibly the best title and thumb ever released on this channel. So please make it up to me by referring to Drew Pavlou now on as Food Detective. He can't even get mad. It's not even inaccurate, it's a compliment. Drew is just like Matthew McConaughey's character in that he's a brilliant investigator and clearly has synesthesia. Food synesthesia. As when Drew sees a picture of food, pastis. I've tasted it before.
He really is.
Sydney, Darwin, I am coming with my show
into
very,
being
very
a gigantic
fast.
lolcow.
So make sure that you get your tickets. Links below.
Apart from the oversight on your guys' part, choosing the worst title and thumb, there's been some rather extraordinarily dumb and lame responses to my video, chiefly from the man himself. And I know, I say don't feed the trolls. This is a hungry little troll. Can't hurt to give him just a little bit of food and he bit me! Bro, it's not my fault. I was synesthesiaing the taste of your finger. If it's anything like mine, it tastes like Smith's chips. First off, I've got to address all the geniuses in the comments pod to read Joddies, even if Drew made some mistakes, why are you attacking Drew for exposing fraud? To anyone who thinks that, I really just want you to focus on these specific parts of the video and see if you can notice any inconsistencies.
The government's obviously not looking into it,
Let's
so like,
see if
why
he
does it
talks
take
about how
people
they
like
defrauded the
us?
NDIS.
The first thing Drew and I did was check in with NDIS
So far,
providers with
I'm the
government
only one
warnings
that's pointed
to
this
see if
out
we could
that
find
I've seen.
anything suspicious.
And again,
NDIS providers with government warnings.
one more time.
Government warnings.
By their own inadvertent admission, they did not expose any fraud. The video literally begins with Drew and his friend proclaiming that the government is not investigating fraud. Sherlock and Watson then proceed to literally go on the government website to find fraud that the government was already investigating. And then they fuck up those investigations by shoving their nifty camera glasses in the faces of the alleged fraudsters. Great television, not great investigating. Kind of like the exact opposite of an investigation, really. It's like if I went and alerted a person of interest that the police were looking into them, or committed a contempt of court that allowed a criminal to walk free, and then claimed I was the lead investigator. Also, consider how in between actively sabotaging investigations, this dynamic duo littered a plethora of obvious factual inaccuracies. I mean, it's not a good sign when Drew's mate repeatedly refers to the NDIS providers as NDISs, plural.
Bunch of NDISs. This many NDISs in one building.
Drew's main criticism of my video doesn't really appear to be about any of the points that I made, or about how shit his investigation was, or actually anything really to do with the substantive arguments about the NDIS. It really boils down to a weird conspiracy theory that's supposed to make me look bad, but kind of just makes me look cool. Like a character Robert Redford would play in a 1970s neo-noir. Friendly John has just released a video seething about our NDIS video investigation, claiming that it is all just a massive lie and scam because the Australian Labor Party fixed the issue by prosecuting 20, yes, a full 20 scammers since 2022. What an absolute f***ing retard hack. Holy fuck, it's disabled on disabled crime. Labor in New South Wales can't even get the New South Wales police to prosecute the Lebanese gangsters who tried to murder Friendly Geordies, yet he still worships them? What do they have on him? The Friendly Geordies Epstein files must be disgusting and terrifying.
Oh my god.
Release the files! Okay, so that was his argument, us pointing out that he is factually a grifter, with receipts. You are a pedo. Owned with dumbass conspiracies and no logic, I guess. Here's another. Friendly Geordies is crying, screaming, and lashing out at me because he says that I'm gathering new strength. Well, you're gathering something, Drew. I'm like Popeye, but all food
I
is
think
my spinach.
my entire
Jordan,
computer has
you are
frozen,
cucked.
so...
Chris Mintz won't even pick up the phone to the...
Well, I can still hear you.
Yep, my computer is frozen. I can't click a fucking thing.
Yeah, I'll do that. Where's my phone?
Police commissioner to charge the Alameddin to firebomb. How hard would it be for him to just pick up the phone and do this? They could do it today. If I was Chris Mintz, I would ring up the police commissioner this very second and scream, what the fuck are you doing? Charge the lab gangsters who tried to kill my top media guy. But they care more about your hardy votes in West Sydney than the life of their number one media backer in the country. You are literally the Carl Sanderlands of Labour shilling. Thank you, and my salary is the same. Seriously. Am I supposed to be offended by any of this? He's inadvertently given me the best compliment I've ever received. Kyle Sanderlands of Labour shilling. Two of my favourite things in the world, together at last. Oh, by the way, you better avoid the videos I've been criticising Mintz recently. It might not work.
No, he's not shy about it.
I can't even bother to get the New South Wales police to protect
that
you.
he's a Labour
How cucked
shill.
can you be? Oh, Allah, liberate this man from his cuckdom. Well, full disclosure, as I believe that nobody is above criticism, the Epstein files part doesn't make me look good and is obviously indefensible and true. But the rest, is it just me that thinks that that makes me look awesome? My house got firebombed as a consequence of actual investigative journalism, Drew. You're just such a narcissist that you sincerely try to conflate you being an annoying moron in Western Sydney doing an impression of an annoying kick streamer, which even on that very specific front, I've got you beaten on that. You see how he lives in his own sad X-induced delusion of grandeur, acting like we've been silent on the institutions of New South Wales being too compromised to make any substantive arrests regarding the firebombings. We factually haven't, not that that matters to Drew, and there's plenty more on the way. The problem is when you're actually involved in matters of actual public interest, not just cosplaying that you're some Minnesota mouth breather, you have to be careful about what you say and when you say it. Something you don't have the discipline for, you crack addict for X. Not only that, bringing this fact up when I point out how crap your investigative skills are is somehow supposed to diminish my authority. This firebombing somehow makes me look cucked because...
Because I
click
Well,
them out.
because of Drew's amazing theory, really.
Be
It
right
was
back.
Lebs that did the firebombing, and the Labour Party are too scared to arrest Lebs because they'd lose votes in Western Sydney, Stooge. We're already too far gone. I don't even know why I'm engaging with this. Do I really need to point out how stupid your argument is? Like, I really have to emphasise this. As the person at the centre of this firebombing, you know, the firebombing of my own house, this point alone made by Drew, save all the other insane BPD PR stunts, should rock your confidence in even asking Drew Pavlou what the weather is. Hey Drew, what's the weather tomorrow? The Labour Party are making a thunderstorm in order to stop Jews from voting because everyone knows Jews hate rain. But Lebs in Western Sydney love it because the thunder reminds them of all the bombs back at home in southern Lebanon. Pure electioneering. Still more accurate than bomb. The idea is that it's Labour's electoral strategy that's stopping the police from charging the people behind the firebombing. That's insane. In fact, it's beyond insane. I feel dumb even addressing it. I agree it's absolutely weak and pathetic of Chris Minns and New South Wales Police to not have done more about the firebombing. I've made that very public. There are some very disturbing reasons for this. I know a few of them. Any person whose brain has developed past the age of 7 could posit a pretty accurate guess/theory as to why the police haven't done more. A theory, mind you, that would still suit Drew Pavlou's propaganda aims of sledging the New South Wales Police and the Labour Party, the governing party in charge of the New South Wales Police right now. But Drew's too fucking dumb to come up with even a half-accurate slam, which is such an indictment on all the dullards in the press who are giving Pavlou, Mr. Sleep Apnea personified, airtime. It's bad enough having to read your tweets, Drew. I don't want to hear you struggle to breathe on reels of Carl Slopanovic's budget Joe Rogan podcast. Seriously, Fatso, have you ever watched the original video that caused the firebombing? Go watch it. It's mainly about the nexus between an organised crime gang, a property developer, and a certain political party/coalition, hint, hint. And although the Labour Party has been MIA in solving the firebombing mystery, the political party in bed with that developer ain't them. But investigator extraordinaire over here knows better. The guy that says, the government isn't investigating fraud in the NDIS. Let's look up this list of the government investigating a bunch of NDIS providers for fraud, and while I'm at it, I might as well fuck up the actual investigation. Yay, I'm helping. Seriously, how is Drew not on the NDIS himself? That is the true failure of the system. Drew is so...
Yeah, I'm helping. I'm helping. I'm Drew. What a wanker. Get out of here. I don't want you on that side of the screen. No, I said not that side of the screen. Okay. Check. Whoops, OBS has crashed. Oh boy. I love it when OBS crashes. Get out of here. I can't even click the crash report. Why is that? That's super lame.
I'm back.
How is Drew not on the NDIS himself? That is the true failure of this system. Drew is so dumb it's hard to even describe. I don't even trust if he watches that video he'll even comprehend it. Drew, you are the person that the NDIS is made for, because honestly, I wouldn't trust you to work at fucking Subway. Who in the comments would be comfortable enough to trust Drew Pavlou with even menial labour? Not me. I don't trust menial labour either, Stooge. All branches of labour are just bought off by the CCP and Lebanese NDISs. Furthermore, I'm not absolving the Lebs. I've never absolved the Lebs. Why? That's good. What? Furthermore, I'm not absolving the Lebs. There were clearly Lebanese Muslims involved in the firebombing. But again, watch my video, look at the religions of the main people that the video investigates. They certainly aren't all Muslim. It's quite a pluralistic Abrahamic nexus. All three of the big ones are accounted for.
Oh my god. Okay, pause. You
gotta see this part back here.
So happy he brought this up, because I don't know if you remember or not, but when we were doing this, when we were watching this video, the thing that I said is, why is he only talking about Muslim people defrauding the NDIS? My theory is, along with the fact that this whole purpose of the video was already pre-concluded, which is why they didn't follow leads, which is why they didn't actually do an investigation, because they had their conclusion already, and they were just working to the conclusion. And my theory is that he's doing this in collaboration with this guy in an effort to collaborate with his own Muslim dehumanization from his Israeli handlers. Because what I've noticed, and like obviously the dehumanization is happening because they're committing genocide, but like the global dehumanization of Muslims by specifically Zionists is unmistakable, and you can see it reflected in all of the people who claim to be independent thinkers yet funnily align with Israel on genocide. There can't be a coincidence. Like, we already know that Israel hands out money for pro-Israel posts. We know this. They literally got sued by influencers because Israel didn't pay them. So we know for a fact that pro-Israel influencers are on the payroll. Not sure if Drew is, but there's no way to logically explain the shift from pro-Uyghur, pro-human rights, anti-Chinese sort of human rights rhetoric to shifting to pro-genocide, pro-US war machine. The only explanation that I can logically think of is bro is getting paid. And if he is getting paid, then this needs to be investigated as foreign influence. Because if he's exclusively targeting Muslims in the same area that he constantly talks about Labour seeking votes from Muslim voters, seems like there's some converging narratives here. So I'm really happy that he's also picked up on this, only picking Muslims or visibly Muslim people to put in that video. See what else he has to say.
Bombing, you know, the firebombing of my own house. This point alone, made by Drew, save all the other insane BPD PR stunts, should rock your confidence in even asking Drew Pavley what the weather is. Hey Drew, what's the weather tomorrow? The Labour Party are making a thunderstorm in order to stop Jews from voting, because everyone knows Jews hate rain. But Lebs in Western Sydney love it, because the thunder reminds them of all the bombs back at home in southern Lebanon. Pure electioneering. Still more accurate than bomb. The idea is that it's Labour's electoral strategy that's stopping the police from charging the people behind the firebombing. That's insane. In fact, it's beyond insane. I feel dumb even addressing it. I agree it's absolutely weak and pathetic of Chris Minns and New South Wales Police to not have done more about the firebombing. I've made that very...
Like, you can say that you feel dumb addressing it, but like, you need to. Bye. Did he die?
King Basil II.
But like you literally need to. You need to address this kind of thing because like this is how conspiracies spread. If you don't address the stupid and you don't hit it before it gains legs,
both within your walls,
then it just runs off. Like for somebody who's done so much work talking about investigative journalism and doing your one little personal gripe that turned into an investigative thing, why wouldn't you investigate this? Why wouldn't you look at this? Why, like, do you care that little about the information that you're giving people who watch your videos? I don't get it. Like, you feel stupid for addressing it. Why? You need to address it. It is objectively stupid, but guess what? Our politics is becoming regressively stupid because of US influence. So no, you can't just let it go. You need to actively tackle this shit so American-style stupidity doesn't take over this country, leading to Pauline Hanson getting major power in the country. That is an irreversible thing that we will not come back from. Oh, I also found out that her open corruption with the mining and gas industry is much more open than I thought it was. Literally declared bribes on the government websites under Pauline Hanson, talking about Gina Reinhardt giving her fucking flight. They did a fundraising dinner, $15,000 a head on Gina's plane. Like, no shit that they're also repeating the shit about Gina's pet and how he's not a war criminal. No fucking shit they are. Absolute pathetic joke. Wow, great.
Very public. There are some very disturbing reasons for this. I know a few of them. Any person whose brain has developed past the age of 7 could posit a pretty accurate guess/theory as to why the police haven't done more. A theory, mind you, that would still suit Drew Pavlou's propaganda aims of sledging the New South Wales police and the Labor Party, the government of the New South Wales police right now, but just too fucking dumb to come up with even a half-accurate slam, which is such an indictment on all the dullards in the press who are giving Pavlou, Mr. Sleep Apnea personified, airtime. It's bad enough having to read your tweets, Drew. I don't want to hear you struggle to breathe on reels of Carl Slopanovic's budget Joe Rogan podcast. Seriously, Fatso, have you ever watched the original video that caused the firebombing? Go watch it. It's mainly about the nexus between an organised crime gang, a property developer, and a certain political party/coalition. And although the Labor Party has been MIA in solving the firebombing mystery, the political party in bed with that developer ain't them. But investigator extraordinaire over here knows better. The guy that says, the government isn't investigating fraud in the NDIS. Let's look up this list of the government investigating a bunch of NDIS providers for fraud, and while I'm at it, I might as well fuck up the actual investigation. Yay, I'm helping. Seriously.
Bro, he defrauded the NDIS.
That is the true failure.
How is nobody talking
Drew's
about
so
this?
dumb it's hard to even describe. I don't even trust if he watches that video, he'll even comprehend. You are the person that the NDIS is made for, because honestly, I wouldn't trust you to work at fucking Subway. Who in the comments would be comfortable enough to trust Drew Pavlou?
This is why I had to rewind.
Congo.
Telling him on this.
He said that multiple times now.
But just this part specifically.
With even menial labour. Not me. I don't trust menial labour either, Stooge. All branches of labour are just bought off by the CCP and Lebanese NDISs. Furthermore, I'm not absolving the Lebs. I've never absolved the Lebs. Why? That's good. What?
How far back did you go?
I'm not absolving the
Just
Lebs.
a few.
There were
Like
clearly
a minute.
Lebanese Muslims involved in the firebombing, but again, watch my video, look at the religions of the main people that the video investigates. They certainly aren't all Muslim. It's quite a pluralistic Abrahamic nexus. All three of the big ones are accounted for there, buddy. All of this would be so obvious if Drew did the most cursory amount of research, but he doesn't do any research. He just tweets. Tweets and eats. Tweets, eats and repeats. I mean, even if you hate me, for your own good, don't rely on Drew Pavlou. He can't even get the most basic facts right of his own diversion to distract from me originally pointing out that he got other basic facts wrong. This is what Drew has been screaming over and over instead of owning up to the black and white factual mistakes that he made in his video. And much like his video, it kind of blames Lebs and Labour a little too much, ignoring other much more compelling evidence, because let's be honest, it's super fun to blame Lebs and Labour, and it does super numbers on X. And that's the only thing he's competent at. He's mastered audience capture. Because as I pointed out in my first video, when the opposite message did well back when X was Twitter, Drew was tweeting out there wasn't enough money being spent on the NDIS. Whereas I've been consistent on the NDIS for years. 10 years, in fact. When the New South Wales Liberal government used the spectre of the NDIS to privatise our state's ageing, disability and home care, or ADHC services, look at the video I made then. Look at what I predicted.
An experience that was described by the UK's own Auditor General as having monumentally failed and resulted in private companies fraudulently taking public money, which caused Mr. Baird to instantly prick up and wonder, hang on, You mean there's a way to be extremely cruel to the most vulnerable members of our society and give billions and billions of dollars in public assets to a few of my corporate donors and not charge them a single dime for it? My liberal sense is tingling.
Call me Professor Jang Geordies, because much like Professor Jang, I'm not a professor and I'm kind of stating obvious shit that others have already said. The point is, I've been consistently making the same point. One of those points being that I've been consistently making the same points, whether they play well to the current online audience or not, and judging by the views on that video, they didn't play that well. Don't care. Because unlike these grifters, views aren't my primary motivator. The truth is, we don't do political coverage for the same reason as these grifters. Unlike these charlatans, we're talented enough to do other things for views. My team and I are chomping at the bit to just turn this channel into one where we read out stories that you send in from work and have a laugh about it, and that's it. It would rate way harder, it would be way easier, it'd be a way easier life. We'd actually be liked instead of endlessly shat on, not to mention very sinister attempts to ruin our lives and end them. We cover politics in spite of all that. We cover it in spite of its obvious corrosive detriment to the channel's popularity, in spite of the obvious corrosive detriment to the channel's profitability. The reason for that is because we do belong on the NDIS as well. We have the very unfortunate disability that they clearly don't suffer from, which is a public conscience. If I wanted to grift, fuck, I could do their job a hell of a lot better than they could.
Hey, we say
I can
this
actually
too.
make better propaganda than saying the same 3 talking points over and over again on Instagram that the public is primed to accept, not reject. Actually telling the truth is a lot more difficult than being a truth teller like it's a ready-made product. They figured out what we've known for over a decade but don't do because we actually have souls, and that is, if I regurgitate what giant propaganda machines are pushing as talking points, there's a ready-made audience that not only believes this bullshit, but that propaganda machine will invite me on to do interview after interview to regurgitate those talking points. Wow, I'm such a truth teller, cuz. That is the quickest tell that someone in this space is a grifter, by the way. If they get invited onto the ABC, it's because they're regurgitating teal propaganda. If they get invited onto Sky, it's because they're regurgitating One Nation propaganda. You know how you can tell that what we do is actually legit? How does the ABC treat us? Literally covers up death threats on us. Compare that to how any of the binge merchants are treated by the mainstream press.
Go back.
Puff piece interviews about...
Pause it. Go back.
How does the ABC treat us? Literally cover...
That's not the ABC. That's Murdoch. Or is he using the headline from Murdoch to talk about the ABC? Because that would be very funny, considering how much he talks about how bad Murdoch is. But like, as I said, ABC has its moments, has its place, but like, still corporate journalism. Can't hear you.
Check.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. It's the look at the headline.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
That's what it's saying. Is that the ABC ignored reports? He's not sourcing the ABC. He's sourcing another article talking about how they denied the reports.
Let's look this up. And they reported on the guy going to jail. Media Watch covered it, which is ABC. So I mean, sure, maybe if you're talking about just specifically the ABC, but also like, what do you expect them to do? Like, if they don't get the information from the sources, they're not gonna write the story. I doubt they really give that much of a fuck about some crime story. It's literally probably just another crime story that the ABC covered in a very journalistic way where it was just the facts. And he's maybe salty that they didn't hype it up like, oh my god, look at this. Which, that being said, probably should have been. I think it's a pretty serious issue if journalists are getting firebombed by the people they're making shit about. That is a problem.
Is it also showing the portrait preview for you?
Yes.
It's
You
not
can
streaming
turn it
to
off.
anything.
You can, yeah,
I'm
you
not
can
sure if
turn it
that's
off.
why my connection is so shit.
Don't know. But yeah, you can add channels for the portrait now. I don't know if you need to pay more.
Well, I mean,
to
if
do
we
it.
had TikTok,
Well, now,
or if
now we could
Instagram
do
worked.
TikTok. Well, maybe now's the time to set up TikTok. Police are investigating a suspicious fire at the Sydney home of YouTube political investigator and comedian Friendly Jordies. Actually, what's the title of this? Let's read this video, not this article specifically. Specifically, death threats, deaf ears, ABC, the Australian. The problem is that this website is a Murdoch Press website, which means that it's probably not going to be able to be archived or accessed through the archive, but we'll see. Hey, we got it. All right. When the ABC signed up Mahmoud Fazai, ex-sergeant at arms of the Mongol bikie gang, to a prize spot report. Oh, they're talking about specifically this reporter. Okay. Ignored bikie turned reporter crime links claims.
Oh,
okay.
I remember this.
Yeah, okay, like, Sergeant at Arms to Four Corners journalist. Like, okay. So?
So it was literally someone at ABC.
Yeah, it was the ABC reporter that he's talking about. And I guess this guy had connections to that crime family?
Yeah, I remember this.
So, like, still, like, even that, I'm still like, okay, bro's doing journalism. You're a comedian who's also done
this
journalism.
guy sent him death threats.
He did?
Yes.
Is that what happened?
Yes. And then the ABC fucking ignored it and helped cover it up because they're linked to him. That's what he's saying.
Handed to the keys, the ABC most trusted public affair. Fazai's story of redemption was too hard for the ABC to resist. The broadcaster failed to heed warnings about Fazai's close association with members of another violent crime syndicate. The Alameddine clan has already inflicted serious damage on reputation to the most acclaimed television show. Now, the Australian reveals that senior ABC executives not only turned a blind eye to Fazai's conduct as a reporter for Four Corners, but refused to examine a trove of evidence it was offered about the association with the Alameddine family, including texts and police statements. But back in 2023, Four Corners was in doldrums, lacking the big hits of its glory years. The Wakely award-winning Fazai offered street cred, an impressive contact book, and certain frisson of danger. Who the fuck do these people think they are? Use normal fucking English. The son of Afghan refugees, Fazai had come to prominence writing about how, as a young Muslim man in Melbourne's southeast, he found identity in bikie culture. The Mongol sergeant at arms would later describe his role in the gang somewhat innocuously as the underworld postman passing messages to prison inmates from criminal figures. At his new gig on Four Corners, Fazai wastes no time opening a window into the inner world of meth and cocaine drug trade. Stories leveraged off his close contacts in the criminal underworld. Too close, some of his colleagues began to think. Okay. The allegations were serious. In October 2024, Kate McClement revealed that the postman was once again delivering menacing messages from underworld figures. These people kill. Fazai had allegedly passed on demands from the Alameddine crime family to a producer of the popular YouTube show Friendly Jordies. Okay. Fronted by comedian Shaw. Delete a scathing video about the Alameddines. The warnings had come in a series of meetings, calls, and texts. The ABC reporter allegedly told Friendly Jordies producer These people kill. If you don't take the video down, something bad is going to happen. Okay, has this guy gone to jail?
I think so. I think that's what, if I remember. Or I think they fired him or something, but they still helped cover this up.
Yeah.
Up death threat on us. Compare that to how merchants are treated by the mainstream press. Puff piece interviews about their incredible work of deliberately misleading the public. Meanwhile, we get hit job after hit job from the mainstream press that, much like Drew's calls, have no factual substance to them whatsoever. So, I ask you, based just on that one piece of information alone, who do you actually think is working in the public's interest? Drew, much like a hot side piece, will lie to you for money and attention, except unlike a hot side piece, he's fat, ugly, and
Ex-Bikey Four Corners reporter files concerns notice with 9 papers over fake text saga demanding $800,000. That was in December 2024.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. Podcast Buster? Yeah. Maybe we can watch this after the Friendly Geordies video. So, Media Watch about this specifically.
No, it's hard to believe, judging from how fucking thick and dense he looks, but bit of an airhead. Case in point, another lie, told by Drew's sidekick that I didn't even get to with the video, mainly because I was so enamored by the dozen or so other lies in the first few minutes.
So just in Lakemba alone, which is right next to Bankstown, there's 1,300 NDIS providers, and that means 1 in 13 people are currently running one. Think about how crazy that is.
1,300 NDIS providers in Lakemba. Cuz I don't think there's even 1,300 coffee shops with old men playing cards and backgammon in Lakemba, and there's a lot of those. Thankfully, I don't have to do any work debunking this. AAP did it already. You know how you get to that 1,300 figure? Lakemba plus 5-kilometre radius plus any NDIS provider, NDIS participants in Lakemba have ever used anywhere in Australia, plus inactive NDIS providers in that area. Using that logic, let's see how many Woolworths there are in Lakemba. Well, you've got the one Woolworths in Lakemba, plus give or take Woolworths Punch Bowl, Woolworths Roselands, Woolworths Chullora, Woolworths Campsie, Woolworths Kingsgrove, Woolworths Bexley North, Woolworths Canterbury, Woolworths Bankstown. I'm sure there's more. Plus, every Woolworths that every person who lives in Lakemba has ever been to, and there are over 1,000 Woolworths in Australia. So let's be really conservative and say that the nearly 17,000 people in Lakemba have only been to 300 of those. And there we have it. With Drew Pavlou approved maths, I can definitively declare that there are over 308 Woolworths in Lakemba. Whoa! Terrence Howard, watch out! There's a new maths in town.
Math, not maths.
Why?
Because Americans don't say maths.
So we have to. Okay. There's a new math in town. Andrew, come on. I bet if you knew that there was that much food in Lakemba, you wouldn't have been so hard on the suburb in your video. That's enough for today. I'm keen for Drew's crash out in response to this video. Let's see how he manages to blame Libs and the CCP for his pre-diabetes.
Watch the video I sent you.
No.
We're not available right now. Please call back later.
I haven't even opened these Fluka yet. I'm already getting calls.
A Han customer. You want to use the bathroom? It's right over there.
Dante, son of Espa.
Right. Looks like you've heard of me. You
Talked about yourself. I've come to deliver an invitation for your brother. Please accept.
Okay.
This lag is so annoying today.
not available right now. Please call back later.
the fucking dust from them just doing this little prop thing that's kicked up.
We're not available right now. Please call back later.
I haven't even opened these Fluka yet. I'm already getting calls.
Customer, you want to use the bathroom? It's right over there.
Dante, son of Espa.
Right. Looks like you've heard of me. You
Talked about yourself. I've come to deliver an invitation for your brother. Please accept.
That's so dangerous. Like, that table is not even a table, it's just balancing. What the fuck? Bro, there's holes in the door.
Let's begin.
Watch out, children.
You! Bravo, demon boy. Blushing demon boy. You're strong, huh?
What the fuck is happening?
But your path is that way.
And I know where I'm going, but I don't know if I'll kill you now.
Follow my advice.
The path is over there.
If my brother wants to see me, then bother him.
I think the most impressive thing is that they even had a computer to do the After Effects on.
We're not available right.
My least favorite word, hands down, is the N-word, which I learned to loathe growing up in Detroit's inner city, where it occasionally raised its head like a cobra. I understand what makes it unacceptable for whites, but I confess that I still don't fully understand what makes it acceptable for blacks.
Now I got this job.
How do we get non-black people to stop saying nigger and to start using the N-word?
97211. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder.
And a Jefferson County high school teacher has now received the longest suspension on record for calling a student the N-word.
Paula Dean, good morning. It's nice to see you.
It's nice to be here.
Right now, as we sit here, it seems to me an informal jury of your peers and your fans and your critics and your business associates are weighing the question, is Paula Dean a racist? So I'll ask it to you bluntly. Are you a racist?
No.
Yes, even in America. Like when 5 children in an upper-class suburb in this country write the hated word nigger in code word in their school albums.
Well, the other thing I wanted to ask you about, because I kept thinking to myself as I read the language in the book, if I use some of the terms in your circle, you'd have been a difficult life. The word I'm thinking of is the word nigga.
Yeah.
That you kept using among yourselves, among your other friends.
No other word in the American vocabulary has sparked more passion, debate, vitriol, and censorship than the word nigger. It's likely that just hearing the word made you cringe a little. But one thing's for certain, non-black people would still be casually saying the word nigger if it wasn't for O.J. Simpson. I'm fascinated by the way little moments can have an outsized impact.
It's so interesting. God, my leg is insane. I don't know if the video is visible because of how bad it is. I may also shut off my computer.
I can hear the video fine. I can see most of them.
But when I talk, it takes 5 seconds for me.
To register. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I'm restarting.
Just reset it. Okay. Save the game.
On the world. The way little decisions can snowball into unstoppable avalanches of consequence. There are few greater examples of this idea in American pop culture history than the O.J. Simpson trial. Almost 30 years later, we are still obsessed with the smallest details and side characters in this story. I mean, there are literally dozens of highly produced documentaries and movies about OJ's eventual acquittal. Folks are still scratching their heads in bewilderment, asking what went wrong, where do we fail, how did he get away with it? I'm not particularly interested in rehashing whether or not OJ did it, mainly because I think the obsession with OJ's trial was always about more than the crime he was accused of committing. More on that in a bit. OJ has managed to stay relevant to this very day. He has nearly 1 million Twitter followers, and videos of him doing random things ride the algorithmic wave every few months.
Hey Twitter world, this is yours truly. Now coming soon to Twitter, you'll get to read all my thoughts and opinions on just about everything. Now there's a lot of fake OJ accounts out there, so this one, at the real OJ32, is the only official one. So this should be a lot of fun. I got a little getting even to do. So God bless, take care.
OJ is the gift that keeps on giving, and boy has he given us a lot. We wouldn't have the Kardashians without OJ. Jay-Z's 444 album wouldn't be complete without OJ.
OJ like, I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
And most importantly, non-black people would still be casually saying without OJ. Technically, we should thank this guy. That's Chris Darden, the black man tasked with prosecuting OJ for the 1994 murder of Nicole Simpson and Ronald Goldman. Chris Darden may be the most unlucky man in the history of American jurisprudence.
The attorney for the man accused of killing rapper Nipsey Hussle is withdrawing from the case. Chris Darden, the former LA County prosecutor who was on the O.J. Simpson murder trial, he noted that he and his children have received threats since he took on the case.
Yeah, that's rough. But he should also be recognized as an unsung hero in meaningfully changing racial discourse forever. It's no secret that the OJ trial, known as the trial of the century, stopped being about OJ at some point in the legal proceedings. Whether intentionally or by chance, OJ's trial became a proxy for the never-ending, eternal debate on race in America.
63% of whites feel that O.J. Simpson can get a fair trial, while 61% of blacks say he cannot. Has race now taken center stage as we continue dissecting this courtroom drama?
And through the course of the trial, it became explicitly about the word nigger. There's a specific moment when this happened. It was when OJ's legal team discovered that the lead detective in the case, Mark Furman, routinely used the word nigger to describe black people.
And you say on your oath that you have not addressed any black person as a nigger or spoken about black people as niggers in the past 10 years, Detective Furman.
That's what is the 70s?
And that there were recordings of him doing so while bragging about brutalizing black people.
You were trying to find a bruise on a nigger?
As you can imagine, doubt was immediately cast on whether or not the crime scene evidence that he discovered could be trusted. Questions swirled about whether or not he planted the now infamous glove to frame a successful black man. People wondered if the LAPD, notoriously cruel toward the black community, could even be trusted to carry out a fair assessment of the accused multi-hyphenate entertainer. OJ's defense made such a big deal out of this blockbuster revelation that the entire case became about these tapes, and by extension, the word nigger. As you can imagine, the prosecution hated this angle.
But I'm so offended by those remarks, I would rather not stand at the same podium at which he stood a few moments ago. The issue here is whether this defendant killed Nicole Brown or Ron Goldman or not. The issue here isn't my ethics. The issue here isn't racism. The issue here isn't Detective Furman. This case is a circus, and they've made it a circus.
The defense, led by Johnny Cochran, was seizing control of the narrative by centering one of the bloodiest words in American history. The prosecution was going to have to convince a majority black jury to trust the integrity of their star witness, Mark Furman, after hearing him commit the cardinal sin of racism and break the nigger rule of 1968. If you've never heard of that rule, that's okay, I made it up. Okay, I didn't make it up, I just made up the name, but it's real. The rule is simple. After the year 1968, the word nigger is to be avoided, only permissible when quoting someone else. This rule is pretty intuitive, but Republican political strategist Lee Atwater gives it some helpful context in what are known as the Southern Strategy tapes. Yes, I know, another set of tapes, but bear with me. This political strategy was designed to help Republicans capitalize on the racial hostility of Southern white people after the Civil Rights Movement. Here, I'll let Lee Atwater explain it himself.
You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts you, backfire. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract now. You're talking about cutting taxes, and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites.
Atwater's description is the Cliff Notes version of how the word nigger became politically unsayable as an insult. And in many ways, this development was great. For nearly 400 years, the word had been used to harm, control, demean, and categorize black people as a subhuman species. And suddenly, the tide of public opinion had rendered it virtually untouchable by 1968. This is largely a testament of the incredible narrative success of the Civil Rights Movement. Being racist in explicit terms wasn't cool anymore, and the country knew it. There are, however, a few problems still present here. One, the intentional and sinister abstraction of racism that Atwater describes. That has forever changed the identifiability of racism and has thrusted us into an era of what one author describes as racism without racists. Secondly, just because the word became politically unsayable in popular culture as an insult doesn't mean that it completely fell out of the American lexicon. For starters, I was born in the early 90s and have been called a nigger in my lifetime. Bigots.
So I think one of the more interesting things about this video, because you know how YouTube hates bad language in the beginning of a video?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So the only time he hasn't bleeped himself saying the word was in the beginning.
In the very start.
And he's let other people say it unbleeped, but he himself has been editing himself saying it since that first time. And I think that's a very fascinating approach, considering how sensitive YouTube is about these things.
Yeah, I heard that YouTube is hitting something else now that's like moronic. Humming music. Humming a song will now.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you even have the melody of a song,
which is a blatant abuse of DMCA. Like there should be a class action lawsuit.
It's because the AIs they're using can't tell the difference because they're fucking robots.
Yeah. There should be a class action lawsuit suing YouTube for breaching the DMCA.
You know, there's a class action lawsuit right now over on AI companies.
I did know this, yes. Over data centers, right?
No, over scraping.
Oh yes, Facebook
video content.
Fucking Zuck got zucked again.
So you know who's doing it?
I'm assuming XAI.
Ethan Klein.
He launched the lawsuit.
He's suing Nvidia.
Oh my
Google,
God!
A bunch of different companies.
Wow.
Because they stole revenue from YouTube creators.
Yeah, they did. And now they're hitting YouTube creators for using it.
Yeah, so he launched a class action lawsuit, and it's been in the works for a while now.
Beautiful.
He just revealed that he's the one behind it.
Fantastic. That's great. Yeah. A Jew using litigants to do good things.
Stop. You can't be doing that while we're watching a video on the N-word.
Still exist? Have you heard of Call of Duty? This means that the word still holds a great deal of potency as a slur to this very day. For many black people today, hearing the word is startling and angering because the dehumanizing intent is so clear.
I called you a nigger. You're a nigger.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Nigger.
Okay.
It's mind-boggling that even after
Calm
being
down, Karen. Holy shit.
The video be looking like shit for me. I don't know about you.
It was that bit. It's everywhere else.
I am
fine.
launching Civ though. But I just love the punch cut to the children behind her.
Yes. Yeah. I did not know that that was Ethan. That's great. That's honestly fantastic. So it's over training LLMs.
Yeah,
on
scraping
YouTube data specifically. Yeah. Interesting. What potentiality of this working is there?
I mean, it's pretty far along. They keep adding more companies to it.
Oh, cool. That's great. That's good to see. Interesting. So what's the actual complaint? It's purely the data scraping, taking revenue?
Well, they don't want these AIs to be trained to start making YouTube slop for starters. They're protecting their own interests there.
Could we jump on that because they demonetized us almost certainly because of AI?
No, it's about data scraping. Okay. They have a list of
reasons
what's been actually scraped. So you have to be inside that list that was targeted by the scraper.
Okay. Interesting. So it's not so much overall AI use on YouTube, it's specifically the data scraping. Okay.
Yes.
Fascinating. That's good to see.
And they're not suing YouTube themselves. I may have said they sued Google. They're not suing Google or YouTube because technically YouTube has the rights to scrape that data.
Okay.
But they sued a bunch of other companies, including NVIDIA.
Which would set precedent, which would impact YouTube regardless. Yeah. Smart move. Bro's got some good lawyers. Although who's the lawyer?
Attorney Tom from YouTube.
Really? Interesting.
You know that guy?
No, but I didn't.
Sometimes he wears wears an eye patch, but he hasn't been making content in a while. And he revealed it's because he's been working on this case.
Interesting. Fascinating. That's great. It's good that a YouTube lawyer is also doing the case. I think that's a really good choice. But then they could, or maybe they could argue personal grievances. But
they can argue whatever they want.
But he's working in a professional capacity, so even if he was a YouTube lawyer, which he is, I don't think personal grievances would matter because it's about law. Right? So I don't think that sort of conflict of interest would matter so much.
This bitch not launching.
Civ does that sometimes.
Ba ba ba.
of the demeaning and lethal power of the word, some white people still want to use it.
I don't know what to do when I hear my friends using this word in a song. I don't know what to do when it's all the time.
Words don't have meaning without context, okay? When I was young and I used to go see my family.
Who's Hassan
in
campaigning
Philadelphia,
for
my dad was from.
Senate
They
race?
will all call him
Abdul?
Yeah, something like that. I forgot his name off the top of my head. It's not Minnesota, Michigan.
Michigan. Okay. Okay.
And after Hassan came in, that guy became the front runner. So this
No
whole
shit.
like trying to cancel Hassan drama is even funnier.
That's great.
Because it just shows that you're wrong.
Do we think that his comment on Kat's stance on Taiwan impacted her election at all?
Yes.
It did?
Yes.
Would you associate that with why she lost?
No.
I wouldn't either. It's just, you would think that he would be smarter about this thing. That like, oh, maybe putting yourself behind her would have been a smarter idea, but yeah, whatever. Yeah, who gives a shit? Yeah, just
China
another-
comes first.
Yeah, exactly. Just another Israeli bomb voting fuckwit instead of Kat. Good choice, Hassan.
His name is William Paul Coates.
Because my friend sent
no
me a
one
video.
in Baltimore call him.
Sent me a video of him talking about bombs to Israel, whatever, housing, whatever, and she basically said the Fox News hates this man so much, and I'm like, it's completely unwarranted because the things that you need to criticize him for, none of the mainstream media are actually criticizing him on. They're just doing personal attacks to try and defame him so he has less impact on the races.
And it's the reason why all this has really started against Hassan all of a sudden randomly is because you look at all these fucking polls that are showing that nobody fucking likes Israel now.
Yeah. So they're trying to recover the Israeli vote.
All these fucking Israeli lobbyists
freaking out,
are desperately trying to get him out of there because it's going to impact their ability to do genocide.
Yeah, exactly. Or get away with it anyway. Whitewash it with money. It's alright. History will tell us all exactly what happened. There's so much documentation of Gaza. Nobody in the future is going to consider it not a genocide.
I probably sent it to you. The fucking Lebanese ambulances that were bombed.
No.
Triple tap.
Triple. Great. Thanks, Israel.
Actually, it might be a quad.
Boy, how many ambulances?
Well, hang on. Let me see if I sent it to you. Okay. I see Popular Front has reposted it, so let's go to their Instagram real quick. Have you seen this? They're having the Basiji drive around girls with a pink Jeep and like pink AKs. Literal pink washing.
No, I didn't say that. That's... Wow.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
The Israeli military today launched 3 consecutive attacks on 3 different teams of paramedics, all operating in the southern Lebanese town of Meyfadoun. And what we heard from the Lebanese...
So, that's why I said it's a quad. So, it's the first bombing, Then 3 different paramedic teams that showed up to help the victims of the bombing were struck. That's a fucking quad tap. Worse than Assad.
Health Ministry was that first there was a paramedic team that, as is normal, responded to an emergency call. They were going to the site of an Israeli airstrike where there were wounded people they needed to rescue. And as they were arriving to Meifadoun, they were hit by an Israeli drone strike, killing 2 paramedics at that site and wounding others. And then the paramedics sent yet another team in order to rescue that first team. And as they were arriving to the town, another Israeli strike hit that team and wounded 3 of those paramedics. So then the civil defense decided to send yet a 3rd team in order to rescue the first and the second teams. They were also hit when arriving to the town. Another 2 paramedics were killed in that 3rd strike, and more were wounded. The Lebanese Health Ministry has condemned this as a blatant violation of international law, saying medical facilities should never be a target under the Geneva Conventions. We're still waiting for comment from the Israeli military on exactly what it was targeting in these strikes. And we know from the past that Israel has accused the Hezbollah militant group that it is fighting a war with the south of using medical facilities and ambulances as cover for its militant activities. But it has not provided evidence of this.
Militant activities.
So far in this war, Israeli strikes have killed more than 91 health workers so far, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry.
It is a big achievement for us, eating in the
Yeah, outskirts of the hospitals, meaning ambulances. Did your game crash?
Well, it gave me a crash report, but you know what I say.
Don't click the crash report?
Yeah.
Mine crashed too.
I don't know what to do when I hear my friends using this word in a song. I don't know what to do when it's all the time.
Words don't have meaning without context, okay? When I was young and I used to go see my family in Philadelphia where my dad was from, they will all call him Billy. His name is William Paul Coates. No one in Baltimore called him Billy, and had I referred to my father as Billy, that probably would have been a problem. That's because the relationship between myself and my dad is not the same as the relationship between my dad and his mother and his sisters who...
This is such a good response by him.
Who this bloke?
Coates.
Oh, this is okay.
Billy, that probably would have been a problem. That's because the relationship between myself and my dad...
Let me just go back.
People still want to use it.
I don't know what to do when I hear my friends using this word in a song. I don't know what to do when it's all the time.
Words don't have meaning without context, okay? When I was young and I used to go see my family in Philadelphia where my dad was from, they will all call him Billy. His name is William Paul Coates. No one in Baltimore called him Billy, and had I referred to my father as Billy, that probably would have been a problem. That's because the relationship between myself and my dad is not the same as the relationship between my dad and his mother and his sisters who he grew up with. It's the same thing with words within the African American community, or within any community. My wife, with her girlfriend, will use the word
my wife.
I do not join in. I don't, say, hey, I want to... The question one must ask is why so many white people have difficulty extending things that are basic laws, of how human beings interact to black people.
The history of the word nigger has laden it with barbs so intractable that even hearing someone use the word to quote someone else using the word is just unacceptable. And for the most part, we've all agreed to that. Today, up until the mid-1990s, it was common for public figures to just blurt out the word when quoting someone else or asking a question.
Whenever Douglas said nigger, the Democratic papers changed it to Negro. That's why I went back to the opposition transcripts, because they didn't have those embellishments and those edits, and that's softening.
Back to OJ's trial. Johnny Cochran's plan to introduce these nigger tapes into the trial would make the word a constant part of the courtroom discourse, which would inevitably extend to the nearly non-stop news coverage of the case and naturally embed itself into the national conversation around America. Water coolers and barbershops and dysfunctional family dinners would suddenly be littered with the word nigga.
That, you know, nigga this, nigga please, nigga, you know, can you lend a nigga a pencil?
I'd like to imagine that Chris Darden couldn't abide such a possibility. He later stated how much he hated the word and wouldn't allow it to be said in his own home. And so he refused to say it in the courtroom, instead creating the now ubiquitous euphemism for the word nigger, N-word. Let me set the scene. Darden is making his case to Judge Lance Ito for why these tapes shouldn't be introduced into the trial. Darden's speech, and make no mistake about it, it was a speech, is a soaring 3,370 word diatribe, all about why the majority black jury would be utterly and irreversibly prejudiced if the N-word was introduced into the courtroom. Unfortunately, not much of the actual courtroom footage from that day is on the internet. We have a short clip, the transcript, and this reenactment from the show American Crime Story.
The N-word is a dirty, filthy word, Your Honor. It is so prejudicial and inflammatory that the use of it in any situation will evoke an emotional response from any African American. We're talking about a word that blinds people. And when you mention that word to this jury, it will blind them to the truth.
Understandably, Johnny Cochran took exception to this description of Black America.
First and foremost, Your Honor, I would like to apologize to African Americans across this country. It is preposterous to say that African Americans collectively are so emotionally unstable that they cannot hear offensive words without losing their moral sense of right and wrong. They live with offensive words, offensive looks, offensive treatment every day.
Darden refers to the N-word 5 times, never once uttering the actual word. I actually looked through the New York Times archives. There's no trace of the N-word being used in this way. In fact, they'd only printed something about an N-word once, and they were referring to nuclear power. Christopher Darden gifts the American people in the most closely watched trial in history an alternative and changes the course of racial dialogue forever. That is perhaps the most incredible part of the story. Not only Chris Darden's refusal, but also how willingly society adopted an alternative to a word deeply embedded into our vocabulary.
Hello, friends. I'm making this video to talk about the most regretful and shameful thing that I've ever had to talk about publicly.
Are you a racist?
No, I'm not. I'm
Yes,
not a
you
racist.
are.
I never should have said what I said. It was wrong. I'm embarrassed by it.
The veteran instructor was terminated recently after using the N-word in class to make a point.
Of a human being.
I don't know how it came out
Glad
of
you're
my
dead.
mouth.
Or under oath that you have used a word that is the most offensive word you can use to describe an African American. So how does someone use the N-word, whether in anger or in a joke or in private, the most offensive word to African Americans, and not be considered a racist?
Yes. The day I used that word, it was a world
my
ago.
game crashed.
And I tell you what, if there's anyone out there that has never said something that
The white tears.
if you're out there, please pick up that stone and throw it so hard.
How funny would it be if she got hit in the head with something
rock?
right here? Not even a rock, just anything. Like a sign from God, like the light falls on her.
That would be impeccable timing.
Fuck her. Racist.
What was she in? Like, what was she
She
doing?
was a fucking Food Network host that made the most unhealthy food of all time.
Amazing. Like,
you should also...
Epic
You
Meal
should
Time.
go look.
Epic Mealtime with Paula Deen. He short-circuited. Hello. Did you read the messages I sent you? I sent you a lot. Many, many, many messages. Wow. Open corruption. Just... I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. It's crazy.
Alright, I'll load from the autosave this time.
Uh-huh.
You should go look at the Mulan video I sent you on Instagram.
Also, to the messages that I sent you, anybody who wants to send me recommendations for books on fascist history, anti-fascist history, any kind of understanding of fascism, history around it, pre-Germany, pre-Italy, leading up to it, that kind of shit, send it to me on Discord or wherever, because I'm gonna use my local library to build a collection. Because I don't know if that's a thing that libraries would have, so I'm like, I can put in books for them to buy, so I'm gonna do that. So yeah, if anybody knows good ones, send them my way. Bing bing.
Look at this racist crying.
The steady hum of machinery.
Are you talking about the video you most recently sent?
Vision
the Mulan one.
ash and soot.
Is that the
These
guy
are
with
signs of
the knife?
changing times. The lure of scientific and cultural advancements.
It's Mulan.
Is the engine driving your realm forward.
When?
Now your challenge is to
Go
maintain the
scroll
delicate
up.
balance between
It
earth
literally
and
says
valley,
historically
between peace
accurate
and
Mulan.
war.
Your enemies will fear you, King Basil II. For you were forged in the fire.
You should
Let
also
your
check out that
cunning
cop
and
video I
ambition
sent.
Sharpen
That's a
your
good one.
blade. Protect your pride and stand against your foes, both within your walls and beyond.
I'm not touching this shit until it loads. We're loading, we're loading, we're loading, we're loading.
That it kills me. Please, I want to meet you. I want to meet you. I is what I is, and I'm not changing.
And just like that, a single decision that snowballed into an unstoppable avalanche of consequence. Hey, thanks for watching. If you like this video, give it a like and consider subscribing. I'm just getting started, so those kinds of things go a long way. I'll be making explain
a bunch of stuff.
Your family got the visa to move to the States and to leave the refugee camp in Kenya. Also, you learned how to scrap. Is that where you learned how to scrap?
No, I mean I've got 6 older siblings.
Times. You were in the government and you had 4 kids at the Korea?
Yeah, it was wild.
Were you losing your mind?
It was actually more entertaining because I remember like I was.
I don't know.
Yeah, but as Prince said, it keeps the bad people away.
One thing that kind of is a little bit upsetting to me is that enemy of the show, Mr. Hassan Peaker, got you. He snuck in there, and he gave you a tea that everyone, it's become a meme. Hassan got some store-bought bottled tea that was warm, and everyone's like, wow, he's such a great guy. So
It's one of my favorites, though.
Fine, but what I've done one better.
Okay.
I've gotten
It's a big challenge.
I've gotten authentic Somali tea. We're gonna do a cooking segment, late night talk show style. Can we get the boys out here? And we're gonna do a segment called Somali tea.
Okay.
Where
We're actually gonna make Somali tea.
we're gonna make Somali tea. You're gonna
Okay.
teach me how, but I'm also gonna spill some Somali tea.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
I don't know if you've.
I don't know if Trump will approve of this, but.
What do you mean? Well, I heard Donald Trump's been getting fat. That's like that kind of thing. We're spilling tea. Hurry up, guys. She's not sure about the show yet. We got to really win her over with this Somali tea.
Did you hear it from Trump?
No, we're not that kind of.
You can't believe. Okay, I'm just saying.
We're not going to do racism.
I'm just saying your tea can't come.
No, listen, sis. We're spilling the tea, and it's going to be piping hot.
These things need to be grind. Would you have a?
No, no. Here are the leaves.
Okay,
These are special.
but the cardamom needs to be broken. And
Oh my God! I look like an idiot,
And
guys. What do I turn this on? Extra hot? Do we have water?
We need water.
Oh, behind me. Oh,
okay.
So yeah, from a
Is
very
this on?
yeah. Look how expensive this looks, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, this is just. I feel like a Jimmy Fallon, huh? Well, maybe I can serve a little piping hot tea. Because I was on SomaliSpot.com.
Okay.
And I heard that the truth about that Ashraf guy on TikTok is that he's rich because he and his brother work for / own an NGO in Somalia.
Oh.
But you didn't hear that from me.
Okay.
Do you get it? It's like tea.
I got it.
Okay. I don't know. A little birdie.
I'm struggling trying to keep
Oh,
some
I'm
of these
sorry.
things open. It's
I
fine.
should be-
We're good to go.
Well, that's so what? A dash of clove.
Yeah.
Looks
got
like you
some
put about.
cinnamon, cardamom. It needs to be broken up, but okay.
Okay, just everyone. A little birdie told me that the president of Somaliland, Abdurrahman Mohammed Abdullahi, has announced a sweeping cabinet reshuffle involving new appointments, dismissals, and transfers across key ministries. But you didn't hear that from me, sis.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay.
We were putting you to work. You're the guest. This is going to be delicious, I'm sure. I don't know if you heard this, but Ethiopia and Eritrea have been saying that they have more beautiful lighthouses than us.
Well, we have the longest coast in Somalia, so I don't know.
Yeah, and I heard Eritrea said she had breathing issues, but really, it was a nose job. Oh my God, we're being so bad right now. So that's our bit, Somali tea. We're gonna. This is by far the stupidest thing we've ever done on the show. Can someone take the hot plate and then pour us the tea?
Yeah. If
no.
you lift that, I can lift this.
No, we
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Okay. Ow! No, this is terrible. This is very dangerous.
I'll move the whole table. You grab that. There we go.
Wow.
I'll leave this there.
Guys, our first cooking segment has been an absolute winner. Justin, don't put it in a solo cup. It's going to melt it.
That's what Caleb told me.
No, we have these.
Yeah.
And I was about to say, do we have mugs? It's very
I've really enjoyed learning about you for this episode. And I think that you're obviously, do you feel like you're one of the most well-known members of Congress? I mean,
sure.
Would it be fair to say that you're used as a political cudgel?
Yeah, I might be a little bit of a boogeyman for the MAGA, yeah.
Yeah. And it started pretty much immediately,
pick
if
Congo.
I remember correctly.
Yes, right after I won.
I'm choosing myself for less
primary race
grievances.
for the state house, so nobody should have actually known who I was. But
Well, how did Maroon 5 find out who you were? I don't know if any of you know this, but in the Girls Like You video, you are along with Ellen DeGeneres, Gal Gadot,
J-Lo,
if I could be
Cardi
a fly
B.
on that. Cardi B?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess when did you come to national prominence or something? Like that was obviously before you were in Congress.
Well, when I won my state house race, they said I was the first Somali legislator to be elected in the United States, and I think people didn't distinguish the fact that I was a state legislator and not a member of Congress.
Really?
And so everybody was congratulating me. I was getting phone calls from like world leaders
On becoming
around
the
the
president
world.
of the United States. Yeah.
And people were going to the Capitol trying to find my office. And
So
then,
everyone is very stupid.
well,
Was it like just a very generous headline? Did they not?
yeah, I think that people don't, most people like don't know that state legislators and, you know, because you're called a representative when you're a state legislator.
Right.
And when you're in the House, you're also called a representative. So people, I think, just kind of confuse the two.
And you beat a lady
Oh,
who wanted
no.
to lower the voting age to 12?
They voted
Is that
for
correct?
me
She's
to
there
get
for
more
44 years,
grievances.
so,
Yeah. But she said
Who could have
13-year-olds
seen
to
this
vote?
coming?
She had some interesting ideas.
I think that's cool. I think kids rule. I think the maximum voting age should be 18.
I have a pretty smart 13-year-old, and I'm not sure she's ready to vote.
I think she is. I think the kids rock and teachers suck and there's too much homework. 13, that was my
They
bar
don't. They
mitzvah.
don't give as much homework as they used to when I was in high school. Now.
Oh, boo-hoo.
I know.
That rocks.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Oh no, it's sad. For a
Yeah.
parent, I'm like, I want the same torture I went through for my kids to go through.
Did you have them at home for COVID?
I did have them home for COVID.
And you-
Four kids.
You were in the government and you had 4 kids at the crib?
Yeah, it was
Goddamn.
wild.
Were you losing your mind?
It was actually more entertaining because I remember like one time I was cooking lunch and my youngest daughter, who was in elementary at the time, I think she was in 3rd grade, was doing PE through the computer and
Computer
like
PE.
yeah, and so I just like she was on her laptop at the dining room table and I turned around and she was doing jumping jacks and it was it was a very weird thing to see her do and then like to hear everyone else like doing it through the noise that was coming from the computer.
That must stink though, that you can't like see your friends. for, like, 2
That was
years.
painful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
But
think
it was
that,
a good bonding time for I think the 4 of them.
Do you think we afford kids enough sympathy for that? I think we only talk about their like gender like
Wait,
surgeries.
the
but I don't
Congo
think we
got
talk
the
about
trade
fact
routes,
that
right?
They went through a tough
Excellent.
time growing
I'm gonna
up, no?
loot every fucking trade route.
Yeah, I mean there's a lot of like social interaction that was
I've already
missed
wiped
for a
out
lot of
3
the
of
kids
them.
that went
Yeah.
through COVID.
But they're weird now. They're
A
probably
little bit.
weird. You lost your mom young.
I did.
So,
One of his cities
you were
already has
2?
power.
2-ish, yeah.
So I guess like how did you you had to teach yourself how to be a mother?
I did, yeah. I mean, and I think, you know, I was actually just talking to my youngest daughter about this. I was raised by my dad and grandpa, and they were both strict, but they liked to talk to us as if we were adults. And so we, were free to have opinions.
That was
and debate
funny.
with them.
I spent money
It wasn't like
to buy
they didn't consider it
resources,
disrespectful.
and in response, I got
we had a lot
16
of
more
autonomy
gold per
as
turn.
kids, and so that's kind of how I
don't
raised
know how
my
that
kids.
works.
It's like they know what not to do, but they're also like very independent and.
Thank you, Justin. I appreciate it. Great timing. What's the l'chaim in Somalia? What's the cheers?
Oh, we don't do cheers, but.
Oh, because it's haram.
Yeah.
Well,
It
l'chaim.
didn't make it into our vocabulary.
L'chaim, yeah. I burned my tongue. So
Maybe salute.
Salute.
Yes, we were colonized by the Italians, so there's a lot of Italian influence.
Yeah, one thing when you were talking about your father, that kind of, I mean, my parents.
I thought they stopped
moved
at
to America
Ethiopia
as well, and I like had to kind of communicate American culture. I know you moved here as a child, but like beyond being a single dad, he also had to, was raising his kids
Somaliland
in this alien
exists
culture.
because
And
it was division
like
between Britain
really
and
part
Italy.
of your book,
Yes, of course.
where you talk about like where you want to wear like cute clothes in high school.
Yeah.
And he was like fine with that, but he's like, but no kissing.
Yeah.
If you kiss, I'm out. I'm out on that. You know?
Yeah, he was out on a lot of things.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I remember in 6th grade, my parents got me regular underpants, and then 6th grade you have to start changing for gym class.
Yeah.
And so I asked my parents if I can get boxers, and my dad was like, why would a boy care about his underpants? I was like, I don't know. People are calling me gay. I'm not gay. But.
Yeah.
And he's like, do you have body dysmorphia? I'm like, what does that mean? And so I had boxers for pajamas, and I used to just.
They do go from 0 to 100.
Immigrant parents, nothing makes sense to them. Yeah. It's really.
I do still have a little bit of that, even though like I've been here for over 30 years. I still do have like the little bit of the immigrant parent. My kids are like, okay, relax. Like, we were joking.
But you had to learn American.
Yes.
We're hopping around a lot because I want to get into your story before that. But what were the things that you could kind of educate? Was it the show Baywatch?
I mean, I could watch anything because
I love TV.
My dad didn't have any context to like what was on TV, what was appropriate or not appropriate, and he also had to work a lot, so he wasn't really home.
Yeah.
And so I watched like Family Matters and
Urkel.
Yeah.
You were raised on Urkel taught you.
I was raised on everything that would come on TV after I got off school. So just the TV was just on all the time. And like, but I didn't speak English, and I was struggling because the only words when I came at the age of 12 that I knew.
Did I do that?
No.
Steve Urkel.
No, I would learn that.
I know
but
your first words.
It was hello and shut up.
Hello, shut up.
And that's not fun when that's the only words you know in 6th grade. So
that's so cute.
Yeah, maybe.
But your teacher wrote something in your yearbook that I thought was adorable. I don't want to misquote it, but it said like, Ilhan, like age 11. Hello, shut up. Age 12. Hello, my name is Ilhan. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Like, it makes me want to cry. It's so cute.
It went, Mr. Miller. It was that was very cute.
So when did you first feel American, you know?
I don't know if there's a moment. I believe when I could communicate and like navigate life and feel like just like one of the other kids. Maybe when I felt like I was American, and maybe that was like 13, 14.
It's fast.
Yes.
'Cause you came here at 11, no?
12.
12. So in 2 years you learned English and
I was pretty fluent within like 3 to 6 months.
And you learned Baywatch. You learned.
I would watch the TV with the captions on, and then
TV.
my sister and I would just have the dialogue that they were having on TV.
Yeah.
And that was kind of like it helped, I guess, not to develop a strong accent as well. But like I think much of my English before I got into my formal education was like context based.
Yeah. All my non-American like family learned it from friends.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, Adam, you're such
funny.
a chandelier. You're so sarcastic. And I'm like, yeah, it's true, I am. I'm definitely not a Ross. I wish I was a Joey a little bit sometimes.
Nobody wants to be a Ross.
Ross? Oh, what a schmuck.
Yeah, no. I also don't know if I can handle a Joey.
Joey? Why, he's so stupid.
Yeah.
Joey's like, you feel like, you could toss him away.
Yeah, it was too painful to hang out
It was fun while it lasted,
yeah.
Joey, but you're no thinker.
Yeah.
I need someone more
I think
intellectual.
we could talk for an hour,
Yeah.
And I'm a conversationalist, so I'd like people who could hold.
And Joey would be like, "I thought you were a sommelier." Yeah, you're like Somalian. What's wrong with you, Joey? How do you even have a license to drive? You shouldn't be allowed to vote. You're spoken about so much, but I don't think people understand how much of a journey your life has been, and potentially how it's made you the person you are today.
Right.
Which is a person that's like, fuck you, I'm not going anywhere. You know?
Yeah.
We're born in Mogadishu. How old were you when the Civil War broke out?
8.
8. What were your memories of Somalia before that?
Well, this is the thing that people usually get upset about because they're like, oh, she just glorifies her childhood. And like, my childhood was pretty normal. It was,
Like not being in a war, that sounds pretty nice. The
I mean,
parts where that weren't
where
in a
that
war.
wasn't, part of my life. I grew up in a very loud, loving home. My mother, it's fascinating story culturally. In Somalia, the tradition is that if you get married, you have 2 options. Either you have your own home with, your wife and your kids, or if you don't have enough resources, the husband moves his wife in with his family. And
the in-laws.
Yes.
It's got to be annoying.
Well,
or beautiful.
It depends on who the in-laws are. And my mother was the firstborn of her family. And she wanted to help her dad economically. She wanted to help make sure her siblings were raised well. And
she was an ethnic minority too?
She's of Yemeni heritage, and so she was very adamant that any suitor had to agree to move in with her family, which was a cultural no-no. And so my dad, when supposedly there was this coffee shop that he would frequent after work, and she would come by that coffee shop to go home. And he said it was love at first sight. He wanted to know who this woman was, and started to show. He figured out where she worked and started to show up at her job, and kept asking to talk to her, and she wasn't interested. But eventually said yes, and
he wore her down.
He wore her down, and then she made her demand that, if they were to get married, he had to move in, and that was, I suppose, a hard choice for my father, but he was in love. With her mother and father and her siblings, I know. And he said yes, and I think, as it would be, it was probably one of the best choices he made. And so he moved in, and we were born in my grandfather's house. My grandmother died before I was born, so my mom had younger siblings that she had to help take care of as she was having kids. And so I grew up with my aunts and uncles along with my siblings, and so it was a full house.
And you were the youngest too.
I'm the youngest of 7, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Being a member of Congress and understanding what it's like to be a child in a war-torn environment. What was that like as an 8-year-old? I mean, what are your memories of that?
It's distorting because, like I said, I had a pretty normal childhood. My family was like middle class, upper middle class for Somalia standard in the 80s.
Yeah.
I lived with my mother before she passed, who had full-time employment, my father, my grandfather, my aunts and uncles who were all teachers. And so there's multiple salaries coming into our one household. And so we were pretty comfortable. And then, we went from one day just being a normal kid, going to school and playing. And the next day, kids around your age are walking around with rifles and there's bombs dropping.
38-year-olds?
Well, like
39-year-olds, shit.
8-year-olds, 8, 9-year-olds.
I know, I seem like an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
I look 8, but I'm 39.
Okay.
When you have a vote, I mean, I know that we're in a new kind of military operation, whatever the fuck that is. Do memories of like hearing gunfire, do they inform your kind of morality or your understanding of like what it means, what war is? Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I do think of war through the lens of someone who survived one.
Yeah.
And I understand that the lasting impacts of war.
Yeah.
It's the displacement. It's the trauma that you can't get rid of. I mean, I still have PTSD. There's certain environments that trigger it, and I think for a lot of people, especially a lot of people in the United States, unless you've been a service member and been
So you
in
said the
combat
field
zone,
cannons
people
will
can't
shoot
fully
twice
comprehend.
for me, yeah?
So they're just like, oh, there's war, and things get back to normal, and everybody's fine.
Regardless of when I buy them, or do they have to be upgraded?
Nobody accounts for the destruction that happens.
Your
Nobody
unit
accounts
should
for
keep the upgrades
missed
through the
years of
ages.
education that instability
we have a mod
brings,
that makes
the
it
loss of
so you
jobs,
keep
the
your
loss of
unique abilities.
infrastructure, the loss of your memories, the connection to family, to your history. I get a lot of people who are like, yeah, you should be grateful that you have this beautiful life. I am grateful enormously that I have this beautiful life.
More so.
But it comes with a cost.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of people, because we are in America, a lot of people just see people who come here seeking a new life, and just are like, why aren't you just really excited? And it's like, yeah, they are excited, but they also have the human capacity to miss what was lost.
Yeah.
My great grandmother, who also lived with us and helped raise us, I didn't see her for many years after the war. She passed away without me saying goodbye to her. And I would have loved to have been by her side when she passed away, as I was with my grandfather and father.
I think there's this notion of what a refugee is. In learning about you and researching for this, obviously there's a xenophobic thing happening, which is like, for the first time I'm 38 or 39. Fuck, I'm 39. It sounds so bad. I'm 40, and
I'm turning 44 this year, so I don't know why you hanged up on the.
She looks incredible.
Age.
I'm
And you're
older,
in
5.
Congress.
It sounds like.
We're the same age, and you're in Congress.
You would have been in 8th grade when I was
such a
graduating high
disappointment.
school, so you're okay.
Yeah, you would have bullied me probably.
No, I was very much opposed to bullying.
We would have been best friends, obviously.
Yeah, I would have fought your bullies for you.
No, I didn't have any because I was so funny.
That's
and
great.
all the bullies were laughing so much at my funny jokes. No, but
I thought that's how people become funny, is because they get bullied.
100%. 100%. Wow.
We're having a therapy session. Is that what's happening right now?
Yeah, I'm gonna get on the couch. Well, no, I think there's. It seems like this is the most xenophobic I've ever seen of the country, but also there's a notion.
Even more so, yeah, than his first term.
Oh, I mean, it's not him. It's just it's people, But on the other side, I think there's a notion of refugee. Like there's those like posters like refugees are welcome here, almost as if like, that like you're lesser than, kind of, even in the liberal sense, like, oh, please come, like, come sit down.
It's well-meaning though.
It's well-meaning for sure. But it's like
could be patronizing.
Being a refugee has equipped you as an adult, and is.
Oh yeah, I mean my resilience is because I was a refugee.
And you were supposed to come twice, and your security detail was supposed to do an extensive sweep. You had a Secret Service level security, because there are multiple people that are incarcerated for plotting assassinations. Obviously, we saw at the town hall recently that, but you fucking charged. You were like,
I did. I thought
you're like, what, bitch? Yeah. You charged him.
Yeah, I did the only thing I knew how to do.
What dawned on me, it was like, yeah, because she walked to Kenya as an 8-year-old or a 9-year-old,
Close enough. I didn't walk all the way to Kenya, but yes.
Well, you don't say walk to them. Make it sound worse. You got a piggyback ride? You went to, come on, just let me do let me do the Jewish thing. She walked to Kenya. And then seeing Republican candidates for office calling for your execution and seeing the president fixated on you, I think it's fair to say. Is that where your bravery comes from? I mean, or am I off base?
What I mean, and I think in the refugee story, I think, or any sort of displacement story through traumatic events, is that old adage of what doesn't break you makes you stronger. There are people who do end up being broken, right? But I think it did the opposite for me. I think it gave me a sense of I survived all of these things that could have destroyed me, could have killed me. And so what is the point of having fear? So I kind of really don't have the normal sense of fear. I mean, I have irrational fear of certain things, but I don't have...
Snakes?
I'm a little claustrophobic.
Me too.
Yeah. And I think that because we had to hide under beds, when the bombs would drop, and or try to hold on to the side of a wall just to make sure if it collapsed that you could crawl out. That I think those tight corners, being put in those tight corners, I think maybe helped me develop just a little bit of claustrophobia.
I feel bad for saying me too, but
but I mean, there's different things that happen, right?
I don't know.
Yeah. But I think when you are, 8 and you are crossing multiple checkpoints and people have guns pointed at you, you just develop a sense of I got through that. What else could happen?
It reminds me a lot of when my dad wouldn't get me boxer shorts when I was in 6th grade. We've both been.
How so?
We have different stories, and I've been through a lot.
Yeah, so it's very traumatic.
I didn't hit puberty until basically after 10th grade. So we've both been through a lot.
Isn't that not the normal age?
I know your grievance politics. No, it's not the normal age. In 6th grade, some of them are with beards, and we're how are we the same? 2 kids had sex in 6th grade, and I went home and cried. I don't know why I'm telling a sitting member of Congress this, but I cried, and I remember both their full names still to this day. I cried. I said, I thought we were just kids. Sex.
You saw them? Did they tell you about it?
I just heard.
What's the context of this?
The summer after 6th grade, you could beat both their names. Just had sex.
Oh God!
And I cried.
They're gonna sue
I
you.
thought we were gonna.
They're
try
gonna
kiss.
sue you for sharing this.
So tell us about Kenya. Did you chill with Malik Obama ever?
No.
Did you ever link up with Malik Obama? You know who he is? His brother?
Yeah.
He's MAGA.
Yeah, no.
I don't. He's a hater.
Yeah.
He's hating from Kenya. He's just tweeting and hating.
I don't think we were even in the same region of Kenya, but.
No. So your mentor in Kenya was Malik Obama. Is he related to Barack Obama, or is that a common last name? Is it Kim in Korea? I don't know. Your family got the visa to move to the States and to leave the refugee camp in Kenya. Also, you learned how to scrap. Is that where you learned how to scrap?
No, I mean I've got 6 older siblings. I've got 3 brothers. So.
And you've never lost one fight? You could beat up anyone in Congress?
I don't want my brothers being upset about this, but
you beat they butts? I don't know why I said it that way. You beat your brothers' butts? To a little girl?
We'll leave that to the imagination.
You were little though.
I was.
Did you do it in front of girls their age?
No.
Thank God.
No.
They would have never lived that down.
Yeah, but I rarely fought girls. I mostly fought boys.
She's such a gangster.
I'm sorry.
So,
well, girls are scratched, and I didn't want I didn't want my face scratched.
You're a boxing MMA fan.
I am a boxing MMA fan.
Do you like my favorite boxer, Naoya Inoue? Do you like him?
He's all right.
The monster? You think he's all right? The amount of power at that size.
Okay, all right.
Honestly, he's
I
your
am a
size.
fan of the sport. I don't really have.
You like Bud?
I don't. Who's Bud?
Crawford.
Yes.
He's the man.
Yes, he's amazing.
awesome.
We watched his last fight.
Against Canelo?
We just watched Wilder too.
Oh, yeah. This talk show is sponsored / brought an experience index. What is better? My fine accounts. Average person can change. Let's see here and there.
3 ads.
And
country in the
Would
world.
you rather than
where
3 at once or 3
you
littered
eventually
through?
Nah, I'm just saying, good for him.
And it's interesting because he was very right about that. You know, I don't know too many places where an immigrant can absorb the identity of the new nation they arrive in.
What I guess because it's not an ethnicity, right?
Yeah.
Like German is an ethnicity and nationality.
I know a lot of people use Japan as an example, which is crazy. But.
I mean, I guess that's the thing I always thought was awesome about America.
I mean, and the people here who would be, you know, the inhabitants of what was to become America, were not calling themselves that. And so I think that creates the distinction where, you know, like a country like Somalia, the people are Somali. So everyone else that's there, like they have their own ethnic backgrounds and stories, but there's a core group of people who are just Somali.
As a legislator that is, that's hijabi, black, and a woman, do you think that that is kind of on the surface why so much negative attention is paid to you? I mean,
I would say less because I'm a woman and black, more because I'm an immigrant and visibly Muslim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing that's odd to me is like the Obama era, right? Like you seem like a person that like it would be the State of the Union or something, and you point to the balcony, you'd be like, Ilhan Omar was a refugee in Kenya, and she came to America, and she worked her way up and became a success. You know, it used to be something that we celebrate.
Yeah,
and
but I think that is the backlash, is because it was celebrated, right? Because like the reason, you know, earlier you asked, like, why does, you know, how does everybody know you? How do you, you know, come to national attention? It's because I was the first for a whole community that like was barely recognized as being in the country. And, you know, here I am less than, you know, a little over 20 years after arriving here as a kid, as a member of Congress.
You're the first African refugee?
I am the first African born.
You're the first Somalian?
Yeah.
You're the first Muslim woman?
Yeah, to wear a hijab. We came in together, yeah.
Rashida, but was it alphabetical?
Yeah, but I'm also the first Muslim not born in the U.S. to ever serve in Congress.
Oh, so Rashida doesn't have that on you?
No, she's born here.
Yeah, she's born here.
Yeah.
That's kind of soft of Rashida.
Yeah. I mean, and Keith Ellison was born here, Andre Carson was born here, and Latifah Simon was born here. So there's 4 of us that are in Congress.
Yeah.
But everybody seems to only remember I'm the Muslim one that exists there because I'm visibly Muslim and I'm also an immigrant.
Do you think they're also haters because, like, I don't know, everyone's uglier?
No. People are beautiful in their own ways.
You think Lindsey Graham is beautiful in his own way?
I'm sure somebody thinks Lindsey
You work
Graham
at an
is.
ugly office. Okay, let's be real. Have you seen some of these people? Why we let them in charge of us? You can admit
It is not a beauty
Ilhan,
contest.
Ilhan, okay, listen, I'm not. Look at them. Some of the, you think Mitch McConnell got there because of pretty privilege? You think? Well, what
you think I got there because of pretty privilege?
No, I think you overcame a lot.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't know where we were going with this.
I'm just saying, you
know,
got to work at an ugly place.
One of my opponents, when I first ran for office,
was busted.
Said that I was gaining traction because I was attractive.
And you were like, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah. No, I appreciated the compliment, but I'm pretty sure it was more than that.
When you got into the House, I I think probably our audience's understanding of Nancy Pelosi is kind of probably negative. I don't know. People are hate Congress in general. Can you tell us a little bit about like, what she told you about being a woman in government? Why are you laughing? I meant to say that. Why is she laughing at me?
I don't know if she...
Did I say woman? How did I say it? Sorry. I've just never met someone in a Maroon 5 music video with Ellen and Gal Gadot and Millie Bobby Brown. Young Millie.
No, I mean, Pelosi is a fascinating person because, she's an only daughter to a family of like many boys.
Yeah.
So
also a political family.
Yeah, and she had her own, I think, strengthening growing up with lots of brothers in the same way that I did. She was very close with her father, like I did. So we had sort of, some of those kind of things in common. A little toughness in us that was intentionally built by our brothers and father. And I don't take bullshit. She doesn't take bullshit. So it was easy to connect in that way.
She said that they're going to be mean to you because you're a girl?
No, but I mean, she's she also had to denounce me a few times, So
we all denounced you a few times.
Yeah. So, I think she understood that I didn't care.
I think the first time I heard about you was during the Benjamin's tweet. Mm-hmm. And something that really pissed me off was that I feel like a lot of people online people I would expect even, kind of took the bait on that one.
Yeah, it was a generational miss.
Yeah. But there was a soul voice that spoke out of the darkness on your behalf.
Okay.
Online. What was it like to hear that person standing up for you?
Do you know about this tweet?
No.
Oh my god, it's so clever and legendary. He'll explain it.
Who's... Is that you, Adam? Okay.
I got in big trouble.
Okay. Well, we appreciated it.
You're going to get mad at me about what I said, but I was upset because people are lecturing you on anti-Semitism.
Uh-huh.
Just to back up, you had a tweet about AIPAC, which is a lobbying organization, right? Which uses...
very toxic lobbying organization.
Sure. We know them. We love them. No, but you got a tweet that was all about the Benjamins, like meaning that money and government. Also,
like from the song.
Also, the it's
rap
a song.
Yeah.
Also, his name is Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, it worked on three. It was a triple entendre.
Well, the other layers had no factor in.
It was
outside
bars.
of the
It was
outside
bars.
of the bars. Yeah.
And
but like I said, I think I was too young for a lot of the people who were commenting on it.
Yeah, they were like Benjamin Franklin would never. And then I got upset because you were getting lectured by a certain daughter of a former president, and I did a mean tweet, and she found it. I didn't even at her, and so she said that I was an anti-Semite. I tweeted, Chelsea Clinton isn't even Jewish; she's just ugly. Sorry.
Is that a real tweet?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I was upset on your behalf. And people are piling on. I regret it, and I'm sorry. Jewish comedy, the basis of Jewish comedy is self-deprecation. I'm just saying we're ugly. Okay.
We have that in common. Somalis are very much like
we
that.
hate ourselves and
or don't take ourselves too seriously.
Listen, just seeing that one voice out of the darkness.
Yeah, it encouraged other people. Yeah.
Was that? When did you know that it was going to be like this? I suppose. Like, did you? Because that was fairly early on.
It was my
when did it
first month, third week.
First month at the job, everyone's telling you that you're Adolf Hitler or something. You know? Did it dawn? When did it dawn on you? It's going to be like this. Did it dawn on you then, or was it? Your second month when they said you were Idi Amin or something. Your third month when they said you were Pol Pot or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I guess like when I first ran, you know, I thought of all the horrible things that could happen, wrote a list of 10 worst possibilities, and none of it has actually happened. So
what were some of them?
It's bad.
Bad ones?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it so somebody can do it to me. I'm not putting it out.
You don't want the bad guys to get any ideas. That's smart.
Yeah. But I mean, like so I think I keep a level-headedness because it's not as bad as I thought, which is kind of crazy
so
because
Jewish.
everybody's like, oh my God, this is horrible. And I'm like, it's really not as bad as it could be.
The strange thing to me is that Somalis are such a small ethnic minority in America, and there's a fixation that's surfaced.
Yeah.
And Trump was talking about them in 2016.
Man, wait until they find out about the South Sudanese.
Yeah, he came to Minnesota.
Yeah.
And said we were there without the permission of Minnesotans and we should all get out.
You didn't ask?
Apparently.
Why Minnesota? What about Arizona or something?
There are
There
are Somalis in Arizona.
Yeah, the smart ones. Why don't you go up there with the snow? It's as different as possible.
We're naturally nomads, which culturally means, somebody usually goes to a place and says,
why do you nomad away from the snow?
This is a good place for people to live and raise a family. And, my family was settled in Arlington, Virginia, and that's where I went to middle school. And, my older siblings, realizing that I'd missed 4 years of schooling, really wanted a good education system for me so that I could graduate on time and, not, get lost in the system. And they were doing research in Minnesota at the time, had really good education system. And so that's how we ended up in Minnesota. But the first family in Minnesota came from San Diego, actually.
Well, it's way nicer there in San Diego.
Yeah,
it's
but
fabulous.
the cost, he had a lot of kids, and the cost of living was too much.
Oh, California, don't get me started.
Yeah, so he moved to Marshall, Minnesota.
That sounds terrible.
Where it was like he was paying 10% for rent than what he was paying in San Diego.
Just the fucking Congo.
Yeah.
He had the freedom to start a business, and I think he's the first Somali millionaire.
I want to talk about Minneapolis. I kind of have this well, first off, I think it's valuable to hear from obviously 2 constituents of yours were killed, right?
When?
By
What?
ICE and CPP.
Yeah, I think first off, just tell us what you saw transpire in your district, in your home city.
Yeah, I mean, the federal occupation of Minnesota was a little...
Love her calling it the federal
scary.
occupation.
Over 4,000
Is what it is.
ICE and CPP agents. And it was, masked men patrolling the streets with machine guns, stopping cars, dragging people out of the cars, breaking windows, arresting people who were telling them that they were citizens, had their documents, they were legally in the United States. Obviously they killed Renee Good and Alex Preddy for just monitoring and documenting the brutality that they were witnessing, with so many people being disappeared, so many businesses being shut down. Lots of empty schools. There was a third of our schools had presence of children.
Yeah.
It was very, very scary.
What's it like to be a leader of a community that's going through that?
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
Especially when you yourself, your family members are also part of the targeted group. And so you're caring for your constituents and trying to provide as much information as you can, and chasing down people who've disappeared through a maze of a system, trying to identify where they are, where they've they've been taken to, because they were usually disappearing people within 3 hours from the state. So that was very difficult for us to track people down. And then you're worried, if one of your family members is going to be next.
Do you think the president watched a YouTube video and didn't realize that most Somalis, the vast majority of Somalis are legally, in Minneapolis, are here legally?
Yeah. I mean, that was the most baffling part, right? Because they said...
What percentage of the Somali community are legal? In like 98% or something?
Yeah, 98%. Yeah. No, they said they were going to do this mass deportation of Somalis, which is what Operation Metro Search was about.
Yeah.
And, they canceled the protective temporary... They announced that they would cancel that, which they couldn't automatically cancel it because those are timed, right? And so it was, for a lot of us, we were like, who are you mass deporting? Because, none of us are deportable.
Yeah.
That's why they were targeting
that was
Hmong people and stuff.
Disturbing about it, because they were going into these Somali restaurants, Somali businesses, Somali heavy neighborhoods, and they were like basically snatching people only to have to let them out within few hours. And then they said, okay, so anybody who came in through a refugee status since 2021, we'll take all of them to Texas and Louisiana. We will re-vet them. So they did that for a little over 4,000 people, and then they had to return all of them because their vetting was...
They were here legally.
Yeah, and they already been severely vetted. That vetting, when you're leaving a refugee camp, takes 3 to 5 years, sometimes up to 10 years. They're checking your bone density. They're, it's a very invasive vetting process, and so it was again just a waste of money and a way to terrorize people who were just adjusting to life in America.
But I think a lot also about largely Latino people getting detained and disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, we recently they recently released a report of the 4,000 people they eventually arrested. Less than 3% were Somali.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to me like an old man watched a YouTube video and then wanted to arrest a bunch of people that were here legally, and then Latinos suffer the consequences.
Right. Yeah.
Who
come from countries that are experiencing severe vulnerability. It's our it's the Venezuelans, it's the people from Ecuador, a lot of young people who fled trafficking and gang life in Ecuador are being caught up in it.
Your family were lucky enough to get a visa to come here. Do you often think about what your life would be like had you not? When you think about that, does that give you a deeper understanding of those people?
It's hard to predict what my life would have been like.
Yeah.
It certainly wouldn't be like what it is today. So I don't know. I can't predict the future for an Ilhan that doesn't leave that camp when I did. I've been to other refugee camps in Kenya where I've met some kids I knew from the refugee camp I was in. Who are raising kids in that refugee camp. And
They're
so
still
they have
refugees.
So they have another generation of kids that are born into a refugee camp.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't even know what I would have been into at 12 or 15 or
Did they get Baywatch?
I don't think so.
Like when you're a kid in school, you learn about periods of history where countries that had laws started taking people from their homes and locking them in cages.
Mm-hmm.
You think when you're a kid, what do you do? And I've been thinking a lot about that nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what the answer is. And so what do we do? Like about the people that are in Florida, or in Texas or Louisiana, that are, many of them here legally, that are dying in captivity, that are not being charged with crimes. So what do we do if it's happening now?
Yeah. I mean, it's always the challenge, right? Because you can think about what you would do, but then you've got the constraints of what the legal system that you're living under. People forget that brutality is oftentimes legalized.
Yeah.
And when people say, why didn't you do this, or why didn't these people do that, they forget that there was a whole system to make it hard for people to do anything.
Yeah.
Because then they would risk their own lives, they would risk their own captivity. And in Minneapolis, we've had people. I went to this shopping center that has housing attached to it, and I was meeting with the business association there, and one of them explained that the condos above this businesses were choosing to allow some of the workers to stay with them. So they didn't have to
that great
travel.
prophet is still stuck over here.
They felt safe to just be able to go to work in the same building, instead of being exposed to the outside environment. And so, there are places like Minneapolis where people have figured out a way to keep their neighbors safe. We had, soccer moms, organizing pickups and drop-offs for the neighborhood children. We had block watches where parents organized themselves to take shifts to alert other people when ICE or CPP would be in the neighborhood. And so there are ways that people have figured out.
Impeding
but there's the risk, right?
federal
You can
investigations,
get killed, like Renee and Alex have. And
for
that's
fuck's
the
sake.
choices that people have to figure out. And it's something that people say to me all the time, like, you're an immigrant, you're risking a lot by being in the forefront of this fight. But to me, it is a choice I consciously make, because I would want, if there was a member of Congress that represented me, I would want them doing everything that they could in defending me and speaking up for me. And not just being worried about what would happen to them, but what happened to the people that they represent. And so, it's a loaded thing to think about. But it's.
Oftentimes, we're hearing from the Democrats, like, vote for us in the midterms if you want something to happen.
Yeah.
Right. But I mean, this was a program under Obama. Child separation was happening under Biden. So do you, as a member of that caucus, have faith in the party, were you to be successful in the midterms, to close the places, shut the places down where people have been sent without due process and are dying?
I mean,
is that possible?
I do believe, right, when you think about the mass deportation program under Obama and private detention centers becoming a thing under Obama, you now see Democrats finally realizing that we cannot create systems that can be exploited by evil.
Can you send some shit over
To them,
me?
they thought at the time,
and
this
help
was
with the
cost
Congo?
saving, or it was an
Units?
expedite.
Yeah, I need to loot their
or
shit to
do
up my
Yeah,
science.
that's
in a
the
way
next
to
thing I'm
reform the
doing.
system.
It,
They
I'm
gave
just
a
like I've
playbook
been
to
subsisting,
the
but
most
he's
evil people like Steve
can't
Yeah, I was
get into
taking
it.
over
who
this entire
have
continent so I could have
now
my
allowed these detention centers,
so I
and
could
even with
not
the
get
first,
too behind
Trump
Georgia.
administration, where people dying in there and covering
I just
up
can't
is
get
normal.
into his capital to loot all
and
his shit.
sometimes being killed.
Yeah, don't target his capital.
In
No,
these
I'm not
detention
trying
centers
to target
without
his capital. I'm trying to loot
accountability,
his
where
shit.
you can have masked agents, and we're now just begging for the bare minimum.
My
of,
unit's
like,
just
can you
getting
go back to
obliterated.
what is actually legal required for you to do. And so I do see now when Democrats say, put us back in charge, that it is about reining this in. It is about recognizing that we've allowed for a system that could be abusive to be abusive.
Yeah.
And we have Republicans right now who are in charge, who are refusing to exercise any of the checks and balances that are within their purview. And so Democrats are not asking for much. All they're asking for is allow us to at least have a check and balance, which, you know, at this moment, I think it's a huge selling point because it just feels like we are living with a one-man rule, and that's not, you know, what America is supposed to be.
I guess I'll close with this one last thing. All right.
I know that answer, like it's not the most satisfying thing, but it, you know, with the
a lot of your boys suck, don't they?
But it's just, it's like
that.
it's
No,
we can't pass these great policies because obviously we have Trump for president in the next 2 years. Even if we were to win the majority, but what we can do is make it difficult for him to have this one-man rule.
Have you met him?
No.
No. What do you say to him if you meet him?
I'm not sure. It changes by the day.
What would you say just right now? What are you feeling right now?
Oh,
Let's say I'm Trump. Hey, what's up? I'm Trump. I've been telling people to kill you.
Yeah, I might like actually curse him out in person.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
You want to say the words?
At this
say
moment,
the cusses.
I'm not going to
We'll
say
beep
that.
them.
No, it's okay.
All right. We'll cut it. Just say the cusses. Congresswoman, just say the. I've never heard it. We don't allow cussing on the show, but this is one time I think we can make an exception. Let's hear those cusses. All right. You sharing your story, I think you are kind of an example of what is great about America. That you can make a success of yourself.
Right.
You could go to college at the Mall of America. How did you find out that the college at the Mall of America wasn't on the up and up? Were you in a sorority?
No.
I heard that you rushed Victoria's Secret, but you got into Hot Topic. You were with the weird girls, the weird girl sorority.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, me and the brothers at Hollister, we were doing beer bongs. You went to college at a mall?
Yeah.
You might be the first in Congress mall college.
It's called the National American University.
What?
It was one of those exploitive.
Yeah, Jared Kushner owned it.
Yeah,
probably,
schools,
yeah.
and
What the fuck? You
they
think Kushner and Wyckoff got this? You think in Pakistan?
It's quite possible.
I think they got this.
I don't think so. No, I have no faith. But it was one of those like schools where they, preyed on
It's funny, she doesn't have
first
much
time,
of an accent.
first time college.
But it comes through on a couple words.
Like you'd be the first
Yeah.
one to go to college in your family.
Did you live on campus?
Or veterans? No.
Oh, okay.
No. And that was the selling. That was the selling point
Yeah.
because it was like they had this jingle. It was like one night, one day, Saturday's all right.
How did you not know that this place was on the up and up? They have an amusement park.
Yeah, but I'd worked at the mall. I could go do my the place called Leather
Julius?
Limited.
Where?
Leather Limited.
What is that? That sounds horny.
It was a.
That's haram to me.
No, it was a leather. It was a leather jacket store.
Oh,
They
nice.
sold leather
Yeah.
jackets and bags and.
That
sounds horny.
Employee discount still or no?
I did, and I bought my dad like a lot of leather stuff.
A full harness.
He had one of the leather jackets with the fur, the winter leather jacket with the fur.
Daddy.
Yeah, and I got him like a suitcase for him to.
Is he proud of you?
My dad passed away. He was very proud.
Was he proud of you?
Yeah,
Was he proud of you? Sorry.
Yes, he was very
Yeah.
proud.
I like the section of your book where he said that it's political science is a stupid.
That was my grandpa.
Was that your grandpa?
Yeah.
Sorry.
My grandfather was like, politics is something you do, it is not something you study.
He's right. It's
Yeah.
stupid. I studied it too. It was what a waste.
Yeah.
What am
I agree. I don't think I would let
What am I doing with
one of
my-
my kids actually study poli-sci. Yeah.
No, it's moronic.
Yeah.
The
Just
science.
do it. Just do it.
I have some beakers and Bunsen
The science is
burners.
in the
Yeah.
in the action of doing politics.
Yeah.
But I eventually graduated from a school called NDSU in Fargo, North Dakota.
Yeah, Carson Wentz.
Go Bisons.
Carson Wentz.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
football. Yeah.
Whatever.
They had a great football team.
Were you there with Carson Wentz? You know,
I mean, you know, I wasn't hanging out with footballers.
no, you were with the nutrition club.
Yeah, I also had 2 young kids to take care of. So, yeah.
I
Didn't
want
really do much hanging out in college because I was a young mom.
So you would bring your kids to
Yeah,
the,
I was in a lot of clubs and would bring them with me.
You take
but
them to the club. You
No,
would take
like
them to
student
the
clubs.
club. You would go to the club with your kids. She is out of control. Wait till Tucker gets away. Someone said something to me. I spoke to people that know you.
Okay.
And someone
good
said
God.
something to me that's stuck with me.
Okay.
And granted, I did this 5 months ago, and then 2 blizzards.
Where are you guys finding these people that know me?
Who?
Where are you people finding these people who know me?
My APAC guys brought me a couple contacts.
I don't think those people know me.
Someone that knows you
Mm-hmm.
has said to me that every day for you is lived truly not in like a self-help book way, but truly like it could be your last. And that's stuck with me.
Who's this person? I mean, I think we should. I don't know if that's such a great, you know, I think we should all live every day as if, you know, it might be our last day. Just
But not
enjoy
all of us
it.
are. Not all of our
He has
interns have to
AT.
go to therapy because they're
Get
picking up the
fucked.
phone all day.
I mean, yeah, look at his
So-
science
Yeah,
per turn.
I don't go to
Hello,
I
Ilhan.
don't go to therapy. I don't
No,
know.
your interns.
I don't think so.
You got to send them to therapy. I'll tell you that.
No, I
Can
mean,
you imagine what they're hearing?
I have staff that have been, majority of my staff has been with me since I'd gotten to Congress.
You're such an immigrant mom.
And
Therapy is you're anti-therapy.
I am not, but
Oh
what I
my
am
God.
saying is that I have people who naturally are like, this is crazy, and I'm not gonna let it I'm not gonna internalize any of this stuff. And we mainly feel bad for the crazy people who call into our office and spend that much time thinking about us. So, you know, I don't.
Yeah.
I like to believe, just like me,
I hate them.
everyone in my office is
I
just
hate
like,
them.
these people are crazy. Like, I don't think they take it home with them. Because if they did, I think a lot of them would have like left the
Yeah.
office, and we rarely have people who quit our office.
I think it's, if you'll allow me, I think it's just really great to see an example it's a shitty time of one person who, despite all this, is just like, fuck you, I have every right to be here as much as you do. And I don't think that, I mean, I think it's a testament to your resilience. And I genuinely, me going through that, Adam Friedland is, I want to send him to Guantanamo. What the hell?
What would you have done if the president every day was?
I would have
being
laughed
like,
at all his jokes.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, that's what you do when you have a boss that's an asshole but not very smart. You say that was hilarious, sir. Yeah, I would have gotten away with doing no work for 40 years.
Yeah.
At the government.
But I mean, if he was saying the stuff he says, like about me, about you,
I would have. I don't know.
it wouldn't just be like, okay, this man is crazy.
No, I think it's really important for someone to say I have every right to be here.
Yeah.
You know,
What's he gonna do?
I completely agree. Honestly,
he's gonna drive these nutsos nuts. You know.
Yeah.
Someone called me after Kirk.
Yeah.
And they said, well, do you have security? I'm like, what does this have to do with me? Me? For Charlie? If someone did that for Charlie, I was me?
Yeah. Do you do one of those like come debate me things?
No, I don't want to talk to kids. They're terrible. What does he yell? He yelled at babies the best.
Yeah.
We'll cut that. I really appreciate your time. I've been really excited about this one.
Likewise.
And
Thank
did you have fun?
I did.
Okay, we're going to do another cooking demonstration.
Yeah. And the tea turned out great.
We're making
if I say so myself.
Okay, you were complaining about the cloves.
They turned out okay. It's a little tangy because we didn't get to crush them.
Oh my God, you can't win with her. Guys, Ilhan Omar, everyone. It's been a pleasure.
I sent a bunch of videos.
I hope you enjoyed it.
I did.
Okay, I have stuff that I already have open though.
Just because it's my patriotic duty. Have you condemned Hassan Piker?
I have not.
What?
Do I have to leave now?
You do. I mean, in fact, we're calling the cops.
Go back down the stairs.
In fact, we're calling the cops. Yes. No, up the stairs and down. That's
we literally brought you here to ask you if you would condemn him. Go back down the stairs.
Yes, get out. I mean, I obviously do because I'm a patriotic American. No, just I guess that for people that aren't aware, there was a
small kerfuffle.
There was a small kerfuffle. There has
3-week-long media cycle.
A 3-week-long media cycle where there's a lot of centrist Democrats and pro-Israel donors that are trying to discredit Hassan in particular because he has joined up with progressive candidates across the country, including yourself, doing rallies. We played some footage of it earlier this week at Michigan and Michigan State of the lines that were outside of your rallies to see you and Hassan together.
And the queen from Western PA, Summer Lee,
gotta say.
In all this coverage, the thing that bothers me the most is the Summer Lee erasure.
It's because she's such, what did you call her, the Tim Duncan of the progressives in the House?
That is so good.
Yes.
Big fundamentals. Just phenomenal fundamentals.
Phenomenal,
right?
but
You're
not,
like squares her shoulders, takes a shot. I'm like, whoa.
But she's not going to be like the flashiest or the one that's seeking the most attention, but she's always showing up in the right way. And look, if you can convince her, I want her to run for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Listen, I literally told her, I mean, I was watching her, just as someone who's sort of a student of the game, like, I really enjoy public communication as an art form. And watching her take that mic and then just set the crowd on fire, I was just like, oh my God, like, it would be so fun to watch you run against that ogre.
Yes.
I would love that, right? I mean, and Tim Duncan wins championships. I'm just saying, doesn't just win games, he wins championships.
He wins championships. That's what. But I think that, gosh, it was the previous Democratic senator that just lost.
Bob Casey.
To Casey. Yeah, Casey. He's already like. Him coming out the other day and saying, "Oh, I'm going to run for Fetterman's seat." To me, I think he saw how Summer Lee was kind of putting herself out there a little bit and wanted to head that off. That's just my speculation.
Honestly, let's have him jump in.
Sure.
And then have Summer Lee jump in. I actually
already
love those
heard
odds.
you the first
I love
time.
those odds too. Well, I mean,
if there's any other white dude who wants to run in Pennsylvania, right, preferably over the age of 60, right, please jump on in. There is an open U.S. Senate seat, and then like Summer Duncan's jumping in.
Yeah, exactly.
Ray of sunshine there are so many plays on her name. I love it.
It really could work. And she's exactly the kind of voice that people are craving, similarly to what you're seeing with your campaign. Like, this has been a long campaign process so far. And I was looking, Michigan primary is not till August?
August. And we've been at this now for a year.
Yeah,
we're celebrating a year into this campaign on April 17th.
Yeah, so just reflect on, I think, one, your surge in popularity is really coming at the right time right now. I know that these attacks on Hassan really backfired because didn't you guys get a lot of small dollar contributions once there was more sunlight on your campaign through this? It's been a bit of a slower buildup, but right now it feels like there are a lot of establishment Democrats panicking about where you're at in this race.
Yeah, I mean, look, we had a clear sense of the race we wanted to run from the jump. And I also knew it was coming for me. We watched it happen in 2025. I mean, just to speak to the controversy, quote unquote, TM. Hassan was invited by Vice President Harris to the DNC to stream from the DNC. the last time he appeared with anybody in this race, it was actually Senator McMorrow, who was also at the DNC speaking. And then the audacity that we have to do the same thing that Vice President Harris did, it was wild to me. Now, look, I knew that there were going to be some voices, particularly from the pro-genocide wing of the Democratic Party, that were going to come out and say, well, how could you? I didn't realize it was going to be a 3-week news cycle in a news cycle that should have been 100% focused on an illegal, unjustifiable war. And then people ask, well, why do we lose? Well, I think it's this story in a nutshell. Number one, we miss opportunities to speak to the broadest issues that affect everyday people. Because this war is literally lighting our tax dollars on fire to raise our gas prices for God knows what reason, except for the interests of a foreign government. Then there's the fact that people are frustrated because we're campaigning. My understanding of politics now, like I study complicated things, okay? This one's not that complicated. If you believe in what you have to say, you should take what you have to say out to people who might want to hear what you have to say, which is why I go on Fox and why I appear with Hassan Piker. Now, nobody's yelling at me for going on Fox, which is interesting because I would argue that the things that they talk about on Fox seem to be less consistent with the broader thrust of our message that we are for human rights and for healthcare and against corporations in our politics. But now what's happened is because of the power of money in the Democratic Party, there are a lot of folks who are jumping in and echoing this because they're afraid of what it means for the flow of AIPAC and other pro-Israel money into the Democratic Party. And so how dare we speak to that issue if it's going to interrupt the flow of the gravy train to Democrats? But here's the problem. I would rather have our morals than have their money. And that's the thing that they find so frustrating.
But you're also campaigning in such a Muslim way.
In your eyes.
I generally, when I make comments to people, I slip my gaze.
Yeah.
And then I just speak in an accent.
Yes, right. Really play it up for people that don't realize. I mean, the Free Press, I guess that was Olivia Reingold wrote about you in a way that would make like the racist cartoonists in the South blush, like in the Jim Crow era. I mean, could you reflect on the Islamophobia that's been directed towards you? Honestly, and Hassan is a stand-in for that too. That's really what they're saying. Your opponents are afraid to attack you on a racist basis, so they're attacking Hassan on a racist basis.
Look, I'll just tell you this. I'm surprised it didn't come from my beard. Because as a Muslim dude, as an Arab dude, you're supposed to have a nice beard. Like, I got a weak ass beard. I don't know what it is. I always have. My dad's got an incredible beard. All right, he's got 2 sons. My brother has a different mother than me, and both of us got weak ass beards. So, in some respects, part of me was just like, at least if I had a nice beard, I'd be like, damn, like come at me for my beard, but I'd have an awesome beard though.
Right.
At the end of the day, it's not my job to defend myself.
Yeah.
It's not. Like I'm not in this because I need to defend myself
Norway
against
has
their
one
attacks.
city left.
I'm much more focused on defending people who have been subjected to a politics that is literally picking their pocket to drop bombs on other people.
Well, the Congo
rather than
has
provide them
also
healthcare or make sure their kids go to a dignified school. So, I'll let you guys comment on that. It's not my job. My job is to focus on the issues that I've been fighting on for a year now, and frankly, 10 years.
He wanted to buy a bunch of luxury
money out of politics
from me.
Money
Sure,
in pocket,
Norway.
Medicare for all. If they're going to come at me as a stand-in for something, if they're going to try and otherize me, if they're going to try and say, I don't believe enough in American values, those are not things I haven't heard before. I've been me my whole life.
Right.
And at the end of the day, I know enough to know that we are our best when America empowers one another despite our differences. And the most amazing thing about the democratic process is that we're constantly testing whether or not America is as big as she says she can be. And guess what? Most of the time, that test comes back positive. Because, when folks can vote for somebody who might not share the same faith, who might not share a name that they're used to, we're saying that America is about those ideals. And I'll just tell you, one of the most formative moments of my life was watching my dad become an American. I was 6 years old. I remember my stepmom, Jackie, who's a daughter of the American Revolution, telling me like Bubba's going to become an American tomorrow. And I looked at her for a minute. I was like, what do you mean? Like, and I'm expecting he's like going to come out with like blonde hair and blue eyes, right? Because like that's what I always thought when I was a little boy.
Right.
Like that's American, you're Egyptian, right? And I watched him swear an oath to the Constitution, and coming out of it, he still had his accent. He still looked like me. And she's like, Bubba's an American now. I was like, no, he's not. She's like, yes, he is. America is not about what you look like. It's not how you sound like. It's what you believe in. And so, you know, all of these folks who are fighting us about what America can be, I know I'm fighting for an America
I warned
that is
Mansa
as big as
Musa
she says
about
she
settling
is. The
near
America
me,
that's
and now
always
he's
given
angry
me
that I'm
so much, and
settling where I
that
told him
really
not to
should
settle.
be about giving us so much more.
And making a positive case for immigration is something that I think the Democratic Party is starved for. In your time campaigning throughout Michigan, what have voters said to you about ICE and your message on this as somebody who is the child of immigrants?
Yeah, I went to Minneapolis at the height of Metro Surge. And I went because I wanted to understand what it looks like when our federal government weaponizes itself against the Constitution under the pretext of immigration. Everybody who has looked at this honestly understands that ICE has nothing to do with the southern border, has nothing to do with immigration. Because, like, I don't know, I learned maps. Minneapolis, nowhere near the southern border. Michigan, where they're setting up, nowhere near the southern border. This is about weaponizing a paramilitary force against the Constitution itself. And I think people understand that. And what's funny is watching folks who should understand in their bones how un-American this is, talking about reforming or retraining. I'm like, what do you say to the ICE officer who used a little boy as bait? Like, can you imagine the PowerPoint slide? Like, you're the guy who's supposed to design the PowerPoint slide to teach that guy to do something different. I'm sorry, but like, if your humanity did not stop you from using a child as bait, you do not deserve to work in the federal government anymore. You never deserved that in the first place. So people understand that abolishing ICE is not this extreme fringe position. Abolishing ICE is the moderate position. Holding people accountable who broke constitutional law, right? Forget civil law, right? Like, I mean, immigration law is not criminal law. It's civil law. It's like you didn't pay your parking ticket law. And they're breaking the foundational law of the land, the Constitution, over the idea that we ought to be enforcing civil law with guns covering our faces.
And it's also, it connects with your broader critique of America's support for Israel and our support for the genocide in Gaza, because immigration enforcement didn't always look this way. But since 9/11, this has been the infrastructure that the United States has built out, and it's affecting not just the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who are currently being impacted through violence with U.S. bombs and Israeli bombs as well, but it affects people at home. And has that been a salient kind of argument for you on the campaign trail, connecting the struggle of everyday people in Michigan and even their experiences with ICE, which I think is a part of this? I don't think it's a part of the same infrastructure. Have they made those connections? Do they understand fundamentally how linked we all are here?
So fundamentally. And here's the thing about it. Like, I don't need the good people of Michigan to understand the plight of the Palestinian people to want to stand up against this. I just need them to understand their own plight. Every dollar that we send abroad to subsidize genocide, every dollar that we send abroad to drop bombs in Iran or bombs in Lebanon or bombs in Gaza is a dollar that we're not spending to provide your kid a good school, your kid healthcare, your kid dignified infrastructure that you guys drive on every single day. And at the end of the day, we are getting our pockets picked by our own government, being wasted around this idea that somehow we've got an enemy outside at the gate or we've got enemies within, when really at the end of the day, the enemy is this idea that we cannot invest in ourselves and build good things for each other. So people get that 100%. And like, people are feeling that. You can't afford your groceries? Well, probably has something to do with corporations who are manipulating our government to focus on issues that have nothing to do with you, right? You can't afford to fill your tank with gas? Well, turns out that when we bomb oil depots abroad, it raised the price of oil. you can't afford to see a doctor. Well, we could be investing in your ability to see a doctor, except for instead we're wasting our money on ICE, $185 billion. ICE funded to the tune of $185 billion. That's more than the budget of the U.S. Marines. It's more than the budget of the FBI.
But the immigrants are the problem.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern.
What's important for a political party? It's important to distinguish yourself from the other side, specifically if the other side is deeply unpopular and waging a criminal war in Iran that has virtually no support among the American public. Perhaps you want to emphasize the differences that you have from the party that's waging this deeply unpopular criminal war. What would you do? Would you say cut off funds to Israel to yank on their leash, for example, so they stop dragging us into this war? Unlike Trump, who's captured by Israel, is 60% of Americans per this new Pew survey now have a negative view of Israel. It is a more than a majority opinion at this point. And if you look for people under 50, it's even higher. And it's even a majority opinion with Republicans under 50 at this point.
Nice.
This is as politically salient of an issue as it could be if you wanted it to be, if you weren't also captured by money, Zionist donor money, etc. You could point out that, like, hey, we're going to cut off arms to this functional colony that is deeply unpopular, that has dragged us into this war. You could talk about how when Democrats were in power, you can't talk about Biden, let's forget about him, but when Obama was last president, he cut a deal with Iran. He was actually the anti-war president in this particular sense. You can go back to the JCPOA. You can highlight the successes of that and show that, no, this guy who ran on being anti-war was a liar. It was a lot more peaceful when we negotiated peace deals. Maybe don't reinforce every single premise that the Trump administration is claiming and say that the problem isn't that it hasn't been adequately executed. I give you the leader of the Democrats in the Senate.
The bottom line is that Iran still has its nuclear stockpile, its nuclear ambitions. Iran still has its nuclear stockpile. Its nuclear ambitions are still unchecked, if not accelerated. And finally, American credibility. The nations of the world are furious at Trump. The Europeans, the Asians, even the Middle Eastern allies.
Well, they don't vote for us.
They say, what the hell is he doing? And the United States' diplomatic position and credibility in the world is dramatically worse because of this war. So just in summary, this war has made us worse off today than before it started. The war made us worse in terms of control of the Strait of Hormuz. The war made us worse in terms of the strength of the Iranian regime.
That is not my fucking agenda. I don't have any opinion on that, Chuck. Why do you? Look at your voters, how they feel. Do they have an opinion on that?
They can't wait to be better stewards of this illegal and unjust war in Iran. They can't wait for Trump to put boots on the ground and then to lose the midterms so that they can take over and be like, okay, we're in it now. So we're the smart ones. We're going to be a more effective steward of this imperialist machine. But the cat's out of the bag. Their positions aren't so much different on Iran than Trump's are. They just wish he had handled it better.
Yeah, it's another process-based argument, and it has not changed whatsoever, even with Trump's unpopularity, because with the 12-day war last summer, we have that clip of Chuck Schumer saying, no side deals, another process-based argument.
I mean, from the right of the Trump administration.
Right. Essentially saying the problem is that Trump's all over the lot when he was negotiating with the Iranians.
You're going to let Iran get away with everything, he literally said.
He said, yeah, he was just arguing that Trump is incompetent. Nothing on the substance, even though the substance is entirely in the favor of the opposition. Here, it's the same kind of thing. Not criticizing the war and its underlying premises, but saying that accepting the premises that Trump laid out and just essentially saying that he hasn't done what he said he was going to do. He's done it so messily.
Yeah,
how about you talk about how the objectives in and of themselves are insane?
Yeah, and I mean, I can accept that he's a bad steward of the American imperialist project, but I would also argue that he's an inevitable consequence of that project in and of itself, right? So the idea that you can just have successively better, good, or whatever stewards of unjust wars of of choice in the Middle East, but be handled in such a way that it doesn't result in what Trump is ultimately a reaction to and like embodying and making worse is ridiculous. Like, the Democrats taking over in 2026 and in 2026 and in 2028 and being the steward of the imperialist project will just make them look bad and make them lose in 2032. And it's only in their imagination that they can assume that like Trump, it will be so bad that no matter how bad things go under them, that Marjorie Taylor Greene won't win in 2032 or something like that. But that's a fantasy because people only have two options, and they're constantly having it reinforced for them that the Republicans' premises are valid. They're just executing them wrongly,
right?
And that you only have two legitimate choices. And so another 4 years of like bad Democrat stewardship of the economy of people's lives will just make them forget what Trump did. And especially since there won't be any accountability coming from the main Democrats, they'll have no real incentive to keep remembering because it'll be embarrassing. Like, people won't really remember that Trump was able to get away with everything. So they'll just memory hole him, and the next Republican will make all the same promises, but slightly different, and people will fall for it again.
Yeah, and the outside of the fact that Chuck Schumer is an ideological Zionist and is also corrupted by Zionist money and and the Zionist lobby is in favor of this war, you can see how his political ideology, which has been shaped by that fundraising and like his long history in the Senate as well, you can see how his underlying assumptions about what the American public want right now are completely diametrically opposed to reality. And we could just take Israel out of it for a second. They don't want another responsible steward of a system that is immiserating them, that people are sick of. That's what his critique of Trump always boils down to, is that he is an incompetent leader of a government that people want to radically change because it's not impacting their lives in a positive way. So everything he says is contrary to the national mood about where people's lives are. So they can talk about affordability all they want, but the criticism, but what affordability is about is it's supposed to be a reaction to the fact that we have a system of taxation that disproportionately benefits the wealthy, and that our democracy is not really intact, and the government is not responsive to the needs of the people. So when you're constantly reinforcing the idea that all we need is just somebody who's going to execute the things that people hate better, you lend credibility to the wreckers on the right, who are always going to be more untethered from the truth and more willing to be wreckers, which is fundamentally what people are interested in right now. It's why they've failed to defeat Trump so many times. And it's even more worse in this situation.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's just really a mismatch in the agendas and philosophies of both political parties. Like, the Democrats, at least at the superficial level, are so much more focused on procedural legitimacy, of validating things by seeming reasonable, of commiserating. And you can, assume that is done for like naive reasons or because of like a slavish devotion to like the rule of law, or you can assume that it is nefarious and they're just using that as an excuse to give in to Republicans or be constantly ineffective. But materially, it's exactly the same thing. And it's just one way in which they're delusional and thinking that they can affect change, if they are being legitimate, by like navigating a system that is clearly disproportionately in favor of preventing change from happening. But that's only if you accept that they don't realize that they've contributed to that system getting worse. And if they think that the world can go back to the way it is, and I think this is just part of like the reality of Democrats and like both the uber wealthy and the American elite, like, they're delusional. The world cannot go back to the way it is. There is a segment of the American population, probably a very large segment, that are abuse enablers. And so by nature culture of having that mentality, whether they're making excuses for the Republican Party or for, Democrats when it comes to like treading over like large groups of marginalized people, like they just think that when Trump says it's over and when America says it's done, everyone in the world just has to immediately accept that. Like whether it's Trump saying the Iran war is over and the billionaire class thinking, well, I guess then Iran will just have to accept it. So like there's a need to be any comprehensive off ramp for them, or whether it's Democrats thinking that once like Trump is gone, like everyone just will just accept that was an oopsie. Both are delusional now, given the situation that has occurred in like the Iranian war. Like the world is just changed now, and I think there's a segment of the American elite who are just delusional, maybe actually delusional, but they're pushing this delusion that Trump is like a hiccup in the system and not something that was inevitable given what was happening, and also like radically has changed the way like power works in the world visibly now. Like his first term, maybe things were just a little bit more behind the scenes. You can kind of like go back to normal. This stuff in Iran, it's a lot more of a complete paradigm shift in the way like the economic order works, and it was also set into motion by Joe Biden not doing anything about the genocide when it started. When it was getting really flared up, he could have done something, and it would have at least made it more difficult for Trump to get snowballed, whether he wanted to or not, into an Iran war. Not that it would have stopped him, but it might have.
Exactly. Like the lesson would be obvious, which is like, well, the Democrats like Joe Biden tried to stop this. He stood up to it. Now you can't say anything remotely credible on that front, despite all of this going on.
Right.
And then we have Democrats. I mean, we had another one here, Shaheen. They are to the right of Trump on this war. They are trying to keep him in it.
Yeah, let's play. This is Senator Shaheen of New Hampshire.
The president, I think, has not achieved the goals that he set out. Iran still has 50% of their missile capacity. They still have the enriched uranium that will allow them to get to a nuclear weapon. And they still control the Straits of Hormuz, which means that while oil, I noticed that the price of a barrel of oil has dropped a little bit today, it still gives them the ability to control what happens through that strait and oil prices worldwide. So I think, unfortunately, the president...
So I just got to say that Trump he's given them the opportunity to exert leverage over that area. But the reason that they have control of the Strait of Hormuz is geography. And we attacked them, and now they're using their geography as leverage. Yeah. This idea that we can do anything, like, I'm sorry, that was never, I've been saying this entire time, the idea we're going to take Karg Island and reopen the Strait of Hormuz, you better be willing to sacrifice thousands of soldiers for that.
Right.
But
and
I mean, imagine...
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, you please.
No, I mean, that geography was obvious at a certain point, and it was only due Iran's restraint is really what has kind of allowed for this very tenuous global energy system to maintain itself. But the United States had made its name on providing for security guarantees for like that energy trade, and now one like central plank of what the Americans can offer as an empire has been entirely undercut because of Trump.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, just imagine the entitlement it would take, the entitlement that leads to just like outright, underestimating your enemy to start like a flare up of this conflict with a country that borders one of the main arteries for oil for the globe, and just be like, that's going to be fine. That's going to be totally normal, because clearly you either think that, literally that they cannot defend themselves because of how easy it is to like disrupt that trade, or you think that like it's just their role to be your punching bag. And both ideas are classically Orientalist beliefs when it comes to the global North interaction with the global South, where it's just their goal. I mean, it's just their role in that relationship to be our punching bag. When we need to impress our domestic voters, or to impress Israel, or to impress the Saudi princes, we just like give them a shot across the bow. We give them a few decapitation strikes, and that's just what we do to them. And it's their role to just kind of take it. And maybe they react in such a way that like allows them to save face, but they never do anything that would disrupt our place in the world. And it goes back forever, but I always think of the Kissinger quote, which I might be misattributing, which is that the global south is a place without history, which is just meant to imply that they have no role or impact on our lives. And a lot of people really think that because it prevents them from understanding the inevitability of blowback. But I think what's making Trump's war in Iran so much more unpopular is not just the context of what's going on, in the sense that's happening in the aftermath of Afghanistan and Iraq and his no war promises and the Epstein stuff, but the blowback is just obvious this time. Everyone can see that this is causing their lives at home to become a lot worse, and there is also just no justification for it. And maybe if there was, they would be a little bit more open to it, but considering how like almost broken everyone's back is, the price of gas going up 50, 60, 70 cents is it's unsustainable for so many more people within our society than it maybe would have been, if it was proportionally going up 10, 15 years ago.
It exacerbates an existing weakness for him right now, too, because the economy continues to get worse. Tariffs have raised the prices of everything. Inflation has not gone down. And he's now exacerbating his failure on a central campaign promise by like completely doing a 180 on another central campaign promise, which was no new wars. If you believe a promise from Trump, you're a sucker. We've pointed that out, but we can't deny that that is how he campaigned.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every
In New York, on the first day of the year, America's newest political star took office. Zohran Mamdani, a socialist Democrat, a Muslim Asian American, was sworn in as mayor of New York. A city built on capitalism.
Together, we will tell a new story of our city. This will not be a tale of one city governed only by the 1%.
Zohran Mamdani was elected on an ambitious agenda to take from the rich and give to the poor. He wants the wealthy to pay more tax so that he can freeze rent and make childcare and city buses free. He also wants to lower grocery prices and build more affordable housing.
New York is the richest and the largest city in America. It's a city built on dreams. But for many, they're slipping out of reach.
Do you think the average New Yorker is being pushed out at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
It's America. You afford it, you pay for it. You can't afford it, find another apartment. You don't have to live in Manhattan.
Mamdani has built his brand on disruption, much like New York's other famous son.
Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay, you can just say yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay. It's easier.
Yes.
It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
We're in New York to see the
such
new
a great
New
move
York
by
disruptor up close.
Zohran Mamdani has ignited real hope and fierce resistance. Now he has to turn these promises into real change in one of the world's toughest cities to govern. Can he actually deliver on the ambitious agenda that got him elected?
The world is watching you. That's why I'm here. Are you worried that you may have overpromised or could underdeliver?
No, the promises that we made were at the scale of the crisis that New Yorkers are facing.
This is the Bronx, the birthplace of hip-hop and home to 1.4 million people. We're just 12 subway stops from the heart of Manhattan, and it's ripe for development.
I'm in the South Bronx in Mott Haven. This neighbourhood is one of the poorest areas in America. 1 in 3 people here live in poverty. Traditionally, people here vote Democrat, but in 2024, there was a swing towards Donald Trump. And the issue on everyone's mind is affordability.
I've come to
You
meet
can just
Brian
get those
McFadden.
in your backyard.
His family's been cutting
pretty much.
hair in this neighbourhood for more than 60 years. It's getting harder, though, to keep the doors open.
Hi, Cayman.
How you doing, Brian?
Nice to meet you, Brian.
Pleasure. Pleasure's all mine. Rest your jacket.
Sure thing, thank you. How long have you been a barber?
I've been a barber. I've been a barber 40 plus years. I started cutting hair when I was young, about 14.
Here in Mott Haven?
Yes, my dad was a barber.
What about yourself? Like, have you seen prices for your business go up?
My energy utilities over the past 20 years have grown 300%. Not 100%, 300%, where I pay almost as much for light in my store as I do for rent. I don't understand how people can, people are making it with this, but you have to, so you have to work. So that cost gets pushed on to the consumer.
Yes.
And haircuts, the prices of haircuts have to go up.
Who would you say lives here?
It's a diverse mixture now. We have Hispanic, Black, we have a lot of white people that are moving in. It's pretty good real estate if you can clean it up. And I think that's the thing that's going on. Like, the cleanup is good, but the cleanup is not for us. The cleanup is for somebody else to come in and move in and to take over and to live in the areas that weren't cleaned up for us, but are being cleaned up for someone else. And that's where I guess, you get a little bit of people feeling as if, things aren't fair.
Do they feel like they're being forced out?
Some people do. Some people do. Not being able to afford the rent.
Very nice. Happy days. Thanks, Brian. That looks great.
No problem.
Yeah.
Hey, Clarissa. Nice
How
to
are
meet you.
So nice to meet you. How's it going?
Why is it so cold?
I know. This is New York City.
Clarissa Alietto grew up here.
So this is the tale of two cities. On this side, you have the most development, right here in Mott Haven. This is the gentrified side of the community. We have market rate luxury apartments here. Like, you get a 2-bedroom and you're paying $7,000 a month.
That's more
which
than
is wild.
10,000 Australian as well.
It's nuts. It's nuts. So this building went up 2 years ago and has been operating. The amenities are beautiful. There's a pool at the top. And also, that's also expensive. And
So you're seeing your neighborhood change in front of your eyes?
drastically. The development that I've seen, I moved over here about 19 years ago. None of this was here. None of it.
How do you feel about the developments?
It's disappointing because we can't afford, the working families who live in this community, who want to stay in this community, can't afford it. And we deserve to be in these nice spaces. These apartments are not accessible to people who are from this community, who were born and raised in this community.
Can you show me the other side of the
Yeah,
community?
let's take you over to the other side.
Thank you.
My side, I like to call
Your
it.
side?
Yeah.
About 1 in 16 New Yorkers live in public housing, overseen by the mayor's
1 in
office.
16.
Clarissa grew up in one of these buildings, but many have been left to deteriorate, with a backlog of about $78 billion in repairs.
Epic. We do have a new mayor. He has promised a lot. I think his focus is mainly, one of his biggest focuses is around affordability at a time where people are really, they're desperate. He brings hope. He has a lot of work to do. It's not going to be easy.
The repairs on this complex alone will cost around $717 million.
A lot of money.
Hey, Ty. What's up? How we doing, Miss Ruth? You all right?
Hey, I'm Cayman.
Ty, this is Cayman.
Nice to meet you, Ty.
Residents like Mama Lou haven't had access to hot water in months.
Welcome, come on in.
She's been living here since 1982 and raised her 7 kids as a single parent.
Since November, I haven't had any hot water. I had a problem with heating. There's certain things like the heat and hot water, that's my main issue right now because of the cold weather. Because we have to borrow water to take baths. We have to borrow water to do anything.
How does it feel being in the richest city in the world and not having hot water, having issues with gas and heat?
It don't feel good because New York is a city that has money to help with New York housing. If you live in New York, there's nothing you should be suffering for.
Mama Lou, can I ask, did you vote for the new mayor, Zoran Mamdani?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me why you voted for him?
Some of the things that he said interests me. Some of the things that he said he would do interests me. So I feel like, you give anybody a try, a chance.
A new generation needs to be in office anyway because times are different. The old way now is not necessarily working because things are shifting with the gentrification and the rent and accessibility of this neighborhood. This place has access to everything, this neighborhood particularly.
I've come to one of Mamdani's regular haunts, Sammy's Kebabs in Queens.
Kebab. That's not a
During
kebab.
the campaign, stops in neighbourhood spots like this became part of Mamdani's strategy to reach everyday New Yorkers and hear their frustrations. Online and on the ground, he kept his message simple.
New Yorkers are being crushed by rent and childcare. I'll make buses fast and free.
So I can just get where I'm going.
I'll make childcare available to all New Yorkers at no cost.
I want to raise my kid in New York.
And I'll freeze the rent for every single rent-stabilized tenant.
His strategy worked. Mamdani fueled the highest voter turnout in nearly 60 years, becoming the youngest mayor in more than a century. The 34-year-old is a Democrat from the left wing of the party. But just a few years ago, he was a little-known state assembly member.
Hi, Ross. Great to meet you.
Yeah.
Told this is one of the mayor's go-to spots.
Yes.
Ross Barkin once hired him during his own run for office.
So I met him at the end of 2017, and he'd been working on another campaign that I was very excited by. He has that natural charisma, which was present then. And also, he was a very hard worker. Very intense. The joke was you came to the campaign office, and I'd sit down for a few minutes and go, well, why are you sitting down? What are you doing right now? Well, he comes from privilege. He doesn't hide it. He doesn't run away from it. He's open about it. And I do think it imbues him with a certain level of confidence. His mother is Mira Nair, who's a very successful film director. What appealed to him about politics is he could forge his own path. He brought a certain New York swagger. And obviously he's so good on social media, and that helped a lot. His ability to appeal on TikTok and on YouTube and Instagram. You can't discount any of that. Young face, fresh face. This was a change election. People are really sick of their politicians. They are angry about Trump, but they're also angry at the Democrats too, and they want the system shaken up.
Press conference should be starting soon.
Yeah, let's head out.
Should we go?
Good. Yeah.
I want to see the man up close. He does media appearances almost daily, part of a strategy to saturate the news cycle.
Good idea.
Good morning, everyone.
He's in charge of a budget worth $127 billion with a brief that spans almost every part of New York City life.
Thanks. Craig and then Sally.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. How are you today? Hey, how's it going, Craig? It's going good. I just want to ask you...
His media spokesperson chooses who gets to ask the questions, ranging from bicycle bylaws to local crime.
You said as a candidate and you reiterated as mayor that you...
I'm not the only one desperate for an audience with the mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. What do you worry about most for New York City? You were elected on big promises and now you've got the top job. What's keeping you up at night?
You know,
Such
the
an
number
Aussie way
one
to ask the
crisis that New
question.
Yorkers are facing is a crisis of affordability. This is both the wealthiest city and the wealthiest country in the history of the world, and also one where 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. It's the most expensive city in the United States of America. And every day I meet people who are working day and night in this city, but can't even afford to live in this city any longer. And so we are constantly asking ourselves how we can address this cost of living crisis.
New York was once a place middle-class families could thrive.
Taxi!
But increasingly, they're leaving. In parts of the city, rents have doubled in just 5 years. And even some six-figure earners are spending a third of their income just to keep a roof over their heads. Mamdani made appealing to families a cornerstone of his campaign, and now he's struck a deal with the state to fund it.
I want to share with all of you that I'm feeling happy because yesterday we announced that New York City is going to deliver universal childcare for every 2-year-old across the 5 boroughs.
One of Mamdani's biggest promises was free childcare for all New York families, and now we're starting to see how that actually might happen. From September, the state will fund free childcare for 2-year-olds in some parts of the city, and it'll boost support for programs that already exist for older kids.
I'm heading to Brooklyn, one of New York's most popular boroughs. This used to be a place that families priced out of Manhattan would come to live. Now, even they're being pushed out.
Great, thank you so much. Hi, how you going?
Mallory,
Lovely to meet you.
nice to meet you. Come on in.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we're just having breakfast.
Mallory and her husband both work full-time, earning a combined income of $250,000 a year. They've been living in this apartment for 10 years.
A lot of the times we'll end up in the red. That's just the reality of it. After rent, daycare, I still have my student loans, just our regular bills, groceries, car.
How are the middle class being hit?
Must be
All of
nice
our
to
money
live in a
gets
real
wiped
country.
into paying all those things. So it's interesting to see what's happening to the middle class.
It's shrinking.
It's shrinking, for sure.
Childcare is one of their biggest costs. They're paying $2,000 a month, but Mamdani's promises could change that.
How would that impact you and your family?
It would be huge. We would save money, right? We would save lots of money. Yeah.
Kiss the cock.
Bye. Love you. Bye. This one's a walk up.
And that's nearby?
This one's in the one's in the neighborhood. This one.
2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, small bedroom.
Yep.
Around 8,000 Australian dollars a month.
Yep. Just like a regular apartment.
Mallory is a real estate agent and knows the market well. She's
Parasite.
seen rents become out of reach in her own neighbourhood.
Seeing these prices literally
My
a
sympathy
few
is
minutes
not
away
there
from where you
anymore.
live, does it make you ever worry that you could be priced out of your neighbourhood?
We think about it all the time because our rent keeps going up and up. If it keeps going up, we're not going to be able to afford to live here.
Just buy a house. Simple.
New York has some of the highest rents in the world. Back home in Australia, complaining about property prices is practically a national pastime. But here, it's on another level.
I don't even want to know how much it costs to live here.
New York has 2.3 million rental apartments. Nearly half of them are protected from steep rent hikes by a city board appointed by the mayor. It decides the rent rise each year. Mamdani has promised the board will freeze those rents during his entire term as mayor.
I'm freezing your rent as the next mayor of New York City. Let's plunge into the detail.
Freezing the rent is at the heart of Mamdani's agenda, and the hope is this freeze will bring some relief. But for many landlords, it means no extra income to cover rising costs. That sparked a fierce backlash.
What are they gonna do, the poor landlords?
This is one of the apartment buildings that would be affected. It's owned by Humberto Lopes.
Mr. Lopes.
Hey,
Nice
Mr.
to meet
Gamer,
you.
how are you?
Get him!
I'm good.
How are you?
Hit him with the rocks now!
Yeah, come on. Let's
Yeah.
go inside and see
Thank you
this.
very much.
The rent freeze is a direct threat to his business.
Oh,
he owns
no.
more than 100 buildings across the city, and he's been mobilising hundreds of landlords to fight the freeze.
We've renovated and we stuck, let's say, the $760,000 into this building.
Wow.
In the meantime, this property tax kept on going up and up and up. As of last year, we're at $77,000.
You're paying $77,000 US dollars in property tax a year for this building.
Yeah, a year. As of the last year's tax period. Right?
How much rent are tenants paying here?
The rents are basically anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 to $500. Okay, but you're living in a 3-bedroom apartment. You're living in a 2-bedroom apartment.
Look at how he has to justify
These apartments
his
are
Leo.
big. The bedrooms are huge.
Is that because they're rent stabilized?
They're rent stabilized. So basically, a 3-bedroom apartment, huge,
Yeah, exactly.
for $2,300, you don't find that nowhere.
These guys are fucking.
Humberto says landlords are choosing to board apartments up rather than fix them.
Yeah.
Here's the neighbor. I don't want to criticize.
Hit him with the rocks!
But this is what happens here when you start not being able
Hit him with
to
rotten
afford the
tomatoes.
building anymore.
Look, there's a
You
rope
can't fix it.
right
You start
there.
boarding them up.
Coiled up.
Is anyone living there?
Get that!
That's
Get
it.
that
It's already
right
emptied
there.
out. It's not worthwhile fixing because we can't get no increase for it. People
We
forget
can't get
that
no
real estate
increase
is a
for it.
business. You must understand.
Oh,
that.
it'd be a shame if
This is
one of
not for
those
free.
AC units
This bullshit
suddenly
of free
dislodged.
Doesn't go this way. That's how you destroy something.
A lot of people want rent stabilized apartments because they feel they can't live in New York City without it because it costs so much to rent. So do you see that there is a problem?
Here's the problem. Let me stop you. I want a Bugatti, but I can afford a Mercedes.
Bugatti is a luxury. A roof over your head is a necessity. Shut the fuck up, you fucking urchin. What a disgusting thing to say. I can only afford a Mercedes. Good for fucking you.
Absolute.
All right?
filth.
These people are trying to afford a place to fucking live, not a car. It's not a fucking luxury, bitch.
There's a reason that I called him a parasite.
You understand me now?
No.
Don't go for the Bugatti. I can't afford $6,000 a month rent. Let those people who can afford it, let them buy them. It's America.
Fuck yourself.
You afford it, you pay for it. You can't afford it, find another apartment. You don't have to live in Manhattan.
How do you fix this immense wealth disparity in this city when a
You don't.
quarter of New Yorkers live in poverty?
Who cares?
You don't care for your fellow Americans?
No, it's what you have no program for them. Or did you not
Unfucking
understand
real.
that you
Get
must
them
solve
fed
their problem?
and get them going somewhere.
You get them going by knowing their losses and how you can put them back on their feet, not by giving everything for free. You must not take someone's success and feel that it's a burden, it's a must that he has to pay.
Look at how angry he is. That he can't take the food out of babies' mouths anymore.
For your fucking loss. No, it's America. You gotta understand, my success is not yours. You're not my partner.
What an asshole. What a creep. I bet you he voted for Andrew Cuomo.
The levels of wealth in New York are staggering. The city is home to nearly 400,000 millionaires and 66 billionaires.
Did you say look at how angry he is?
In New York City, the rich are
Yeah.
getting richer.
Yeah, it's 'cause
about
the
one in
parasite is
24
having
people
his
here are
blood taken from
millionaires, but 1 in 4 people
He
live
needs
in
to
poverty.
eat, you understand? He
Mamdani's
needs a
promises
Bugatti.
are expensive, and he's inherited a budget that's not in great shape. But he has a plan to tax the rich.
Is I continue to think that having the top 1% of New York City, or making more than $1 million a year, having them pay 2% more for an economic agenda that would transform every New Yorker's life, including their own, is something that is worthwhile.
But to tax the rich and the big corporations, he needs the support of the state governor. And he's piling on the pressure. If he's successful, it's going to hit people like billionaire John Katzimatidis.
Oh,
Mr. Katzimatidis.
no. Get him! Get him! He's right there!
Welcome to Gristedes, New York.
Thank you, lovely
Good
to
to
meet
see you.
Thank you.
Stan says you're
How'd you get?
John owns the New York grocery chain Gristedes, a prominent Republican figure. He spent thousands campaigning against Mamdani.
The people of the city of New York made it my mission.
Why they
Not
shoot
to
this
get
in
him
the
elected.
Goya aisle?
Yes, you even said you might leave New York.
That's fucked up.
And-
Get the cans right there.
And I
Hit him with the
texted
cans.
and said, well, the race is over. You won. We lost. So let's try to work together to make New York a better place to live.
The two may have struck an uneasy truce, but John still isn't sold on Mamdani's agenda.
So what do you think of the new mayor?
I believe in giving him a chance. You always give a new mayor 100 days to sink or float. And I pray for him to come to common sense because he's a smart guy. He went to Bronx Science High School, 160 IQ. I hope he realizes that he has to do certain things to make sure the exodus does not continue. There are people that say,
exodus?
why should I pay a lot of extra taxes? They're going to Florida, Tennessee. They're going to states where there's no taxes.
Bye-bye.
His agenda includes city-run grocery stores.
Oh no, the people that are making the city more expensive are leaving? What are we gonna do?
Buses, more affordable homes, and he wants to tax the rich. What do you think of his agenda?
Taxing the rich will cost more jobs, will cost more
No, it
exodus.
won't.
Why do you
I
think
that's
that?
a problem because 2% of the people
Cope.
pay 48% of the taxes already.
Cope.
At a certain point,
Should be more.
People reach the oh crap level. You know, oh crap.
You're friends with President Trump. Have you discussed the new mayor?
We talk once in a while.
What does he think of him?
Well, the president had the book, The Art of the Deal,
Oh my god.
and if he can deal with the head of North Korea, South Korea, China,
Yeah, he can't.
Russia.
Didn't do
He
a
can
deal
certainly
with
deal
Russia
with a
either.
34-year-old kid.
Main
A
line.
lot of misses that dude
he's
just tried to do.
Listen, I said he's a smart kid. Let him learn.
Let him learn.
Many of New York's problems start and end with real estate. And who knows real estate better than Donald Trump?
Most people,
The president
honestly.
rallied against Mamdani, calling him a communist. But now they've formed a surprising working relationship.
I think he wants to make it greater than ever before. And if he can, we'll be out there cheering. I'll be cheering for him.
The mayor has promised to build 200,000 affordable apartments across New York. And when he met President Trump recently, his pitch was simple. Let's build.
David, lovely to meet you.
A pleasure.
What's the
Let's
plan
go!
We're going to be checking the platforms here in the subway for homeless, emotionally disturbed. Then
Curtis Sliwa is no stranger to New York politics. He founded volunteer group The Guardian Angels in the 70s and more recently ran against Mamdani as the Republican candidate.
Curtis,
oh, pleasure.
thank you for everything.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Popular man.
Obviously not popular enough, right? I've been the mayor.
That's funny.
Curtis says Mamdani understood the issues many voters care about, but the new mayor has underestimated his opponents.
Take care of yourself. I think with Zoran, it's more naivete than the fact that he doesn't want to achieve it. But I think he's going to realize fast that the powers that be are not going to let him get what his agenda is.
What's the resistance he's going to face? Who are those people standing in his way?
It's the billionaires, the millionaires, Except if you notice, when he had his opportunity to go to the White House on November 27th after he won the
militaristic.
election. Oh, what a love
steel tech
fest.
boost.
Even to the point where Donald Trump said, oh, you want to call me a fascist, or that's fine. See, with Donald Trump, it's all about the money.
City.
Don't ever mischaracterize that as a sincere love. He just knows that he's got to deal with Zoran Mamdani as the mayor of the city of New York.
Do you think there's something at play with Mamdani wants to build a lot of housing? He wants to build a lot more real estate. President Trump was in real estate.
You see, Zoran basically signaled that he will do business with big real estate, even though they did everything to vilify him during the campaign.
Birds! This guy don't lie.
Back in the Bronx, people are watching the new mayor closely, and that comes with a healthy dose of New York skepticism.
How do you feel about the new mayor, Zoran Mamdani?
It's not that I want to, I have to give him a shot because he's there. Not that I want to give him a shot, but we have to be realistic.
I think that's the hope aspect.
Yes.
Where we actually feel like before this guy can get corrupted or tainted, maybe he can actually get something done.
But it can't just be the promise. They have to deliver at some point. We know it's not going to be day one, but affordability, that has to come at some point because, that's what you ran on.
Even with all the cost of living challenges, New York is still for dreamers?
Yes, it is. It's just the dream has got a little bit more remote. It's not as easily obtained as people would think.
It's not obtainable. What do you mean? Who wants to watch a movie?
It's too late.
Only been streaming 4 hours. We still have 2 hours left.
Or 4.5 hours.
Yeah? Okay.
I sent a bunch of stuff.
I know.
Still think social media is basically just where politics gets argued about. Well, it isn't. It's actually where politics now gets shaped, and that is a very different thing.
When you go to Google and type in climate change is, you're going to see different results depending on where you live and the particular things that Google knows about your interests.
Because what changed over the last 10 or 15 years was not simply that politicians started posting videos online, or that newspapers put headlines on phones, or parties opened social media accounts and had a go at being relatable. I mean, Keir Starmer opened a TikTok account.
Prime Minister Keir Starmer has made his debut on TikTok.
The real shift was deeper than that. The platforms themselves changed how attention works. They changed what rises, what spreads, what people see more of, what sort of emotional state keeps people engaged, and what kind of material gets rewarded over and over again. And once that happens, politics does not sit outside it.
Everything they're doing online is being watched, is being tracked. Every single action you take.
It's pretty scary, isn't it? And politics actually adapts to it. So now you have millions of people talking in public life through systems that are not built to calm them down, inform them properly, or widen their understanding. They are built to hold them there, keep them scrolling, keep them reacting, and quite frankly, to keep them emotionally engaged.
What they don't realize is there's entire teams of engineers whose job is to use your psychology against you.
And the easiest way to do that, as it turns out, is not balance or proportion or careful explanation. It is conflict, identity, fear, anger, belonging. Reassurance that your side sees the world properly and the other lot are either mad, evil, or beyond saving.
And that is where the
MAGA is
tribalism comes
beyond
from.
saving, though.
Not all of it. Obviously, human beings have always been tribal.
I mean,
Politics
they're literally
has always
apologizing
involved
for
loyalties, resentments, and group identity.
Trump
Social media gave
fighting
that
the Pope.
instinct a machine to run through, a machine that learns what keeps
Supposed
you
to be
there,
Christians.
feeds you more of it, narrows your field of vision without you really noticing it, and slowly turns public life into something people experience less as a shared national reality.
Some have split.
And more as a permanent emotional
There is a
contest
definite
between
split
competing camps.
over this whole
That
shit.
is why politics feels different now. It feels more aggressive, more performative,
Emotional
more simplistic, more personal, more
damage.
exhausting. It feels like everyone is in a camp. Every issue has to become a moral battle.
Media
and
closest
every
to you.
argument gets dragged towards extremes. And 6 years on from the
Where?
social dilemma, what is actually striking is not that the warning was overblown.
Where?
If anything,
It should
it
give
was
you the
probably too
notification.
polite.
It didn't tell me
I was
any
the
meteor came
co-inventor
down.
of the Facebook like button. I was the president of Pinterest.
Google, Twitter, Instagram.
There were meaningful changes happening around the world because of these platforms.
You see, in 2020, a lot of this still sounded like a future problem, a warning about where things might be heading.
It's next
Here
to
in
Hansa.
2026, I think most people can see we are no longer talking about where it might head. We are actually living inside this thing. And once you understand that properly, a lot of modern politics starts making much more sense. Why parties behave the way they do, why outrage
What the
appears
fuck
to
is
travel
Hansa?
faster than truth, why mainstream media now chases the online mood,
city
and why
state.
tabloids fit so neatly into the digital age. Why political organizations of all kinds are learning to game identity
God
and
damn it, I
grievance,
just fucked
and
up.
why
I
so many
clicked a
people are
unit down
convinced
there.
they
I
have
don't know what
arrived at a
unit.
view
Trying to fucking drop the mark.
independently,
I don't have any
when in
vision down
reality
there.
they've been walking toward it
We have
one
shared
emotional
vision.
step at a time.
Oh, I don't see anything
That
down there.
is what today's explainer is going to be about. Not social media as a vague cultural annoyance, not a lazy phones are bad lecture. I mean
Can you
how the
ping it?
attention
Can you put a
economy,
pin
the
on it?
algorithm,
Put a
the
tack on
feed,
it.
and the emotional mechanics of online life have changed politics itself. How that has made people more tribal, how it has altered
Yeah, I don't
media,
see
how
that.
parties now use it, and why ordinary people, especially those who did not grow up inside this stuff, are often dealing with a system that is working on them without being fully visible.
We get rewarded by hearts, likes, thumbs up, and we conflate that with value and we conflate it with truth.
A whole generation is more anxious, more depressed.
I always felt like fundamentally it was a force for good. I don't know if I feel that way anymore.
So welcome back. If you are new here, this channel is about stripping politics back to what is actually going on underneath the packaging. Not the polished line, not the party theatre, not whatever slogan they are trying to get through the day with, but the mechanisms, the incentives, and the things going on under the hood. And this matters because a lot of decent, normal people can feel that public life has become utterly strange. You know, politics feels nastier than it used to, more frantic, more divided, far more obsessed with rows that seem to erupt out of nowhere and then dominate everything for 2 days straight. They can see that people have become more tribal as well. Families fall out over politics. Friend groups stop speaking.
Oh, maybe they shouldn't be
Perfectly
fascist.
ordinary people end up living
yeah,
completely different
it's good to
versions
talk,
of
not to
reality,
talk to fascists,
depending on
even if
what is
they're in your
being fed
family.
into their phones every single day.
I do it
That
every day.
did not happen by accident. In 2020, the social dilemma highlighted the issues of what social media platforms were doing to people's attention.
Real world behavior and emotions without ever triggering the user's awareness. They are completely clueless.
So what I want to do here is go through this properly in plain English without assuming everybody watching already knows how these platforms work. We'll start with the basic mechanism. Then we'll look at what the social dilemma was really warning about. Then we'll bring it into the world we are in now and look at what this has done to politics, the media, the tabloids, party strategy, and the growth of online narrative management.
Fake news spreads 6 times faster than true news. We're being bombarded with rumors.
And if that sounds like your sort of thing and
What
many
is
more
Georgia
videos like
doing?
this, hit the subscribe button, click like, and hit the notification bell so you can be notified of more videos that I do. Right, shall we start with the machine itself? Let's get into it.
If technology creates mass chaos, loneliness, more polarization, more election hacking, more inability to focus on the real issues, we're toast.
This is checkmate on humanity.
Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
So, The first thing we need to understand is that social media is not really best thought of as a neutral public square. That's how it was often talked about in the early days, a place where everybody could speak, share ideas, connect, organize, challenge powerful institutions, get information out faster, all the rest of it. And some of that was true. Social media did open things up in certain ways. It allowed people outside traditional media to build audiences. I'm product of that. It let information move around old gatekeepers, and it gave ordinary people more visibility than they had before. But the entire business model underneath it was never ever neutral. You see, these companies make money by keeping your attention. When you watch this video, they want you watching it. They get advertising from it. That's the foundation of the whole thing. The longer you stay on the platform, the more adverts can be shown, the more data can be gathered, the more your behavior can be tracked, the more accurately you can be profiled,
And the Python shots really
you become
fuck
inside
up
that system.
the cavalry units.
They know when people are lonely. They know
That's all
when
they're
people are
good for.
depressed, They know when people are looking at photos of your ex-romantic partners.
Now, you're probably sitting there thinking, oh my God, I'm watching this video, I'm watching Bruce do his reels, I'm watching all this stuff. They're harvesting all my data, they're taking everything from me. They've already done that. What you need to understand is how politics is working around social media, about the bigger use of this system. And that's what this video is designed to do, because once you understand it, you'll be more mindful of what you're actually doing, what you're clicking, what you're scrolling, and what you're watching. Because from the platform's point of view, your attention is the product, or more accurately, your attention is what they harvest and sell access around. Now, once you understand that, the next bit follows naturally. If a platform's trying to keep you there for as long as possible, it has to learn what holds you, what makes you stop scrolling, what makes you click, what makes you watch to the end, what makes you come back, what makes you comment, what makes you share,
There
what
she
makes you
goes.
feel enough to stay emotionally
I fucking
attached
saw that
to
coming.
what is happening on the screen.
Oh, Georgia.
All of this data
Yeah.
that we're just pouring out all the time is being fed into these systems that have almost no human supervision.
Right.
And that is exactly where the algorithm comes in. People use that word a lot. I do, and quite often loosely. But in plain terms, what it means here is a system deciding what to show you next based on what is most likely to keep you engaged. Not what's most true, not what's most useful, not what is most balanced, what is most likely to keep your attention. And that is the key. If calm, careful explanation did the best, the system would feed you more of that. It's why I don't get pushed. You see, if you followed me long enough, you'll know that I like to do educational videos. Sure, I have a side, I have an opinion, but generally I try and educate people on politics, on how systems work. Like I've said, this is what this video is about today. But the reason I don't
I
get
can
pushed
condemn
is because
heretics
I'm not
now.
triggering
Beautiful.
you emotionally. What I'm doing is trying to stimulate you intellectually. And that doesn't sell. But what does is something that confirms a fear, triggers outrage, flatters identity, creates tension, offers certainty, or gives people the satisfying feeling that they now understand who exactly is to blame. That's not because everybody is stupid, it's because people are just human. We're not wired like machines. We notice threat, we respond to conflict, we remember things that make us angry or anxious. We look for social belonging, we feel like that our side is right and the other side has lost the plot. In normal life, those instincts are already there. Social media platforms simply learned how to industrialize them.
All the clicks we've ever made, all the videos we've watched, all the likes, that all gets brought back into building a more and more accurate model. The model, once you have it, you can predict the kinds of things that person does.
And that's the bit a lot of people miss. The platform does not need a grand political ideology of its own to do damage.
Your dude did a
It
lot
just
of
needs
damage to that
optimize for
wall.
attention
Yeah, because they're the
and
same religion as
constantly
me.
rewards emotional
I know
intensity.
shit.
And once it does that, politics will continue to utterly wrap
That's
around
interesting.
it. That's right. Emotion holds attention, and this is
Yeah,
why
I
the
don't need
social
siege
dilemma
tech.
landed with so
Only
many
Cav.
people when it came
That's
out
great.
in 2020, because it put words into something millions already half suspected. which was that these systems were not just
Oh my God,
reflecting
she
human
has a fucking
behavior,
AT
they were
army.
steering it, nudging it,
Great.
learning from it, and feeding it back in stronger forms. The basic warning in that film was pretty simple. If a platform
okay, if
can
you have
study
walls,
your
she'll
behavior
break.
in real time and work out what kind of content
Oh,
keeps you
I
engaged,
have,
then over time it can shape what sort of world you experience.
military thingy.
Not necessarily
and
by
my
telling you
walls.
directly what to think,
I'm also
but
building
by
more
controlling what you
advanced walls,
repeatedly
I think.
see,
Oh, I
what
can't.
emotional
I need
tones
to repair
surround
them.
you, what sort of people keep appearing in front of you, and which versions of events get reinforced. And that matters because most people do not form political opinions by sitting down with 3 reports, a budget spreadsheet, and a white paper.
True.
Oddly, something that I actually do. They
Nerd.
normally just build impressions, they absorb mood, they notice patterns, they react to repeated frames. They gradually come to feel that certain things are obvious, certain enemies are everywhere, certain grievances are being ignored, and certain stories prove a wider truth. And social media is utterly brilliant at building that atmosphere. Not always through one massive lie, quite often through accumulation. A clip here, a headline there, a meme, a quote, a story of someone being treated unfairly, a little burst of outrage, a comment section full of certainty, another clip that seems to confirm the first one. Because after a while, a person can end up living inside a stream of material that feels broad and varied, when in reality it is all pushing in roughly the exact same emotional direction. That is exactly how the echo chamber works, and most people don't even realize they're in one. Not always as a sealed box where you never encounter disagreement. Quite often you do see disagreement, but in the same
He's full of
frame.
energy.
You see it in forms that keep confirming your
He's ready
side's
to
view
destroy.
of the other camp. The opposition appears as idiots,
I mean, yeah,
monsters,
that's
hypocrites,
algorithm
threats,
shit.
weirdos, extremists, traitors, fools, whatever the local language of the tribe happens to be. So even exposure to the other side can deepen the chamber if the platform keeps serving it to you in its most ridiculous or engaging form.
Like Drew Pavlou.
So, I think
So I
now's
keep
probably a
telling
good
Twitter
time
to stop
bring
fucking
politics into this
recommending me his
properly.
fucking
Because
tweets.
once people begin taking in the world through emotionally filtered feeds, well then politics changes whether it wants to or not. A lot of older political culture, especially in Britain, was built around slower forms of messaging, newspaper columns, broadcast interviews, party conferences, local campaigning, a speech that would be analysed over a few days, a scandal that built in stages, and a national conversation that, for all its flaws, was at least somewhat shared. That world has not vanished completely. Broadcasters still matter, newspapers still matter, institutions still have a purpose, but politics now has to operate inside a much, much faster environment where public attention is fragmented and where emotional impact often beats detail. So parties adjust. They simplify harder, they personalise more, and they provoke more deliberately. They frame issues through identity and threat, and they test language online. They push material designed to travel as clips and build messages that work inside the feed rather than only in a manifesto.
Be in no doubt, those that have participated in this violence will face the full force of the law.
And that absolutely applies across the political spectrum. Different parties do it in different ways with different tones and for different audiences, but they are all learning the same broad lesson. If people now experience politics through attention-driven systems, then the successful political actor is the one who understands how to move through those systems. That means a party does not just ask, is this policy sound? It also asks, will this cut through? Will this trigger engagement? Will this travel? Will our people share it? Will it annoy the right enemies? Will it produce clips? Will it create a mood? Will it make supporters feel seen? Basically, if you can dominate the emotional weather around an issue, you're halfway to shaping how that issue is understood before most people even get to the actual facts. This is where tribal politics really starts to harden. You see, once social media learns that identity-driven material keeps people engaged, and once political actors realise they can build support by feeding identity-driven messages into that system, you get a feedback loop. And most people don't want to realize that the platform rewards tribal content because tribal content is engaging. Political groups produce more tribal content because it performs well. Audiences become more attached to political identity because they're constantly fed material that makes politics feel like a battle between morally loaded camps. Then the platform reads that behavior and just gives them more of it. And that applies both on the left and on the right side of politics, because it makes compromise look like weakness, it makes nuance look like suspicion, and it encourages people to judge information not by whether it is true, but by whether it helps their side.
Like some magistrate.
Frankly, quite a lot. There's a lazy version of this story where mainstream media gets treated as if it has been swept away by social media and no longer matters. The BBC still gets watched, big papers still get read, national broadcasters still get views, established outlets still set parts of the agenda, especially in elite politics. Governments still care what is led on, parties still care what the major interviews look like, and that side of it has not disappeared. What has changed
just get rid of
is that mainstream media no longer sits above the online environment in the way it once did. It actually now sits inside it. Editors watch what is trending, journalists
I want to get rid of all these
personal
ones because
brands
this
on social
Katango city
platforms,
is a fucking
broadcasters
pain
clip
in the ass.
interviews for online circulation. Stories get commissioned with digital reaction in mind. Panels react to online storms that may have been manufactured, amplified, or wildly unrepresentative to begin with. So instead of mainstream media simply telling the public what matters, it increasingly finds itself responding to the mood generated by the feed. That makes it more vulnerable than it ever used to be. A row that starts online can suddenly become the day's media story if it generates enough heat. A selective clip can create an entire public impression before the full context even catches up. A campaign can send a narrative in digital spaces and watch as mainstream outlets pull it into wider circulation because it appears to have momentum. That does not mean journalists are all fools. It means they are working in a precious system where speed and reaction matter more than they used to.
500 signs per turn.
Happens, the old idea that mainstream media filters chaos starts to weaken. Sometimes it still does. Sometimes serious reporting still breaks through and cuts against the grain. Often enough now, parts of the media end up acting less like gatekeepers and more like accelerants. Well, this is quite frankly where a lot of people get uneasy, and they should. You see, by this point, parties understand social media far better than they did 6 years ago. They understand audiences more precisely, they understand which grievances can be activated, which identities can be strengthened, which messages travel on which platforms, and how different tones work for different demographics. Ultimately, they've caught up. And that includes major parties, smaller parties, insurgent movements, issue-led organisations, and challenger brands trying to grow fast. Plenty of them are now using the same broad playbook. Keep feeding that relationship until politics stops feeling like something people occasionally think about and starts feeling like part of who they are. But in all cases, if they are good at digital politics, they are thinking about how to hold attention, trigger belonging, and sustain engagement. And when those incentives dominate, the temptation to manipulate people becomes very, very strong indeed. They hook you into their algorithm and their echo chamber. Not always through direct falsehood, sometimes through omission, through selective clips, through emotional framing, through constant repetition of a mood until it feels like common sense. And by making one issue seem like the key to everything, and by feeding people a steady diet of stories that push them deeper into anger before a political offer arrives to actually catch that anger and organise it. And this is where older viewers and really just normal people with busy lives can get caught without realising what is actually happening. And believe me, that's not a disrespect against anyone. It's simply the fact that because you did not grow up inside this system, it's very easy to assume you're just seeing what's going on. A few videos, a few clips, a couple of articles, some comments, maybe somebody you follow sharing something that sounds plausible. It can feel casual, incidental, like you're simply taking in the day. But the feed is not casual. It is utterly arranged. Not by one puppet master in a dark room. I'm not talking rubbish here. I mean it is arranged by a system that is constantly learning from your behavior and adjusting what it puts in front of you. This has been proven. Go and watch The Social Dilemma that we led this video with if you don't believe me. If you stop on angry political content, more of it comes. If you watch material about national decline, you will see more of it. If you engage with stories about betrayal, corruption, cultural collapse, censorship, migration, elites, protest, identity, whatever it happens to be, the system notices and shows you more of it. And because most people do not inspect that process consciously, they can end up thinking, blimey, everybody is about this now. Everybody thinks like I do. Everybody is talking about this. This must be the central issue in the country. Maybe it is, but maybe you're just being heavily fed it. And that distinction really does matter, because once people mistake feed intensity for public reality, political manipulation gets much easier. You no longer need to persuade them from scratch. You just need to step into the emotional tunnel they're already in and give it a political shape. If you read that, I'll be honest with you, in a strange place. And I appreciate this has been a long one, but we're starting to get towards the end now. You see, the rise of independent political commentary happened for a reason. People got sick of being spoken to like children. They got tired of the polished nonsense, the obvious omissions, the carefully managed interviews, the media class all nodding along to the same framing, while ordinary people were expected to pretend it made sense. So they went looking for something more direct, somebody speaking plainly, somebody prepared to read the document, show the clip, ask the obvious question, and not worry too much about whether the Westminster furniture actually approved of it. That's where independent commentary earns its place. At its best, it can slow things down, add context, expose spin, join dots, and help people understand what they are actually looking at. I'd like to think that's what I do. But there is also a catch. Because independent commentators live inside the exact same algorithmic environment as everybody else. So the pressure is there for us as well. Be sharper, be quicker, be angrier, be first, pick a side more aggressively, turn every disagreement into a civilization level crisis, and feed your audience what keeps them emotionally locked in. That pressure is very real. So being independent is not enough on its own. You have to stay disciplined. You have to resist becoming just another emotional delivery system for one camp or another. You have to be prepared to disappoint your own audience when the evidence goes the other way. I've done this many times, and people don't understand why. You have to avoid becoming addicted to outrage because outrage performs, and a lot of content creators just pump out the same tripe all the time because it gets them likes and views. And ultimately what I do is much harder than it sounds, because the system rewards the opposite of what I do. Yep, 2026. What makes this moment more serious than it looked when The Social Dilemma came out is not just that social media is bigger, it is that the entire political and media landscape has now adjusted to its logic. Parties understand it better, campaign groups understand it better, broadcasters respond to it more, newspapers have adapted to it, creators build within it, and audiences live inside it. So the system has now become more complete. Back in 2020, they were talking about people getting addicted to it. Now, it is everything. Politics now happens in a world where attention is monitored, emotion is measured, identity is activated, and public reality is increasingly encountered through personalized streams that are not trying to widen people's perspective. Quite often they are narrowing it because narrowed attention is easier to hold.
This city-state
that everyone is
down
brainwashed.
here
It means
is
you need to
also
understand how to get out of it. Because it doesn't mean
George's
people have
suzerain,
no agency.
so we could take
it does
that out.
not mean every political conviction online is fake.
That
or
one might be worth
manipulated,
keeping, though.
because most people do still think for themselves. They do still arrive at
to you.
sincere views. Some online
Also, loot
communities
this
are
guy's fucking
genuinely
airfield if
useful
my cab
and
dies.
informative. Some digital commentary is utterly excellent. But none of that changes the larger truth. The environment itself in social media pushes toward polarization. It pushes toward emotional overreaction, toward tribal sorting, toward narrative warfare, and toward certainty before understanding. And if a political class learns to operate effectively in that environment, well, then it has every incentive to make use of those pressures rather than calm it down. And that is exactly where we are today. That is the real shift in 2026. Not that people are using social media to talk about politics, it's that politics itself is now being shaped inside systems built to hold attention
it is a problem.
at almost any cost. And on that
It's
note,
good to see
I
somebody
bid you farewell.
with a bigger platform actually verbalize this in a real way that might actually gain some traction.
Slight palate cleanser here with Ro Khanna, just because there are some Democrats that are speaking about this war in a manner that actually meets the immorality of it, is accurate in its messaging, and is where the American people are. He was on with Ayman Moladeen last night on MS Now, and this is where Democrats should orient their messaging.
What do you say to people who say the 25th Amendment or impeachment, as we have seen twice before with this specific president, when it's controlled by Republicans, that's just not a realistic scenario?
I think you're using things too tactically. You've been so immune. How about moral principle? How about that when a president threatens to blow up other nations, that we have to see some response to saying that we have a higher moral dimension, that there's something called conviction in politics, that the lives of the Iranian people matter, that the lives of people in Gaza matter, that the lives of people in Cuba matter, that when Donald Trump is echoing Gallant and calling people animals who live in Iran, that we will be a Democratic Party who says that is morally wrong. And when we don't say that, and when we hide behind proceduralism, and when we hide behind tactics, and when we hide behind the fact that we don't have votes, then what we say to most Americans is we're not willing to fight for our vision for America, for our moral vision. You know who is willing to fight for his vision of America? Donald Trump. And you know why the Democrats keep losing? Because we don't have conviction in our politics. We don't have inspiration and passion in our politics. We've got people there 50 years who read the same scripts, put out the same bland statements. Get out. Let a new generation lead. You've been ineffective. The base doesn't like you. The base wants fighters. The base wants people with moral vision. And the only people the base are more upset with than Donald Trump is the ineffective leadership of the Democratic Party to stand up when a president of the United States is threatening genocide.
Very well said. AOC called those comments genocidal too. Of course, the usual progressive suspects are good on this. When he was talking about moral leadership, this clip came to mind to me because we're seeing Tucker Carlson speak about the immorality of Trump wanting to end the civilization and using very Christian language. He's a Christian nationalist. I think people are starved for some sort of, as Khanna says there, moral leadership, spiritual leadership. I think about this answer from Bernie Sanders in 2016 in the race at the town hall all the time, when he was asked about his spirituality. And this is the kind of movement. This is the kind of movement that so many Democratic leaders so cynically believe. Because it serves their self-interest, but that the American public is.
The President of the United States made some comments about myself.
Pope Leo coming to the back of the plane and addressing the criticism
from
Pope plane? President Trump. He was talking to us reporters on board the plane flying from Cameroon to Angola.
Pope plane?
There's been a
Pope plane?
certain narrative that has not been accurate in all of its aspects.
Pope Force One?
Because of the political situation
Air Force Pope?
created when on the first day of the trip, the President of the United States made some comments about myself.
He's a very liberal person. I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
And he pointed out that his speech in Bamenda in Cameroon, where he said the world was being ravaged by a handful of tyrants, had actually been written 2 weeks ago, so before the remarks and criticisms of President Trump. So Pope Leo coming out today to explain that his trip to Africa is about a Christian message, about a peace-building message, and he is not seeking to continue a tit-for-tat with the president.
It was looked at as if I was trying to debate again the president, which is not in my interest at all.
He just continues to win. It's so funny.
We'll start with the pride flag stuff.
Gay USA.
At the Stonewall National Monument. a big shock. No one was expecting this.
That the federal government, the Trump administration, settled with the groups that were suing for the right to run the rainbow flag up a pole at the Stonewall National Monument.
2 months ago, without warning, the federal government took down the rainbow flag at the Stonewall National Monument. We all went out and demonstrated. We yelled at them.
And put it back up.
And put it back up.
And it wasn't removed.
Correct. But several groups, including
Incredibly
the Gilbert
gay
Baker
tie.
Foundation, creator of the flag, and a couple of others, sued to get it reinstated. And we thought, oh, this will never fly.
Well, I never said that. I mean, we're winning a lot of these suits against.
We also knew we were technically right.
Yeah, but no, I'm just saying, look what happened in Philadelphia. They sued to get the slavery exhibit at the presidential site up, and they won. People are winning these cases.
Well, the federal government had taken it down on the grounds that they have a law that says only the American flag, the Park Service flag, and maybe the MIA flag can fly.
PWA, MIA.
But there's also a clause there that says there may be an exception for flags that are relevant historically to the site.
Like the Confederate flag in some cases.
Which is up at Gettysburg.
Sure.
So we saw that clause and said, well, surely the rainbow flag is relevant historically at Stonewall. And so these groups...
Oh, wait a minute. It wasn't at the Stonewall.
No, but as a symbol.
It's become a symbol for our community.
So these groups sued. And again, we woke up in shock the other day to find that the federal government had reached a settlement with the organizations that had sued.
I expected we'd win this. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
let's put it this way. I didn't expect us to win it so fast.
Yes, they settled very fast.
They caved. It was a Trump taco.
So under the terms of this, the government's agreed. We're going to permanently fly the flag, but you got to put the American flag up. They all got to be the same size. American flag up top, then the rainbow flag, then the Park Service flag.
Well, the rainbow flag and it's it's the thing. And so the rainbow flag and the Park Service flag will be equal.
We'll see.
On the two arms of the.
And not to confuse you, but we've already got a city flagpole just outside the perimeter, which already is doing this.
Yes. So we're happy about that.
But I asked the question of Lambda Legal, among the others that brought this, and said, where's the case to restore the Park Service's censoring of transgender people from the history of the Stonewall, which is a complete outrage, which occurred earlier than the flag being taken down. And I got no answer.
They are going to put up some kind of sign about the flag, but not about, you're right, about...
because transgender people do not exist, according to the Trump administration.
Well, they're doing everything they can to wipe them out. More about that momentarily. And just as a footnote, the Phil's Coffee chain, which is evidently around the country, West Coast, whatever.
It's very big in San Francisco.
So they had rainbow flags up in those coffee houses. The owner took them down on the
They were bought by a hedge fund manager.
Yes, who says we need homogeneity here, not homosexuality. He just made that up. No, he said we need to be bland and appealing to everyone.
So are people boycotting now?
I don't think so yet.
No, they should.
No.
What this? Oh yeah?
Giant squid.
Cool.
Trying to eat that bait.
It's fucking huge.
Yeah, it's called the giant squid, bruh.
Fuck the ocean, dude. Fuck it.
You know that's not the biggest one, right? There's a colossal
the colossal
squid.
is even bigger. I think the colossal is the one that the sperm whales fuck with.
No, they eat these.
Oh, these ones.
Yeah, they might eat both.
wild. Only place on Earth where megafauna still exists.
You know, like, these squids aren't supposed to be up this high. It's probably going to die from the pressure.
Yeah. Or is already on its way to dying. See you later. Crazy.
I love how the music's so spooky.
Yeah. Fuck the ocean. We'll protect the ocean, but fuck the ocean.
Wow, what did the ocean do to you?
Do you see the horrors that it has for us? Horrors beyond comprehension. Lovecraft was really writing about the creatures that exist in the ocean. Pop.
Ouch!
I've been trying to think about how to begin this episode, which is a very, very tricky one. And I found
not for a guy like me.
myself thinking about a debate I heard a lot in 2023 and 2024. You would hear these chants and see these songs.
We're getting now like the short-term version of the one day everyone will have always been against this from Ezra Klein. Like, Ezra Klein has been a cheerleader and champion of genocide for years, just in a moderate, chin-stroking kind of way. But now, like, the needle's moved too far, so he has to pretend that some new revelation has come about that has changed his position, rather than it just being impossible to continue to hold this position in the face of public opinion turning. So now it's like, oh, well, at the time I felt this, but then after Israel did the same thing 500,000 times in a row, that's what changed my mind.
From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. And it flared into this huge controversy.
Free Palestine from the river to the sea means get rid of all the Jews.
From the river to the sea means the land in between is free. Everyone in between is free.
No, this is a genocidal chant.
What was always so strange to me,
the cunts
so backwards about this focus on
genocide,
college campus protesters,
fucking hate these people.
Was it there was this reality people weren't really admitting,
fucking cunts,
that there is one power from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. That power, that sovereign, which if you travel in that area, and I have, is just visually undeniable.
It takes so long to say everything. Have you considered the regional power in Israel as Israel? Holy shit, really?
Is Israel. American politics is not...
The fucking enormously powerful militarized ethno-state given money and weapons by the United States that also has illegal nuclear weapons that it hasn't registered and refuses to acknowledge the existence of, and that drafts like everyone of a certain... That country, they have sole control over the region that they have control over?
Grappled really at all.
I'm sorry, I hate Ezra Klein. I just hate this, like, New York Times editorial columnist, chin-stroking Substack motherfucker type who's, like, arriving at basic, obvious conclusions everyone left of center arrived at ages ago, but they take forever to get there because they were, like, completely beholden to consultancy beforehand. So now they have to contrive some like intellectual justification for their pulling over, like after the average Democratic voter already has,
With the level of day-to-day domination that Israel exerts over Palestinian lives, and the complete absence of any horizon at all.
Yeah, been like that since the Nakba. Like, it's been like that unrelentingly for 80 years with no change in the conditions. They have continued to have unrelenting, overwhelming control over Palestinian lives for longer than you and I have been alive. Nothing new has happened. Nothing's changed.
For that to end.
What's
and
changed
this was true
is
before
that
October 7th.
now that the polling is showing that
political
Israel
scientist Michael
bad,
Barnett,
all
Nathan
these
Brown,
people are suddenly
Mark
going,
Lynch,
did you
and
know
Toby Kahane
Israel's bad?
published an edited volume called The One State
Snipes.
Reality. Their argument, which also...
Yes! That's what's up. Because it is. It is a one-state reality. There is no two-state solution.
also made in a very controversial foreign affairs piece was that, quote, Palestine is not a state in waiting, and Israel is not a democratic state incidentally occupying Palestinian territory. All the territory west of the Jordan River
Gilgamesh showed up.
Constituted a single state under Israeli rule. Where the
well,
land
he's
and
been
the
in a
people
military
are
alliance
subject to
with me. I'm going to
radically
renew
different
that right
legal
now.
That's such a crazy
So
and
he's at war
controversial
too.
argument. That's beautiful. That's
With,
fucking wild. They
Congo
really
and
said
Georgia.
that. That
So his
thing
units
that's been
just
true for
landed on the
80 years
shore.
that everyone everywhere knows. That's crazy.
And Palestinians are permanently treated.
I guess if you mostly got your news from the New York Times, from Ezra Klein, this might actually be really novel to you. You're like, well, I'll be. It's like some kind of apartheid state over there. You're telling me that Palestinians and Israelis have two different sets of laws to follow? Why isn't anyone talking about this?
As a lower caste. What they were saying then is that the hope of a two-state solution in the future had become a way many in America particularly avoided reckoning with the one-state reality of the present. That reality was not accidental, it is not intended to be transient. It was being etched into the land in stone and cement, in settlements and checkpoints, in the construction of walls and the demolition
What about
of
the
homes.
roads that Palestinians can't use?
That might have been a controversial claim when they made it.
In 2023. I'm like, I can't believe. I got an email recently from someone who was like, do you think Ezra Klein's more reasonable than you think? Really? This guy? That might, now listen, viewer, that might sound crazy, all those things I just told you. What's with this affect he's pushing? To make 80 IQ people feel smart. It's basically like the liberal equivalent of neo-Nazi Twitter midwits who pretend that they've read, like, Evol or whatever, you know? They're the kind of person who talks about fascism not in a, like, oorah race war way, but more in a, like, yes, it's true. Mankind has always been following the curvature of its evolutionary trajectory, and it seems our trajectories diverged sometime ago. And it's just like you like get to the root of what they're saying, and they're basically saying like black people scary, you know? But it's meant to make you feel smart. It's meant to make you feel smart. You're so smart.
What has happened since October 7th has made it an undeniable reality. Israel now occupies more than half of Gaza. More than 2 million Gazans have been
actually occupies all of Gaza, because occupation refers not only to the literal physical presence of soldiers, but also to political and military dominion, which they have complete and absolute power over.
herded into less than half of the land they formerly occupied. And Gaza, it should be said, was already one of the most overcrowded places on Earth.
Fascinating.
The conditions Gazans now live in...
I feel very on the money so far that this is a video justifying a change in perspective that he's had for the first time in a many decades long career. Not many, but like several decades long career. But so far, every piece of evidence he cited to justify his change in position is from 80 years ago.
And there is no near term, there's no imagined, there's no envisioned relief. This is and it remains collective punishment. Hamas, not the children of Gaza, attacked Israel on October 7th. The conditions the children of Gaza now live in are not, they're not more...
It's revolutionary stuff if you read the New York Times and you were under the impression that October 7th was when a, you know, fucking company of Palestinian children invaded Israel.
In the West Bank, Israel choked off money to the Palestinian Authority. It has settlements, chosen to build settlements at a record pace. More.
They didn't just appear there on their own? Fucking $20,000 more to his Substack. They chose to build it? They didn't just spontaneously erupt like acne from the earth?
Settlements were approved in the last year alone than in the 2 decades
to be honest,
before combined.
I do not
Israel has protected a terrifying rise
I'm assuming you're talking about cricket. I don't watch
military violence.
I hadn't heard about
it. As far as I was aware, England was winning.
There is no doubt, if you go there, who rules the West Bank, and it is not the PA. When Netanyahu signed a recent settlement project, a project the United States had opposed for a long time because it would effectively bisect the West Bank, making a Palestinian
my
state
general is Napoleon
physically
Bonaparte.
unimaginable. Netanyahu made clear that that was exactly why he was signing it.
It's sanitizing the liberal Zionist perspective. I personally just think it's important to remember that none of these people believe in fucking anything. That authentic, sincere belief has
Gilgamesh
been scoured
is
from
only
the
at
surface
war
of
with
the American political and consultancy
Georgia.
classes as effectively as
So I'll try to pull him into the Congo since his
solar
units
flare
just
would
landed
scour
here.
the magnetosphere of the Earth.
I can also
It's
ask
all
him.
gone. It literally
I got
doesn't
a level
exist.
2
Well, we've been in an
Might have
alliance
some
together
time ago.
for the whole
100
game,
years
so-
ago, things might
I got
have been
level
different.
2 with him.
But
So
not
we could
now.
probably get him to
I
get
don't
it.
think it would actually scour the magnetosphere. It'd scour the ozone, right? I don't know. I don't really know how the sun works. It's like a god, right? The sun's a god, and there's a solar flare when he's mad at you. I don't know. Don't worry about it. Yes? Okay, gotcha.
He said, "We are going to fulfill our promise. There will be no Palestinian state. This place belongs to us." In the north, Israel has used war in Iran as cover to invade Lebanon, displacing more than 1 million people. 1 million, and
He's saying like 1 million, like it's shocking and not just like a number you could. I hate inauthenticity. I really do. I understand that to an extent, if you work in politics, a degree of inauthenticity is necessary, if for no other reason than because the average voter has the, I don't know, mental faculties of a cow. So sometimes you kind of have to like soft pitch them ideas because they genuinely wouldn't understand the actual plan. I understand. I get that. Okay. But this degree of inauthenticity genuinely sickens me. You can be like you can engage in every bad faith defense of Israel, every time-wasting, pearl-clutching, hand-waving defense, we need to move past this conversation, pretending it doesn't matter, pretending that if it does matter, we're doing all we can, over and over and over and over and over again. And then finally you change your mind, and your justification for doing so is this poorly thought out. Not even any, like, real reckoning with your conscience. He's not even, like, after believing these things for so long, like, is he suggesting that he didn't know all this? Like, none of this information was available to him as Klein this whole time? Why is he telling us this? You're the one who changed your mind. I haven't changed my mind. I've been morally consistent since day one. I've always believed this. So you're the one who changed your mind. You tell me, why did you change your mind? You're just telling me why I should agree with you now. I already knew why. I can't, it's infuriating to me. It's so fucking infuriating to me. It's so angering that, like, you can just, I don't even care that he makes money from it or that he's powerful or whatever, because he does and he is. You know, what I care about, I guess, is the idea that, like, this is the only way you can do things now, you know? Like, it's in the environment that has been created, there's not only room for this to flourish, but, like, it's the only thing that can.
Suggesting that up to 600,000 will not be allowed to return to their homes until Israel has established its security zone, whatever that proves to be, and that it is decided that Israelis in the north are safe. To put it bluntly, it is an open question whether any of those 600,000 Lebanese will ever be able to return to their homes or if they will even have homes.
I know, because I read news sources that aren't the New York Times. What's your point?
To return to. I do not want to underplay what Israel's actually dealing with here. I have immense sympathy for Israel's war against Hezbollah. They are defending themselves in a way any state would.
By invading the state, occupying it, demolishing all of the residences, displacing over 1 million people, and then creating settlements illegally to establish a buffer zone so you can continue, just like any state would, really.
But this, again, is collective punishment. Those million Lebanese, they are not all Hezbollah. Israel's security challenges are very real. Its horror, its fear, its trauma after October 7th was very real. Its
I haven't heard about it.
Determination to make sure that never happened again is what any state and any people would do. Its
The
right
trauma.
to reprisal against Hamas and Hezbollah were undeniable. I am not someone who wants to see the state of Israel cease to exist, but what Israel is choosing here.
Ezra Klein speaking directly to his AIPAC handlers, please listen, I'm still on your side. I'm still laundering Israeli propaganda, but the shift in democratic public opinion is forcing me to take a slightly different stance on this.
A one-state reality that already is and will continue to be understood the world over as apartheid. It endangers that state too. The cost of Israel cannot morally be the permanent subjugation of millions of Palestinians. In February, Gallup found for the first time more Americans sympathize with the Palestinians than the Israelis.
So he hasn't actually changed his mind? Nope. Hence the position, one day everyone will have always been against this. He's this inauthentic piece of shit isn't even explaining how he changed his mind, even though that is what he's saying he's doing. He's pretending that he's always had this position. He's just catching you up on what he believes, and what he's always believed.
Among Democrats, among young Americans, it is not even close.
He's literally telling you exactly why his stance changed. It's so easy for me to call this shit.
Israel maintains support among older Americans, and it has benefited from the advanced age of the last two presidents. Their views of Israel were forged in another time, around another Israel.
It was the same Israel.
American politics has not yet fully grappled with what Israel has chosen to become.
It always was this.
For decades, for my entire...
As infuriating as it is, it's still a good sign people like him are turning, but he's not turning. He still believes what he believes, and he's actively lying to you because he's trying to remain relevant. Why would he want to remain relevant without actually shifting his opinion? Because he remains their agent. An agent of Israel, an agent of the deep state. Why else would he... Or let me put it another way. Why an inauthentic turn if he actually was changing his mind? Because this is absolutely inauthentic. Why not an authentic turn? If he was only trying to remain popular, then he would be anti-Israel. Why stay pro-Israel, and why frame it in such a disingenuous way? Because his perspective is unchanged. He is still an ally to the project of genocide. He now, rather than directly opposing it, or pretending that it's, not happening at all, now he will do what every liberal fucking shitlib pundit will do, which is waste time by, half-assing solutions or acting as though the left is poisoning the well by being anti-Semitic, even though the left was right in everything they said, and he's now moving to that position, even as he pretends that he's not. Seems authentic to me. I don't know. Thanks, guy who only reads NYT. Phenomenal. The music really does it, I guess. The fake,
life. Discourse in America around Israel has always been couched in the future tense. It has always sat in the language of solutions. Do you support a two-state solution? Do you support a one-state solution? I don't think this is the time to talk about solutions. I think that is a way of sheltering ourselves.
The reason he doesn't want to talk about it is because it's become increasingly obvious that no version of that problem can be solved while Israel exists in the form that it does. Like, you want a one-state solution? You can't because Israelis are evil. You want a two-state solution? You can't because Israelis are evil. If you talk about solutions, you have to talk about the obstacle to implementing them, and the obstacle in both cases is that Israel is evil, so he can't talk about it. He doesn't want to talk about anything that would betray just how bad the problem is.
What is actually happening? I think what is needed now is simply a confrontation with realities.
Phenomenal. They didn't even
That's
acknowledge.
literally what I was about to say. Phenomenal. Great, Ezra. Thanks, Ezra.
It's been about 2 weeks since almost 2 million of you watched David Weiss and Mark Sargent react to the Artemis II launch. And you will all be delighted to know that they've also reacted to the re-entry and splashdown. So it'd be rude not to look at that as well, right?
Let's go
Are
watch
these
that first.
flat earthers?
Thought so.
Yes. So let's watch the
I
first
think
one too.
Dave did one as well. About flat earthers coping. Every time my mum asks about the photos, I'm like, she's like, oh, you can clearly see it's a globe. I'm like, what are you talking about?
It looks like a hell of a lot of you enjoyed
picture.
Flat Earther CC's reaction to the Artemis 2 launch on Friday.
Edit.
So you all may be delighted to know that he wasn't actually finished, as CC, Chris from New York, Westchester County, calls the whole mission laughable.
Hang on.
See? Flat Earth. Clearly a picture from the satellite. Go Singapore. Hello? What is happening?
I'm opening to make sure this is the first video.
Okay.
And it wasn't. This is the first video.
Money.
Let's go, Gilgamesh. He's so fucking cool.
Poll for NIDA? Sure. Why not?
Well, you need resources?
No, that was just a trade he proposed.
If you need any, I have them all.
Okay. Oil?
Sure, you want some oil?
Yeah. I think I can upgrade my
Except
bombard.
this fucking embassy. Sick of asking.
Mark Sargent and David Weiss are probably two of the biggest flat earthers out there. And on Wednesday, they got together to react live to the Artemis 2 launch on its way back to the moon. And you know what? They were triggered so bad. Hello all and welcome along to another video with me, Simon Dan. Thanks very much for joining me. Before we begin today though, a quick word from me about the Simon Dan Book Club. Now the cut-off for the next box in May is April the 10th. If you want to join a community of like-minded people and receive a curated book box every 2 months, full of other goodies too, then the Simon Dan Book Club is for you. All you got to do is go to simondanbookclub.com, browse the website, have a look how it works, and you can be a member in no time. Every 2 months you get a curated book like this, and other goodies like these, plus access to a private Discord server where you can discuss each book to your heart's content, all with other science fans too. As I said, the cut-off for the next box in May is April the 10th. All you got to do is visit simondanbookclub.com for more details. Thanks very much. Right then, back to today's video. And if you've been living under a rock, on Wednesday, Artemis 2 launched to go back to the moon for a lunar flyby and to test the Orion capsule with 4 astronauts on board. Now, I live streamed the launch and almost 5,000 of you had a great time watching that with me. But I was not the only one streaming that night. Mark Sargent was too, with his buddy Flat Earth Dave. We're going to watch them react to the launch, and you can definitely tell
Flat Dave.
They're not happy.
Fuck
we
yeah.
join them with
Honestly, I've never seen an AI actually send units this far and participate in a war.
No, neither have I. Very
Especially considering they were coming here to fight Georgia. I don't know why
Mm.
they landed here of all places.
Don't know.
How's their great prophet doing? Still stuck.
I'm gonna make an artillery army while I have some
go until launch.
Again, reiterate some of the points. Dave knows them very well from last night, which is, okay, you're doing this. What sort of shielding are you using to get through the Van Allen radiation belts? You don't have any lead or gold or a whole bunch of water protecting that capsule. You're going to and from the moon, and you're going to be slowing down on the way back. Your best speed is not even 20,000 miles an hour. So why aren't you guys going to be, irradiated like glow sticks? Why isn't that happening?
The Van Allen belts aren't a solid wall, Mark. They're regions of particles with huge gaps, mostly empty space. Now you pass through them very quickly, and Artemis takes a path that avoids the worst areas, so the total exposure is only around an hour. And lead isn't even ideal for this type of radiation anyway. The spacecraft uses layered materials and smart design instead. You have to remember, we've already done this. Apollo astronauts went through the belts, and the radiation dose? Around 1 to 2 millisieverts, around a CT scan's worth. And by the way, if the radiation was strong enough to make them glow, they certainly wouldn't survive that.
Or the ridiculousness of putting 4 people in that basically is an SUV for 10 days straight without them killing each other.
The Orion capsule has around 9 cubic meters of space. So yes, this is smaller than a living room, but bigger than a car. And astronauts are selected for this very thing. The psychological screening is brutal, and you don't get on that rocket unless you're rock solid mentally. They also train together for years in confined spaces. Stress scenarios, conflict management, they really do cover all the bases.
How much oxygen are you taking? How much nitrogen are you taking?
Wait, they're going to be out there for 10 days?
Yeah. 5 days each way. That's standard moon mission stuff, by the way. 5 days each way.
And wait, where do they poop?
Oh, they got this little bathroom thing, this little like a closet, and you have to kind of squeeze in there.
Do you see how tight it is in there?
I know. Oh, trust me, I know.
Yes, there's a toilet. Of course there is. It's compact, it's not glamorous, but it works. Is it luxurious? No.
Damn, he's got a
is
strong
it the
arm
reason the
too.
mission is fake? Also no.
I didn't realize, by the way, that the big guy, the really tall guy,
Gilgamesh.
he's only 6'2".
He's been
my height.
fucking up
Everybody else is
Gandhi the whole game.
5'10", 5'9",
just trolling him the
5'4".
whole
Are
game.
there windows on this thing so they can take pictures?
I don't know. We won't know until they get out there. But supposedly there's a bunch of external cameras. I'm hoping.
What if it blows up and they blame it on the Iranians?
Oh,
Oh
we
my
talked
God.
about that last night. That wasn't even one of my top 5 options. And that's not outside of the realm, and you know it. You know it because that's exactly what we would do. It wouldn't matter if it was a mechanical failure. We would blame the Iranians if this thing.
Mark, what was the date?
You're talking about a mission with real people on board here, and casually throwing out the idea that it might blow up and then blaming it on another country. That is so reckless that it's unreal, to be honest.
Of the year, the date, and what was the date that the first photo of the Earth was given to the American people by NASA?
Coming up in about 20 seconds.
The first blue marble shot was Apollo 17, and it was 1972.
But what was the date? What was the day of the month? April 1st.
Was it April 1st when they came
Yes.
back? Oh, wow. Oh, you knew the answer to that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I had no idea. But that makes sense, right? And yeah, so the blue marble shot was taken on April Fool's Day.
No, it
Who
wasn't.
gives a
The
shit, you
1972
fucking
blue
moron?
marble shot was taken on December the 7th.
NASA
Now, the first photo
definitely
of Earth ever
cares
in 1960
about
that
April
was taken
Fool's
on
Day.
April the 1st
You
or April the
fucking
2nd,
morons.
depending on where you were in the world. And also, that wasn't blue.
You'll say, "Oh, congratulations!"
Look at those. Look at the.
I know.
Look at the thing that's moving there.
I know.
It's like a cushion.
Now we're going to start
I
It's
know.
like baggy pants.
I know.
the upper stage and the lower stage of the rocket.
It could be completely flame retardant. it
You're
could be.
retardant.
Those are thermal protection blankets. These materials need to handle extreme heat from the solid rocket boosters, allow the movement of the engines, and reduce stress on components.
And look at that big PVC pipe on the bottom on that thing. Like that's aerodynamic. I think of the SR-71 Blackbird.
Brother.
It is slick as a razor blade.
It's a rocket.
This thing has got PVC pipes, square angles, and
It
it's
is
going
the
10
most
times as
powerful
fast.
thing
So
I
those
believe
pipes
we've
are
ever
propellant
made.
lines, and they're built for
You
function purely,
absolute
not
head
looks.
ass.
SR-71s fly through the atmosphere, so of course they have to contend with that during their whole flight. A rocket, once it's through the atmosphere, does not. Now, let's get to launch time, shall we?
All right, here we go. Turn up the volume. Turn up the volume.
NASA has ever launched.
Dun, dun, dun. What do you want?
Let's hear it. Let's hear their.
Oh, you want all the audio?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff.
Cut to nothing.
1.
Cut to nothing.
2. 3.
Humanity's next great voyage begins.
4.
Cut to nothing.
5. 6.
Roger, roll pitch.
7.
This is Dave counting the cuts in the video, by the way, as if that actually means something.
Houston now controlling the flight of
What's your over-under?
Whatever, I said 6.
Oh.
What was that glitch? 8? Look how low it is now. Wait, the height is wrong.
Oh no, you had a slight dropout of a live stream during a rocket launch. Must be fake. Do you ever hear yourself sometimes, Dave? And saying the height is wrong, as if he's some sort of expert on rocket science? It amazes me. It really does.
All right, the number of edits that we've had already.
Oh, yeah, during the review of this. Of course, this is just the beginning, because once they get to a certain point, they're going to have to cut to the interior camera feeds.
Now, look how fast the rocket's moving compared to the smoke in the air. That thing's going like 30 miles an hour, maybe.
No, not even close. At this stage of flight, that rocket is going hundreds to thousands of miles per hour and accelerating rapidly. Distant objects always look slower. And also, why are you comparing it to the smoke here, Dave? How does that even work in your mind? Dear, oh dear.
Well, at this point, it's like, why are they lingering on that shot? They had the shot was the one that was 20 seconds ago. That shot.
Now passing 5,000 miles
That's the shot they should stay on, right?
Wait a minute, that's where they are now?
Yep. That's the shot.
Break out of here.
Oh, we are going to have so much fun with this tomorrow.
Oh, my Lord.
Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Why are they keep going back to this shot?
How can we see that shot and they can see the Earth from that high?
Right. Well, because it's a fisheye lens shot. That's why.
Well, no, that they want us to believe that that's the curve of the Earth.
Yes, of course.
Yes, Dave, that is where the spacecraft was at that point. Your personal incredulity on this matter does not mean that it's not real. Now, Mark and Dave then spend the next 15 minutes or so of this just trying to pick apart as much of the footage as they could. It triggered them no end. We're going to leave them for now, but rest assured, this is only the beginning in terms of the Artemis 2 reaction videos. And I will be here for all of them. Please let me know in the comments below what you thought today. As I say, we're all done and dusted for another video. Thanks so much for watching as ever. If you enjoyed it, please do consider subscribing to the channel and hitting the thumbs up button too. I've been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great day, and I'll see you tomorrow for another Saturday session. See you then.
Oh, I got to steamroll Egypt real quick.
At least those that have leaked out did not address whether Iran
Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thanks very much for joining me. Before we begin with today's video though, I was reading earlier about how the Artemis 2 astronauts were praising the heat shield of Orion, and I was reading that story on Ground News, which was actually founded by a former NASA engineer called Harleen Kaur, who worked on the James Webb Space Telescope. Now, Ground News combines stories and articles from thousands of outlets, local and national, in one place so readers can see the full picture of what's being reported around the world. As you can see here, Ground News shows you if there are any political leanings for each publication. And in this instance, with the Artemis 2 story, we can see it's mainly centre-driven, with 103 total news sources. Now, for every story, you get a quick visual breakdown of the news outlet covering it, their political bias, how factual the source is, which entity owns the source, and which countries are covering the story. Now, Ground News is also gaining notoriety for its work. They were recently recognised by the Nobel Peace Centre for their impact on media literacy, saying it's an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. Which is exactly why we use Ground News too. You can see every side to every story with access to international perspectives that are hard to find, so then you can make informed decisions where you can read, watch, and share the best information available. And Ground News is mission-centric. It's not about eliminating bias, but providing better transparency. And they're funded by the community, not by big ads or investors. So go to ground.news/Simon to stay fully informed on breaking news and compare media coverage. Click the link in the description for 40% off unlimited access if you support the mission and find it as useful as I do. Right then, on with today's video, which comes from Mark Sargent's YouTube channel. He and David Weiss have gathered with a couple of other flat earthers, and they are reacting live to Artemis 2's return to Earth. We start as Orion is mid-descent through our atmosphere. Here we go.
Will there be dolphins?
Oh my God, dolphins. That's my favorite narrative.
Oh, yeah. Let's take bets. Chat room, what do you think? And I should look through some of the questions in chat. We'll just keep it on this for a little while. Which is, will there be dolphins? Will there be whales? Will the people be smiling when they get out? What, are they going to have is there going to be a parade? Why would there be a parade? We've already supposedly gone to the moon and back.
What? Capsules land in the ocean. Oceans have dolphins. Occasionally they show up near ships. That's just the ocean being the ocean. There's no narrative there. And you can bet your bottom dollar they'd be smiling. They've just gone to the moon, survived re-entry, and not died. Yeah, you might crack a smile there, mightn't you?
And I can't stress this enough. NASA, after watching this for 10 days, good luck trying to do any sort of moon landing, walking around on the moon footage without getting caught on this one. You won't be able to.
They won't even give us cockpit footage during the launch or landing. Yeah. And now,
why
this is supposed to be burning up as it's coming into the atmosphere. This is a simulation. Why do they have it upside down? It's a simulation. Why is it upside down?
Yeah, good point. It looks like it. Yeah, it should be going. Okay, let's fade to black. That's fine.
During re-entry, you get a plasma blackout. Ionized gas forms around the capsule, which blocks radio signals and disrupts video transmission. So no, you're not going to get a clean live shot through there, are you? And Mark thinks because of what he's seen over the course of this mission, he will easily be able to prove that the next moon landing is fake. How arrogant can you be, honestly? This mission has rocked the flat Earth community more than I thought it would, to be honest.
Okay, God, the editing truck. Who's working in there?
But Mark, people on computer screens. People on computer screens. See?
Yeah, people on. Yeah, and by the way, don't they look tense? I think that guy over there is actually nodding off. What the hell? This is the most. Okay, and this again, we're transitioning over to shot.
Cut to nothing.
Changed the exposure setting. We're not going to say what it is. You know what? Let me turn up the volume on this.
I don't think I've ever seen Mark Sargent like this before. He's usually so laid back and chill. He is genuinely triggered by the whole thing.
They're in the closed caption. You think they went to the trouble of having all those people on computer screens, like
computer
totally sectioned off, and they actually believe the data that they're seeing, that they're being fed? Remember the interview with the Apollo guy in the control room? He said we did so many simulations that when we did the real thing, we couldn't tell the difference.
Right.
Do you think that all of those people in there are fooled, or are they just actors, or is it just?
Oh no, I don't think most of them know anything, and I've talked about this for years. In the movie Capricorn 1, and I firmly believe they got this right. The only people that have to know are the actual telemetry guys. The guys that are feeding the telemetry to those people. Well, that's some.
So you think they don't know?
No, they don't know. Why would you tell them?
Mission control isn't one screen showing one feed. It's hundreds of specialists, all looking at different independent data streams. Things like trajectory, propulsion, thermal systems, communications, life support. You can't fake all that with one telemetry guy. These teams cross-check each other constantly too. If propulsion data doesn't match trajectory, alarms go off. If thermal data doesn't match re-entry conditions, alarms go off. What you are suggesting here is simply ridiculous.
There it is.
Is that
By
what
the way,
we're
we're supposedly only 3 minutes out from splashdown right now.
Oh, there it is. Look at that little guy come
There
back
we go.
in.
Where did it
How are we getting that side shot? Where are we getting that side shot from?
Yeah, good point.
It's a drone.
Wait, it's below the
drone.
clouds. It's below the clouds. How's it 3 minutes from the ground?
It's 3 minutes from the ground right now.
How's it below the clouds? It would be 10 seconds from the ground.
It's falling.
Right?
Oh, Dave's forgetting there that clouds can form anywhere from 2,000 to 40,000 feet. A capsule can pass below one layer of cloud and still be miles above the ocean. Also, I'm not really sure why you're confused about that side shot, Dave. Recovery zones are packed with assets. Aircraft, helicopters, tracking planes, as well as long-range cameras too.
And think about this. When that parachute comes out, how fast is it going? Does anyone know the speed?
No, because they took it off
Terminal
the screen.
velocity.
Yeah, so the speed is
Dumbass.
thousands of miles an hour. What parachute can withstand
Look, he
that?
put himself
Dude,
in
it's
the
made of-
capsule. You see
it's made of
that?
Superman,
Hang
so-
on.
By the way,
full screen. It's genuinely funny.
Okay, yeah, that is funny. It's like the virtual background thing that I used to use.
Yeah, that's what he's using. That's so funny.
It's made out of
Superman silk. Didn't you hear? Aren't you listening, Mark? Larry said
There's
it.
the little ones.
Yeah.
Parachutes are not deployed at re-entry speed. By the time they come out, the capsule has already slowed massively due to atmospheric drag. By the time you see parachutes, it's moving at a speed they're designed for. It's not one big parachute either, it's a staged system. You get drogue chutes first, which are small and stabilise the craft, and then the main chutes open. They're large and for the final descent. Each step reduces speed safely.
And now,
here
where
we
did it
go.
come out of? It
Here
came
we
out of
go.
it came out of the top, right? All the
Yeah,
parachutes are
look at
packed
this.
in the top,
This is
and all
funny.
that fire didn't melt the parachutes because it's really good insulation. It's underneath the clouds for how long? Wow, how high are those clouds?
Look, he's like, look at these guys.
I know.
Wow.
We're still waiting for the main shoot.
Is somebody downloading this because they can't replay it later, can they?
Oh, it's going straight to my
These
stream.
guys are dumbasses.
All right, well that's good. That's good.
So unless they whack that thing,
Oh,
Let's see how they edit it.
Where's the big parachute?
They
It's
don't
gonna
come
hit the
out
water.
yet.
No, they only need small parachutes.
How
for
low are they? Isn't that the water right there?
Dave is showing here how he has no clue how re-entry works. The bottom of the capsule, the heat shield, that's what takes the heat. That's the side facing into the airflow. The top, where the parachutes are, is in the protected wake behind it. You've also got classic depth perception failure going on here too. From a long zoom lens, the ocean can look much closer than it actually is. The drogue chutes that you see there deploy
like
at
the
around
UFO
7.5 kilometers up.
I know
Yeah.
it did seem a little
Oh,
low.
maybe they're all gonna die.
I can't hit the water at that speed. Oh wait.
Wait, we're above the clouds again.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
now
That was
there's
like,
no
edit
clouds.
shift.
Now
Edit
there's no
shift.
clouds.
Edit shift. All right, here we go. So now we have a new view.
Yeah, now it's not nearly as
Now
dire.
all of a sudden the robot is going to let the
10,000
big
feet.
three shoots out, and watch how fast is this going when those shoots
Oh,
open?
it dropped. Oh, look, it dropped. It made,
No,
it
here are
made
the
new
chutes.
parachutes.
Now
Look at that.
Look at the chutes. Why don't they open?
The other shoots that didn't melt.
One of them's not going to open.
Looks like one of them is not going to open.
But if it's going that fast,
Oh,
those
there we
things
go.
would rip open, and that would be the end of it.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
look at that.
Oh, now we're.
I think it's made out of like styrofoam.
Now it's perfect.
Let's see wait, and who was above them? What is flying above them at that speed and keeping up with it?
A jet.
Probably a predator.
You need like a free falling skydiver, and it would whiz right by them.
All that laughter you're hearing, by the way, there is nervousness. Dave, by this stage, the capsule is already massively slowed and descending under parachutes. Aircrafts and helicopters can easily film this phase. They are desperate here to throw as much muck at this as possible and hope that it sticks. They have no clue what they're doing or talking about at all. They're just panicking. It's amazing to watch. Let's see the splashdown moment, shall we?
The drone
Okay,
moving
they're okay?
Oh, there it is.
20
there
miles
it is.
per hour.
There it
There it
is. Look, slowing it down. Is it going to land? Wait, how's it going so slow?
Because this is what parachutes are designed for, Dave. Why are you just saying even sillier things now?
Bets on it.
Oh,
Dolphins
edit.
are going to show up.
Edit.
There were no edits there. What feed were you watching, Dave?
There's going to be an edit
this
now.
is this right here is AI.
Yep. Yep.
And there we are, everyone. After everything, all the footage, all the arguments, I knew it would boil down to something like that. It's just AI. Well, I think we'll leave Dave and Mark there for another video, nervously laughing at not only the Artemis 2 mission, but the thought of future missions and the impact they will have on their little community. Please do let me know in the comments below what you thought of this one today. As I say, we're all done and dusted for another one. Just enough time to once again thank Ground News for sponsoring today's video.
The latest firm attack from Lauren Boebert, who had to make a really hard choice as to whether to stiff Trump, if you know what I'm saying. Here is Congresswoman Lauren Boebert talking about sexual misconduct allegations on Capitol Hill. And this relates to Eric Swalwell and the recent scandal that led to his stepping back from the gubernatorial race in California and completely resigning from Congress. And Lauren Boebert comes in and she goes, people need to go to church and find Jesus. Why are they so horny?
Yeah, go to church, find Jesus. Like, I mean, why is everybody so horny here?
The only little problem with that, two little problems with Lauren Boebert now in the context of Swalwell saying this stuff. Problem number one, it applies to Swalwell, but not to Trump, apparently. Or does it? Well, that's the question which we're going to get to in a moment. But also importantly, what about Lauren Boebert herself, who was caught doing who knows what in a movie theater with a guy, kicked out of there, and has had her fair share of what I guess
Who are
we
you,
would
a
call
conservative?
horny
Who
related
gives a
problems
shit?
in Washington.
Well, it's
DC.
funny,
So she
the
is maybe the last
hypocrisy.
person to be issuing this kind of
saying everyone's so horny when you gave
Lauren
handies at a
Boebert
children's
also,
musical.
The day before, she's been weighing in on this stuff
Look at
quite
how
a bit,
slutty she is.
saying if you are being mistreated by your boss,
Why is
or
she
someone
dressed so
else in the
slutty?
office, saying to
I'd fucking
staffers
look
of
good in
all
that.
members of the House, come to her and she will help you.
How important is it for people who want to come forward with credible sexual misconduct allegations here in Congress to have sort
The
of
face
jobs lined
doesn't
up
match
and stuff
the
like that? It
outfit.
seems like some of these people who got who accused Eric Swalwell, they were able to find jobs quickly. That's been a change as opposed to previous Congresses where people have really had their careers destroyed for doing the right thing.
I would say come out. I mean, we will be here for you to protect you. Come to my office. If you have something, if your boss is mistreating you, someone else in the office, tell
Well, you don't want a
somebody.
handy
If
in the
you want to
movie
remain
theater?
anonymous, remain anonymous.
You know she does,
let
but-
one of us loudmouths get it out there for you.
And she offers.
Happy to issue receipts on behalf of anyone.
She's the type of
I
girl
don't know
that
what's going to
rips
come
the
out, you know,
condom
like,
off when
everybody's
you
like,
put
oh my
it
gosh,
on.
TMZ's here. Like, what are we gonna do? You know? And I'm like, I don't know. What are you hiding from? Like, so they don't even have their credentials yet. They're not down here. Anyhow, it's. I don't know if you have
She'd
something to
definitely
hide.
take control.
Sorry, like I want it out, and I hope that people come forward. I'm glad that Eric Swalwell's staff were able to find work, but also, I mean, turnover is crazy on the Hill
Yeah,
anyway.
flick that hair.
It seems like one meeting in the Dunkin' Donuts, and somebody's ready to switch offices and have a better job. So,
But Democrat or Republican, they can count on your office to have their back if it's...
Democrat or Republican, if
You know what is so funny about this is just step back for a second. After everything that Lauren Boebert represents and has
Love it.
done, the idea that if you are a staffer on Capitol
Military
Hill,
aid.
maybe you're working for a Democrat, maybe you're working for a Republican,
Nope.
doesn't matter. You go, I'm being harassed, I'm being sexually harassed, I'm being sexually assaulted, I don't know who to turn to. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to Lauren Boebert. That the idea that anyone would do that is so laughable as to be completely and totally absurd. And it's also funny and points to the delusion of Boebert to think that she would be the person to make others feel at ease coming to her. given everything that she's been involved in and everything that she's done. Arguably delusional from Lauren Boebert. All right, one more Boebert clip while we're at it. She was asked, do you think it's appropriate for King George to meet with members of the House? She goes, I wouldn't meet with them because of 1776.
Off these victims.
Do you think it's appropriate for King George to meet with members when they come up here as they pursue the Epstein investigation because of his brother?
I wouldn't meet with him. So I don't know. I have 1776. I have nothing to do with King George or the royal family. I am American first, and I have no need to meet with him.
Will you attend the speech?
I probably not. I don't know.
Because
I mean, maybe I'll show up. I don't know. You guys are in there. And sometimes we get great photos. So have a great day.
1776. An answer that proves she doesn't understand modern diplomacy. We separated from England hundreds of years ago. So why would I
Gilgamesh sent in a trebuchet. Thanks, bro.
Simply
That's
meet
gonna be
with
useful.
Dignitaries from other countries. Now, what I would have respected far more from Lauren Boebert, if she said it, is, you know what? I would meet with British MPs. I would meet with the British Prime Minister or Foreign Secretary, but I am against monarchy. And therefore, I am not going to tacitly endorse the positions of the royal family because I don't believe that they are legitimate. I actually would have respected that. That I would have respected more. But no, it's 1776.
Yeah.
She is pathetic, but it does look like she's going to be able to hold out in the House of Representatives. Yeah. Appreciate you watching. Stick around for this next.
I'm gonna get you. Get it, boy. Kill him. I'll get you. Where'd you go, boy? Get you. Get you. You're not getting those. Get you. Where you at? Where you at? Yeah, we end sentences with prepositions here in Kentucky. Come on, boy, get you. Look at his tail. Lord help. You are not getting those.
Wholesome.
Okay, today I'm at my grandma's house and I'm going to be riding my penny farthing bicycle. I drove here in my 1929 Buick. Let's get started. So I've forgotten my tripod at my apartment, so I have made a tripod out of some logs or some firewood. Let me set you on that really quick, and then I'll get started with the penny farthing bicycle. Hopefully I don't fall off.
The fans.
Okay,
Oh my God.
Here's my penny farthing bicycle. I get asked a lot, why is the front wheel bigger than the back wheel? That's because this is the first design of bicycle. They had not thought of using a gearing system yet, so the front wheel is bigger for lack of gears to make it easier to pedal. So when you pedal, you get further by one pedal. It does have a brake. You squeeze this and it pushes on this solid rubber tire. The tires are solid rubber on this. The back tire is lacking, and I had to cut a piece of water hose and duct tape it in place of that tire. You can order new solid rubber tires for this with a wire in the middle. I haven't got around to that yet. The seat is original leather. Anyway, what else? To get on this, you get a running start, you step here, and you hop onto this thing and start pedaling and hope you don't fall over. If you do fall over, you must brace for impact. Okay, now I'm going to ride this for y'all. I'm going to do it away from our
Well, I
car,
mean, it was the first design.
Bad things might happen. Okay. Oh my God. Let me kind of...
Bro has a hose as a tire.
My car so y'all can see
He's
me
100% eating shit.
Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to do it right here. Oh my gosh. Okay, now I'm going to hop off the bike. Oh my gosh. Wait a minute, no. That's not how you hop off. Okay, let me try that again. Okay, I'm going to do it once more so that I can better show you how you're supposed to properly get off of this. I mean, any landing that you live is a good one. So, that's nice. Come on, this is faster.
Bro's not even wearing a helmet. Crazy.
No. Okay, now we're gonna hop off. Stop right there. Okay, well, I missed the step, but that's how you're supposed to get off. The step would have been nice, but that's my penny farthing.
Amazing.
Okay, and that is the penny farthing bicycle. So that bicycle is from the year 1880. It's a Victorian bicycle. The Victorian era ended in 1901 when Queen Elizabeth died. Then she was replaced by King Edward, and thus the Edwardian era began. I believe King Edward died in like 1910 or 1917, something like that, and thus the modern era began, the early 1920s. Anyway, and that's that, and that's the bike, and there's the sunset.
What?
And that is how you ride a penny farthing bicycle.
Nailed it.
Whew, almost done.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Celebrations broke out across Lebanon overnight after Israel agreed to a 10-day ceasefire following U.S. brokered talks to end 7 weeks of attacks that have killed nearly 2,200 people in Lebanon, including 170
Look at this
children.
Panama
Israel
Canal I did.
continued airstrikes right up until the ceasefire took effect.
Damn.
Thursday evening, including attacks on the city of Tyre that killed at least 13 people. Elsewhere, Israel bombed a school in southern Lebanon and blew up the last bridge over the Litani River, further isolating southern Lebanon from the rest of the country. Israeli forces now occupy about 10% of Lebanon's territory, with an estimated 1.2 million people displaced from their homes. This is Ibrahim Sawaidi, a 30-year-old living in a tent in Beirut after he fled Israeli strikes in the suburb of Dahia.
They gave a 10-day ceasefire, but we don't accept that. 10 days, if we want to go back to our homes, 10 days and the war returns, we don't want that. Either our land is fully returned or we don't want the ceasefire. We'll continue with the war. My home in Dahia, in Beirut's southern suburbs, has been destroyed. Who will compensate me?
After headlines, we'll go to Beirut for the latest. In Israel, hundreds of people rallied in Tel Aviv Thursday to denounce escalating attacks on Palestinians by Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank. Human rights groups say it was the largest protest of its kind yet in Israel. It came after Israel's High Court lifted a weeks-long wartime ban on public gatherings. The U.S. House of Representatives rejected a war powers resolution seeking to rein in President Trump's ability to wage war on Iran. On Thursday, every House Republican voted against the resolution except for Kentucky Congressmember Thomas Massey. It failed on a vote of 213 to 214 after Democrat Jared Golden of Maine crossed the aisle to vote with the Republicans. The Senate narrowly rejected an Iran war powers resolution one day earlier. On Thursday, President Trump repeated his claim that a deal to end the war in Iran is, quote, very close, and that direct talks with Iran could resume in Pakistan as soon as this weekend. Despite the claims, the Pentagon is surging thousands of additional troops to the Middle East, including an additional 6,000 sailors and aviators joining the USS George H.W. Bush aircraft carrier battle group. The ships were
I don't think we need a boat named after that guy.
The southern tip of Africa, avoiding a much shorter passage through the Red Sea, where they would be in range of missiles and drones of Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi movement.
No, that's a shame.
In Ukraine,
Hey, what happened to Cleopatra?
people were killed as Russia launched its
Did you wipe her out?
deadliest drone and missile attacks of the year on Kyiv and other cities. Among the dead was a 12-year-old child. Dozens more were wounded.
I'm gonna move my
This is
setter
Valery
up.
Shashkov, an 84-year-old who had to have glass shards removed from his face after Russian strikes shattered the windows of his home.
It hit me like a smash. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't figure out what had happened. That blood was flowing all around me, you see. I looked up and then there was another strike.
The violence came at the end of a 32-hour Orthodox Easter truce that each
See you
side
later,
accused
Egypt.
the other of violating. On Thursday, Russian officials said a Ukrainian drone attack on the Black Sea port of Tuapse killed 2 people, including a teenage girl. The strikes also triggered a massive fire at one of Russia's largest oil refineries. In New Jersey, progressive Democrat Ana Lilia Mejia has won a special election to fill the House seat left vacant by New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill. Mejia's victory further narrows Republicans' razor-thin majority. Once she's sworn in, House Speaker Mike Johnson will only be able to afford a defection by a single Republican in order to pass legislation on a party-line vote. Mejia is the daughter of a Colombian garment worker and a Dominican laborer and a former union organizer who served as a national political director for Bernie Sanders in 2020. On the campaign trail, she called for the abolition of ICE and was the only candidate to say she believed Israel committed genocide in Gaza.
80% of Gaza is in rubble. Can we agree that that is wrong? Can we agree that
What do you
cutting the
mean?
electricity to water desalination plants is not only wrong, but it goes against the Geneva Convention and it is a war crime?
The House of Representatives has approved a short-term extension of FISA, that's the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, over the objections of privacy advocates who warn it allows the government to conduct warrantless domestic surveillance on a massive scale. Without congressional action, the program was due to expire in 3 days. The White House and House Speaker Mike Johnson were seeking an 18-month extension, but those plans were thwarted.
These 3 cities
when a
are so
bloc of
tightly packed, it's
conservatives
so hard to get in
revolted
there.
against the bill. It also faces opposition from some Democrats, including California Congressmember Ro Khanna, who said
Need
in a
them
social media post
planes.
Republicans called lawmakers back at midnight for a, quote, secret vote to
Almost got
reauthorize
tanks,
FISA
though.
while America sleeps.
This would give Donald Trump the power to surveil or collect data on Americans through a back door. There really is not a philosophical debate here. A yes vote is a vote to give Donald Trump more power over American citizens. A no vote is a vote to stand up to Donald Trump. Every Democrat should be a no on the reauthorization of FISA.
The House of Representatives has passed a resolution to extend temporary protected status, that's TPS, for 330,000 Haitian immigrants in the United States after the Trump administration canceled the program. 10 Republicans joined House Democrats
Congo
in
doesn't have
Thursday's
any- doesn't have oil.
224 to 204 vote. The bill was
I went the
sponsored
right
by
path.
Massachusetts Democrat Ayanna
Once I get
Presley.
oil,
Ahead
I
of
can get
Thursday's
artillery
vote,
and I
she
can
told
stop
the
fucking
story
this
of
shit up.
Rebecca, a Haitian immigrant who moved to Massachusetts after the devastating earthquake in 2010 resulted in the deaths of an estimated 220,000 people in what was already the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere.
She witnessed the rise in gangs and saw her beautiful country overtaken by political violence and instability. After surviving multiple kidnapping attempts, out of desperation, Rebecca made the same decision that any of us would make in her position. She immigrated to the United States. She quickly enrolled in school to learn English. She obtained a job to support herself and her family. Now in 2026, thanks to her legal status under TPS, Rebecca is a certified nursing assistant.
A Senate version of the bill extending TPS for Haitians faces an uphill battle in the Senate.
There you go,
and
you got it.
The White House has promised to veto any such legislation. President Trump's repeatedly used racist rhetoric to lash out against Haitians. During the 2024 campaign,
well, he's a
he
racist,
amplified the unfounded lie that Haitians were eating pets, cats and dogs, in Springfield, Ohio. The acting director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, has announced his resignation from the agency just 1 year after his appointment to oversee Trump's rapid expansion of nationwide ICE raids, immigration, detention, and deportations. Todd Lyons, who was never confirmed by the Senate, says he's stepping down in May. During his tenure, he repeatedly defended ICE's tactics as the agency faced mounting scrutiny over its agents' violent crackdown on protesters and dehumanizing treatment of immigrants. In Minnesota, Hennepin County prosecutors have charged an ICE agent with felony assault for allegedly pointing his gun at the heads of two people who were in a car beside him. Earlier this year, the agent, Gregory Donald Morgan Jr., reportedly had tried to pass their vehicle while illegally driving his unmarked SUV on a Minneapolis highway. Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty announced the charges on Thursday.
Mr. Morgan's conduct was extremely dangerous. Driving while pointing a weapon out of your moving vehicle at the victims who were in another moving vehicle could have led to yet another disastrous incident in a community that has already suffered too many.
This is the first criminal case against an ICE agent involved in Trump's so-called Operation Metro Surge in
Metrosexual?
Minnesota. During the crackdown earlier this year, federal agents deployed to the Twin Cities shot and killed 2 U.S. citizens, Renee Good and Alex Preti. In related news, Minneapolis resident Alia Rahman has filed a personal injury claim against DHS after ICE agents in Minneapolis smashed her car window, dragged her out, and detained her while she was heading to a doctor's appointment in January. Alia Rahman will join us from Minneapolis later in the broadcast. Republican Texas Governor Greg Abbott has threatened to cut about $200 million in public safety funding to Houston, Dallas, and Austin if their local law enforcement agencies refuse to collaborate with ICE in the arrest and detention of immigrants over minor infractions such as traffic stops. This week, Abbott's office reportedly notified Houston officials the state would be withdrawing some $110 million in public safety grants after the city adopted an ordinance that limits police's cooperation with ICE. The FBI's arrested a man who was shot by ICE agents in Patterson, California last week and charged him with assaulting a federal officer. Carlos Ivan Mendoza Hernandez was taken into custody after being discharged from the hospital Monday, where he underwent several surgeries for multiple gunshot wounds, including to the jaw. Hernandez reportedly attempted to drive away when federal officers surrounded his car during a traffic stop while he was on his way to work. He later said he feared the officers were going to shoot him.
Well, they did.
Meanwhile, in Texas, advocates are demanding
His fears were justified.
A court interpreter and the only licensed Punjabi, Hindi, and Urdu interpreter in the state, who was detained by ICE last month. Meenu Batra has lived in the United States for over 35 years. She fled India following pogroms against Sikhs in Punjab and arrived in the United States in 1991. Her attorneys fear Batra could be deported to a country she has no ties to under Trump's so-called third country agreements. Batra has spoken out against the inhumane conditions of her detention at the El Valle ICE jail in Raymondville, Texas. In Virginia, police say former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax fatally shot his estranged wife, Serena Fairfax, before taking his own life.
Chris Benoit.
Children were home at the time of the murder-suicide, which
Wow,
took
he
place
didn't kill his kids.
2 weeks before Fairfax faced a court-ordered deadline to move out of their home. In 2019, 2 women publicly accused Fairfax of sexual assault.
Piece of shit.
And Hampshire College,
Yeah,
a
you couldn't just
private
kill
liberal
yourself.
arts college
Had to
in
kill a
Amherst,
woman at the same time.
Massachusetts,
Every
has
fucking
announced
time.
It will close
Pathetic
by
scum.
the end of 2026, following years of financial struggles. The
fuck
Huron
are you
Consulting
doing?
Group has warned over 400 of the
Is that you
nation's
that keeps waging
1,700
wars?
private nonprofit four-year colleges and
Or is it
universities
city
are
state?
at risk of closing or having to
emissaries.
merge within the next 10 years. This comes amidst growing attacks on education by the Trump administration and decades of skyrocketing tuition costs, declining student enrollment, and a student debt crisis. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube.
Amy, please!
Right. Soothsayer. Fuck out of here.
This is a celebration of cinema.
Oh shit.
More specifically, this is a celebration on the many wonderful looks that cinema has, the many faces it wears to greet us, and the many unique and poetic ways it shows us where beauty may reside. This isn't any kind of definitive list, just an homage to some diverse and creative ways that the art of film reminds us of the graceful times we always find ourselves contemplating.
Welcome to the Cinema Cartography.
This video is sponsored by Mubi. Mubi is a curated streaming service showing exceptional films from around the globe.
That's true.
For your extended free trial, go to mubi.com/cinemacartography.
That's the, like, if you're a real film
Cinema
guy
is a lot like painting.
or girl,
in that people
that's
tend
the
to
app.
dismiss imagery when it doesn't
Yeah,
represent
oh,
the
it's
real.
outstanding.
Well, given that we already accept the reality
if you're a
that we're going to be watching people
high
play roles
echelon,
of
like,
others on a screen, why
type of
dismiss the
film
more
buff,
surreal
it's
aspects
the
of
best
something
app.
already so removed from reality itself? The greats of cinema, like Kurosawa, utilised in many instances states of artificial cinematography as a more appropriate means to tell stories. Ran utilised colour-coordinated costumes juxtaposed against their dry backgrounds in his retelling of King Lear. Kagemusha hosts a fantastical nightmare sequence, held in a surreal backdrop where neither space nor colour hold any meaning. And Dreams is 8 separate vignettes, shot in ways that only operate on the logic of their titular theme, a visual splendour through the many lenses of how life can be perceived. The look of a film can have a drastic impact on how people can perceive it, even rejecting it outright. The idea of using artifice through cinematography can often be based around trying to extrapolate the image as much as possible to make something non-cinematic. This result can lead to something theatrical, more akin to theatre, and perhaps no greater instance of this exists beyond Peter Greenaway's The Cook, the Thief, his wife, and her lover. Peter Greenaway is known for his distaste of cinema. In his aim for reinvention, he often ends up steering further and further away from the medium itself. The result of this
And boom,
experimentation
just like that,
in The Cook, the Thief
killed
is a
one
film that's
worthless
so
warrior
removed
monk,
from
and
cinema
now
that it
it's my
rarely feels
religion.
as though it was even intended
Because
to be a
any
film.
unit I kill will spread my religion. That's great. He's got a settler here.
Where's Richard?
A tour de force of collaborative work, with music by Michael Nyman, costumes by Jean-Paul Gaultier, and cinematography by Sacha Vierne, known for Hiroshima Mon Amour. The film is as artificial as one can be. The camera throughout sits us at a distance, imitating the point of view of an audience in a theatre, complete with the closing of the curtains at the finale.
Cannibal.
The only motion we engage in is the lateral movement when following the characters, firmly putting us in our seats as spectators. There are no low angles nor high angles, just a perspective from where we are. All shots sit in a deep focus, allowing us to take everything in with the image, like viewing a giant painting on a museum wall, with each sequence delivered to us as a chapter disguised as a dinner menu. The fierceness of the cinematographic style services the film. We're supposed to truly ingest it. It's an exhibition piece, forcing us to witness the obscenity in its content through the unflinching nature of its cinematography.
He's been imprisoned in South Africa. He's as black as the ace of spades, and he probably drinks his own pee.
You lying ungrateful bitch! You get in that car!
We walk along with the film as mere observers, not even asked to question the colour palettes that alter room by room. The ostentatious presentation amidst the vile content allows the cook the thief to serve as a parable. Us sitting in the privileged or perhaps unprivileged position as the audience is aware within the film. Here cinematography is a tool that aims to be present and calculated to perfection.
Wow, the Vikings have
the irony of
3
creating
cities
something
now.
so beautiful only to convey disgust is done so in a manner that we must endure, through the film's forcing hand. It continually reminds us of its own artificial nature and wants to be perceived as such. The film doesn't need to exist within our reality, a reality at all. Perhaps the preeminent filmmaker at sculpting this surreal panorama is none other than Alejandro Jodorowsky, with his most prominent work, The Holy Mountain. Known for delivering imagery that's purely...
I'll save on the turn start.
Okay.
What do you think of my religion name?
That's alright. It's a good one.
Did you look at the picture?
I didn't look at the picture, no.
Like, actually look at it.
That's great. Alright. I have saved. And finish up whenever.
Oh, Defender of the Faith. That's probably been working out for you with defense, huh?
Yeah. That's probably why I haven't died. How would you describe Hassan politically? Radlib?
Socialist. Captured socialist. I like all the dicks going on here. You eat schniz. Talking like somebody who doesn't eat his wife's pussy.
He probably doesn't. He probably thinks it's gay.
I know he doesn't.
He definitely thinks it's gay. He's like, oh, you bleed from there.
These fucking polluters. Oh, look at you, not polluting at all.
Yeah, it's because I haven't got any power plants yet.
My empire just too massive to be stopped. Wow. Me killing these units in the Congo has made this Viking city my religion.
Huh, interesting.
All the way over there. Okay, gonna end stream?
I thought you were gonna do it. I'll end it.
Well,
Bye.
You have to play your little thing.
Yeah, I do.
I bid you good day, sir.